marked their 43rd annual sale in February. The WRC marketed approximately 200 bulls, 140 registered females this past year. Scott and his family enjoy spending time together, exhibiting steers, heifers, and pigs throughout the year. Scott has had the opportunity to judge cattle in 21 states, including the American Royal, North American, and the National Western. Rodeo Austin, let's welcome Scott Werning. Today on our east side, starting with the Charolais show, we have Ashley Wagner. Ashley comes to us from Manhattan, Kansas, where she and her husband Jake just started Wagner Cattle, a multi-breed national level show cattle operation. For 6 previous years to this, Wagner managed Beatty livestock in Colorado, raising nationally competitive Angus, Simmental cattle. Ashley was a member of the champion livestock judging teams at Redland Community College and Oklahoma State University, including being the 2014 High Individual in Louisville. Ashley served as the assistant judging coach at OSU for 3 years, garnering her master's in ag communication, which she launched into owning her own marketing business 7 years ago. Ashley has judged shows across the country, including at the National Western Stock Show, American Royal, Houston Livestock Show, and various junior nationals, alongside countless state fairs and jackpot shows. Welcome Ashley Wagner to Rodeo Austin.
Final call, Angus Class 2. Final call, Angus Class 2. Second call, Angus Class 3. Second call, Angus Class 3. Final call, Charolais Class 2. Final call, Charolais Class 2. And first call, Charolais Class 3. First call, Charolais Class 3. Final call, Angus, Class 3. Final call, Angus, Class 3. First call, Angus, Class 4. First call, Angus, Class 4. Second call, Charolais, Class 3. Second call, Charolais, Class 3. And first call, Charolais, Class 4. First call, Charolais, Class 4. Final call, Charolais, Class 3. Final call, Charolais, Class 3. Second call, Charolais, Class 4. Second call, Charolais, Class 4. Final call, Angus, Class 3. Final call, Angus, Class 3. And second call, Angus, Class 4. Second call, Angus, Class 4.
We'd like to give a big shout out to Rodeo Austin and all their volunteers. First of all, we'd like to thank Sam Houston State University for a flawless, and I mean flawless, move-in yesterday and all the help they do here. So to all the Sam Houston State interns, we appreciate everything you do. Their leadership is by Dr. Marcy Beverly and Dr. Stanley Kelly. If you get a chance and you see any of those individuals, please thank them. They do a tirelessly job. They do an excellent job, and there's very little thank you. So if you could give them a big round of applause, we'd really appreciate it.
Well, good morning. Beautiful morning day for a cattle show. Got a great feel to it. Very, very excited. We had a great day on Thursday doing the Americans, Ashley and I, and got to stretch our legs a little bit in the city yesterday and back for the Continental and the British breeds today. So very, very excited. Been a show we've had on our books here for a while now, and we're very, very excited to finally get on the ground here and do it. So what a way to start our show this morning. Awesome class of Angus females, highly, highly competitive. There's good ones all the way down the line. And when I started pulling from the bottom to the top, I got just a couple in, and I was like, man, are these really the quality of heifers that I have to pull into the bottom of a class? But that's just very evident to the quality that's going to be here today, and because there's some really, really good females down on the other end of this class. But got 4 good ones here. We got pulled out to start. Young lady's going to win. That one's just got the foot, the bone, the structure, the look, the balance, the symmetry. She's got enough muscle, I think very adequate as far as her shape and her stoutness, a feature that she has for this stage of the game. I like the condition she's in. Just a nice combination of look, balance, and stoutness. Nice place to start. Really good, just a complete female here in second. One that maybe just doesn't overwhelm you in any particular angle, but one that's just very complete. She's good looking. She's got a good cowy maternal build to her. She's very feminine, very good jointed. Not as stout as either heifers on either side of her, but that's one that just doesn't have any big holes. I like her completeness there in second. Here's the big stout, high growth, wide constructed one here in third. And this one, if you want them just really stout and really high growth, high weight per day of age, here's the one you're going to tie to. This one is ultra opened up. She's big bodied. She's really stout. Not quite as neat there right in at her shoulder and her forerib. Not quite as neat through her front 1/3. But that's one that's got a lot of good in her. As is this heifer in fourth. And this one, from a silhouette standpoint, I love this one as well as any of them. Kind of resembles our class winner from the side profile. When you get right in front of her and behind her, that's where I'd like to just open her up a little bit to get her more competitive, to move her ahead today. But, boy, that one I think's got the parts, the pieces, the design. When she starts massing up, I think she's going to be awfully, awfully good. We get into our heifers next year. We get 5th, 6th, and 7th. Heifers at this heifer in 5th here, just like to open her up. When I got right in front of her, I just like to just add just a little more width and stoutness. She wants to just taper right there in at her knee and right through her front 1/3. I just like to open her up there. You can go ahead and go on out that gate. There you go. Young man's going to come next. He's got just a little more conventional heifer, big-bodied, heavy-muscled, just a little more compact and conventional. Young man that's going to come next. Yep, you can just go. There you go. Yep. Young man's coming next there. There's a big stout one, a lot like our heifer that was in third. Just got just a little more shoulder, wants to open up there just a little bit. But I love the presentation on that one. Big-bodied, big-hipped, just like to fix her up front. Get into about 3-4 heifers here. Love their muscle. Got a good cowy look to them. Just maybe weren't quite as neat from a feet and legs standpoint. Maybe weren't quite as neat from a forward to flank as we found in some of them others. As we round out the class here, we got a couple of heifers here that got a lot of muscle, just maybe structurally aren't quite as nice right in there through their front 1/3. Young lady that rounds out, very feminine. She's the youngest heifer in the class, just needs more time and power and maturity. But, boy, what a class to start the day. Please put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Over here on the other side, I'll echo the same sentiments that Scott said. You know, we had an awesome day on Thursday getting to sort through the American cattle. I think that Scott and I were certainly excited about that, but we were the most pumped about today because we knew it was going to be stout and we knew the cattle were going to be good, and we are starting out with a heck of a class over here on the Charolais side, guys. We've got 3 heifers here in the 1, 2, and 3 holes that I think are awfully, awfully good. And depending on how they're fed and how they're managed from here on out, I think that there's going to go a lot of different directions with these cattle. I'll be the first to tell you guys the heifer that I'm going to use to start, she's just my speed. She's just my type and kind, and she's the one that if I was buying one to feed one for a big heifer, that's the one that I would want. I think that this one, in terms of just blending so many maternal features and traits, especially for this breed, does such an incredible job. She's so feminine-headed. She's so smooth-necked. Her shoulder lays in her absolutely beautifully. She drops down into a tremendous rib cage, and her running gears underneath her are absolutely incredible. Is she as stout and powerful and burly as the heifer that stands directly behind her? No, but I'm telling you guys, if this one's fed and managed right, this is the type and kind that wins big heifer shows when it matters. You could like to maybe pick her up in her pin set ever so slightly, and like I said, she's not as stout and powerful as the heifer behind her. That's the one I'd bet my money on for next year, this time of the year. Heifer here in second, young lady, you've got one that does have the extra stoutness. She's got big legs, she's got big feet, she's bigger pinned, she's bigger featured everywhere than the heifer that we just talked about, and yet still gets out and goes incredibly well. To me, this one is maybe just a little bit plainer about her head shape, and not nearly as unique in terms of the way her neck sits onto her shoulder, that way that chest floor transitions into the center portion of her body. She's bolder at the base of her shoulder and maybe just not as fluid in terms of her lower joints as the heifer that we just talked about. That's an exceptionally, exceptionally good one to be standing in second as well today, guys. It's really nitpicking things. I just prefer the type and the future on the heifer that wins this class. Young lady, you've got a heck of a heifer here in third as well. And unfortunately, she's one that is super, super complete to the point where she maybe, as you compare back to 1 and 2, doesn't have the extra bells and whistles of those cattle. She is so complete and so put together and so sound structured, but not nearly as long-necked, not nearly as attractive from her shoulder forward as the heifer that wins the class, not nearly as stout and powerful, big-legged, and just filled in through the center portion of her body as the heifer that's second. And so that's where she lands in the 3-hole today. Again, I think those 3 heifers, depending on management, depending on feed, can go a lot of different places from here until this time next year. And I wouldn't count that one out for coming back and beating those other 2 on down the road. We've got a heifer here in fourth, young lady. That one's got a lot of future. She is awesome neck. She's long-spined. She's got all the pieces and parts. Today, she's not as far along as those other cattle just in terms of rib and body and dimension. But again, future in this one is what gets her into the 4th hole in terms of having those parts and pieces. She's just a little bit greener, a little bit further behind, maybe not as stout at the ground, and so just doesn't have the extras of those cattle that are going to go 1, 2, and 3 today. Similar story with the young lady that's going to be down here in 5th, guys. This is a young heifer. She's green. There's a long ways to go, but there's pieces and parts in that one that I think are awfully, awfully good. She just needs a feed bucket, needs a little bit of maturity. We get down into cattle as they go and turn the corner, guys. Big, stout female that just needs to be changed structurally, and that's really where a lot of these cattle fall down in the line. Structure, guys. They've got body, they've got power, they've got stoutness. They just don't have the extra loose spine, the running gears underneath them, and the hip structure to facilitate moving any higher. We get down into some cattle here towards the end. Guys, you've got really, really good females, okay? They're younger, they're greener, they just need some time, they need some maturity, they need a feed bucket, and don't give up on them. Get them back, get them on feed, get a calf in them as they mature, and I think that there's a lot of future in those cattle as well. Awesome, awesome class, guys. Let's give all those kids a round of applause as they exit.
First call, Angus, Class 7. First call, Angus, Class 7.
Our results in our Angus Class 1. First of all, 69 heifers total in the show. Class 1. First place goes to 3529, Hadley Howe from Somerville FFA. Second place goes to entry 1961, Aniston Bray from Lamar County 4-H. And third goes to 7548, Dalton Birdwell from Bryson FFA. On our Charolais side, there is a total of 53 heifers today. Class 1 results are as follow. First goes to 2845, Harley Groom from Johnson County 4-H. Second goes to 8532, Jaylee Littleton from Bowie County 4-H. And third place goes to entry 3337, Lexi Hughes from West FFA.
First call, Charolais, Class 7. First call, Charolais, Class 7.
Well, we didn't let up here in Class 2 on the Angus side, and two outstanding females here are going to be first and second. I think it's close. They're very, very different, but both are very, very good. I think you can definitely, depending on where you want to put your preferences, you can switch this pair up, no problem. I did like the extra stoutness of this heifer that's going to win. No doubt one that's got just a little more width, a little more bone, a little more just muscle and power right behind her blade and her shoulder. She's got enough rib. She's got some stifle. She's got some muscle. She's got a good look from the side. And that's one that's just very, very stout, yet I still think feminine enough for me. Just a very, very nice individual. No doubt, just a little prettier, a little more feminine heifer here in second. And if you like them that way, I think that's the one you're going to tie to. But that one's big ribbed. Again, very, very elegant from the side. Was not as much just true power and grunt, I thought, in this heifer. Just as far as you get in front of her, right behind her blade, and out through her hip and stifle. But I think that one is awfully, awfully good. She's good structured. She's good looking as well. Young man in third. Again, really powerful female. I love the outward shape this one has. She's really got some roundness and some density to the center part of her body. Got some muscle and got some stoutness, a feature to her. Didn't quite just tie things together to the level that them first two did, just as far as her head, neck, structure. But again, that's a female that's got a lot of good in her. The heifer that's going to be fourth, young lady's got here. Here's a really tall-fronted, pretty heifer. One that's got I love this heifer's top line. I love her hip. I love her head and neck. If I could just maybe make the bottom of her body and her skeleton match the upper half, that's where I'd like to change her. I'd like to give her just a touch more just openness and shape and muscle and mass and width to go with that nice part of her top line and her hip. Young man that's coming in fifth, a nice heifer in that last class as well. This one kind of fits the same mold, really heavy muscled. I love her structure. I love her body. Heifer that maybe just didn't have the extra length and extension and pizzazz we found in them first few heifers. Young lady's got a very useful heifer here. It's going to round out the class. Really sound, really flexible. Just wasn't tied in quite as nice up through that front 1/3. Doesn't balance up quite as nice from the side, but really highly, highly competitive class, this second class Angus heifers. Please congratulate those exhibitors.
We get into the second class, guys, and there was a trio in that last one that was awfully tight. Young lady, you got the class winner, and she wins it hands down for me. I think that this is an exceptionally good female, guys. Like the heifer we just talked about, feminine and maternal and so smooth and so good built in so many areas. And yet this one probably has just as that extra in terms of punch and power. Not only when you get in, you study her from behind out through her pin set. She's a little stouter headed and yet still really, really feminine in terms of the way that she pieces it all together. I love the rib cage in this one. I love the softness to the center portion of her body. Her running gears underneath in her lower skeleton are awfully, awfully good. You'd maybe like to pick her up in terms of her pin set, again, ever so slightly when that girl gets out and goes. But there's not an animal out here that can replicate her type of build and her type of kind, especially at the ground. Young lady, I like a lot of things about your heifer. She is super high performing. She's long, she's extended. She's got lots of shape up high. She's got lots of shape from behind. She may even be a little prettier headed than the heifer that we just talked about. This one gets into trouble when you ask her to get out and go. She's too tight in the center of her back. She too rotates those hips up underneath her, and she could benefit from a bigger foot and a bigger leg underneath her because she's got so much power up high, but then doesn't match it down low. She's a little bit frailer footed, a little bit frailer legged. Still a really, really high quality one. The heifer in 3, I love this one on the standstill, and when this young lady does get her parked, she can give you a really soft, maternal, kind of moderate look to her. She's one, again, when you get her out and you set the cattle in motion, that's where she runs into issues. She wants to play out through her shoulder and her front end. She wants to get tighter in the way she goes off of either end of her build. She never just takes a comfortable, relaxed stride. She never pushes off that hind leg and drives it like she needs to. Stout, powerful female that comes out next. And young lady, you do a phenomenal job of coming out here and getting her stuck. She's got a lot of dimension. She's got a lot to her. And with that, unfortunately, she just doesn't put it together in quite as a composed package. She's a little bit plainer headed. She's quite a bit coarser, not only in terms of her shoulder and her navel, but coarser in terms of her joints. I just got to smooth that girl out and loosen her up in terms of her build for me to get her any higher. Young lady that's going to turn the corner here, guys, a long, extended female, one that's probably out here just a little bit further behind just in terms of depth of body and just presentation from the side. We get down to the pair of cattle here that are at the bottom end of the class, and like I said earlier, they're good, basic, fundamental cattle. They have structure. They have some look. They need more time. They need more maturity to really open up in terms of softness to their rib and just have more to them to be more competitive out here in this class. Let's congratulate all those kids again.
Results in Class 2 of the Angus show. March heifer cast. First place goes to Kylie Wing from Cisco SFA. Second place goes to entry 6387, Paxton Alexander from Somerville County 4-H. And third place goes to 4403, Hunter Miller, Randall County 4-H.
Second call, Angus Class 7. Second call, Angus Class 7.
Results in Class 2 of the March Charolais heifer calves. First goes to 7592, Westland Elliott from Pecos FFA. Second goes to 6314, Avery Hunt from Harrison County 4-H. And third goes to 1655, Carol Prihoda from Schulenburg FFA.
A beautiful pair over here on the Angus side, and yeah, we just got done with 2 really stout big classes. Just got 2 in this class, but they'd have been right there in both of them first 2 classes. I think these are 2 really, really high quality, really good females, and I think you could probably, I think it's maybe a close placing for me. I think I like things about both of these. That one in second isn't wanting to show as good as this one in first. She's not wanting to just show off and give us that extra good look today, but there's a lot of good in that female as well. But the heifer's going to start, no doubt. Got a really unique look to her. She's really stout. She's really opened up. Got as much body and stifle and hip as anyone we've seen today. Just super big-footed, super heavy boned. Got maybe just a little with that power. Comes just a little rounder shoulder, maybe not quite as nice right in her front knee set, but that one, no doubt, is very, very good. Has lots of intriguing pieces and is very, very stout. Got a little bigger outline, taller fronted heifer here in second. which again, has got a lot of good in her. There's not a lot wrong with this heifer, not a lot of big holes. She's good fronted. She's nice out of her hip. Again, not wanting to maybe just stop and give us that silhouette today as like that first one did, but that one isn't quite as stout, isn't quite as opened up. I didn't think was quite as good out through her rear leg and hip and hock and pastern, but a very, very good one there. Let's congratulate those two young ladies. They brought two awfully good ones to town.
Second call, Charolais, Class 7. Second call, Charolais, Class 7. Final call, Angus, Class 7. Final call, Angus, Class 7. First call, Angus, Class 8. First call, Angus, Class 8.
An interesting class over here on the Charolais side with a lot of differences to work through. And the heifer that I'm going to go ahead and start with, guys, today probably isn't just as far along in terms of just condition and body and maturity as some of the cattle that we've seen today. But again, you want to talk about long term and where these things are going to go as big ones. This is the only one that I'm comfortable with in terms of the way that she's built and her skeleton and her structure to go ahead and start. She is ultra long necked, and I love the way that neck sits onto her shoulder. She's super feminine, and yet for being so green, she's still really genuine in terms of her shape to her body, the depth to her body, long and level in terms of her hip. And again, her undercarriage, the way she utilizes and flexes and goes when she's out on the move is what gets her the win. Like I said, she's pretty green, and that's probably a good thing when you want to talk about long term as you compare back to some of the heifers we've seen already. She's probably not just as punchy in the center portion of her body or as stout and powerful in some areas. That's a really, really good one that, again, if fed and managed right, I think is really long term. After that, I think for me, it becomes a little trickier between 2 and 3. And I know the heifer here in 2 doesn't have the hair coat of some of these other cattle. That's a good, basic, fundamental, bold-bodied, stout, and powerful female. She's maybe a little cresty on the top side of her neck, maybe not as unique in the way that head and neck sits onto her shoulder and blends into her shoulder and the rest of her body. But I like the extra power and dimension that she has, and even though not perfect in terms of her structure, she still has the advantage over the heifer in 3rd in terms of the way she goes out of that shoulder and the way she utilizes that hind leg and plants that hind leg. I'd also like to take that tail head down and just put it down in her spine ever so slightly. The heifer here in 3, guys, the young lady, you've got one that if I only had to look at her on the standstill, she probably wins this class. She's unique in terms of her neck. She's good in her center body. She's square when you study her from behind, and she puts together such a good look. The problem is when you get this one out and you set her in motion, she just struggles too much for me. She's more upright in the angle of the shoulder, and that's where her problems start. She just never gets comfortable in the way she goes out of that shoulder. She plays out in the way she goes and paddles when she wants to come right at you, and then from there back, she gets choppy in the way she sets down off of those rear 2, just never takes a comfortable fluid stride, and that's why she's standing in the 3 hole. There's a big, stout, powerful female that comes out next. not the smoothness, not the structure, maybe not just the maternal quality of the cattle that beat her, but I like her for her extra power, her extra stoutness, and her extra performance. Similar story with the young man that's going to end up this class, guys. This one is super high performing, and she's got all the power and all the dimension in the world. Again, it comes down to structure. She's too upright off of either end of her build, and as you see, she comes up pretty short in terms of her stride, not fluid enough in terms of the way her skeleton is built, and a little more jammed up through her front end. Nice class of them, guys. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results in Class 3 of Angus heifer calves born in February 2023. First goes to 3530 Hadley Howe from Somerville FFA. Second goes to 7866 Kaylin Kaiser from Erith County 4-H. Class 3 on our Charolais show. First goes to 4397 Sophie Bradshaw from Randall County 4-H. Second goes to entry 5029 Brinkley Pick from Mount Calm FFA. And third goes to 1024 Molly Moss from Montgomery 4-H. Let's give them exhibitors a big round of applause.
Really another good class here as we get into some more numbers. Our Class 4 Angus heifers, but a really easy winner here to win this class. Very good female, great combination of stoutness and femininity and cow and maternal look to her. She's big body, she's open up, she's nice looking. Just a really, really good female here to start this class. I think you can go some different directions here in second, third, and fourth here. Thought this one in second, just a little more of a complete package. She had a little more width and power than the two heifers behind her. And she just had, I thought, just fewer holes and things I'd like to fix, but that's a big-bodied, really complete one. Just didn't maybe quite have the extra bone and feature and look that we found in our class winner. No doubt the heifer in third here's got that extra look. She's got the extra bone. I'd just like to see more just density and mass to go along with the rest of her. I'd like to fill her in there, full rib to flank. I'd like to just open her up there through her chest and out through her stifle. Just to match the rest of her, because she's got the look, she's got the design. I'd just like to add just a little more power. Young lady's got a really complete one here as well in fourth. This one's got a good brood cow look to her, big-bodied, feminine. Looks like she's going to make a really productive type of female down the road. No big holes in this one. Just maybe didn't have the extras as far as her look up front, the extras as far as her feet and legs and stoutness of feature. But that's a very, very nice, complete cow prospect there in fourth. No doubt the big, stout, heavy-muscled, stout-featured, big-boned heifer coming out here in fifth. Just like to see this one just grab and go a little better off them rear two. Just like to see her just find another gear when we set her in motion. But love the size, the power, just the true stoutness that one has. The two heifers round out the class. Very sound structured females. Got a nice maternal look to them. Just maybe didn't have the extras as far as up their look and build up through their shoulder. Like to add just a touch more mass and shape to the one that rounds out the class. But again, very highly competitive, close placings there in that class. Let's put your hands together for that.
I believe this is the last class before our division, guys, and not the numbers, but I still think that there's a lot of quality in these cattle. And the heifer I'm going to use to start is big and stout and powerful, and I don't know if she necessarily matches up with a couple of our other class winners, but you have to like this one's ability to be so round rib, so big backed, and so stout at the ground, and yet still have some flexibility in terms of her lower joints, be good in terms of the shape and size to her foot. I'd sure like to pick her up in terms of her pin set. She gets a little round out through her hip for me, and she could be just a touch softer there in the center portion of her body. The heifer that's going to stand here in second, young lady, you do an awesome job of getting her shown, and I like that she's maybe just a little bit more moderate in terms of her type and kind as we compare her to the heifer that that wins. She's a little jammed up through her front end, a little shorter necked, and maybe a little bit plainer headed. She wants to run just a touch downhill, and from there back, she gets a little too tight in the center portion of her spine and just not coordinated in terms of the way that one's skeleton is constructed and fits together. She too could be just a touch softer there in the center portion of her body. Nice class of them, guys. Let's give them a hand.
Results in Class 4 of our January heifer, Angus heifer calves. First goes to 6503, Abigail King. Second goes to 6708, Caramy Gilbert. And third place goes to 6515, Emily Williams. We will now be selecting our our heifer calf champion on the Angus side. Our results on the Charolais side. In the January heifer calves, first goes to 808, Cade Davis from Wolf City FFA. And second goes to 4855, Alick Gert from McLennan County 4-H. We'll also be selecting our heifer calf champion on the Charolais side.
First call, Charolais, Class 8. First call, Charolais, Class 8.
Phenomenal division, guys, over here on the Charolais side. And we've got some class winners and some seconds that I think come out here and are awfully, awfully competitive. We get into that first class, guys, and I know there was about 19 head of them, and there was 3 in that class that were awfully, awfully good, and I'm still pretty excited about the heifers that come out of that class. You know, they're different in terms of what they bring to the table, but I think they're good. And as I talk the heifer that wins this first class, you know, if I was picking one, if I was feeding one, if I was going to take one and try and make her into a successful big heifer, that's the one I'd want, because I think she's got the running gears. I think she's got the pieces, the parts to make it to the end. You know, she is stout and powerful and burly, as some of the other ones know, but I think that one, for maturity and where she's at this stage in the game, is awfully, awfully good. We get to the heifer that comes and wins that second class, guys, and I talked her, probably has the advantage to the heifer that we just talked about, just in terms of spring of rib and boldness, power, stoutness, maybe even has just a touch more foot and bone underneath her. She is unique in terms of her head shape and neck shape, the way her chest floor sits into her, probably not. Is she maybe quite as fluid in terms of the way that hip and hind leg is built? No, but I think for having one that has that type of rib shape and that type of power, for her to still get out and go like she does is really, really impressive. We mentioned this heifer in Class 3, and she wins that class because, again, in terms of structure and build, she's the one that just was able to get out and go like she needed to. You know, you study her in her lower joints. She's good in terms of her angles. She maybe wants to swing them back legs ever so slightly, but I really like this one in terms of her hip structure, really like her in terms of her presence, really like her in terms of the way she balances from the side. She is unique and powerful and punchy as some of the other cattle? No. She maybe just doesn't have the bells and whistles, but that one's an awfully, awfully good one, again, too, that I'd be excited about feeding on for a big one. Come back to the heifer that wins this last class, and as I mentioned, she's stout, she's powerful, she's high-performing, maybe not the same speed and level of the cattle ahead of her, but certainly a nice class winner out here, guys. I'm going to go get you a division champion. We'll pull up a second in consideration for reserve, guys. Let's go ahead and congratulate these kiddos on an awesome way to start your Charolais show this morning.
Second call, Angus, Class 8. Second call, Angus, Class 8. Second call, Charolais, Class 8. Second call, Charolais, Class 8. Final call, Charolais, Class 8. Final call, Charolais, Class 8. First call, Charolais, Class 10. First call, Charolais, Class 10.
He's going to talk.
As we get into this first division, the first breed of the day here on this Angus side, and wow, what a set of females here, and just a lineup of females. Just reminds me of the Angus heifer shows back home, and kind of reminds me why we stick to some of the other breeds, because it can get so tough. And really, I think you got 4 out here, and I think just as an unbiased opinion, I think you could use all 4 of them if you wanted to, and just depending on where you wanted to put your preferences. And I think you can make an argument for all 4 of them. So I will tell you when it's close. I will tell you when it's not close. And I will tell you that this is very, very close, because I would be I could feel very, very good about using any one of these 4 heifers, and it just kind of comes down to the luck of the draw, which judge they get on which day, which one's going to win. So the heifer out of the first class, the youngest heifer, this is the heifer I have a little trouble with because she's my favorite in a lot of areas, and if I'm going to pick one out for my kids to show to be the best one in a year from now, I do think this is the one. I like her balance. I think she's good looking. I think she's got the best rear leg and rear pastern of any 4 of these. Again, she is the youngest. She's not as stout. She's not as opened up. She's just not maybe there from a weight per day of age standpoint as the 3 heifers behind her, but that one is very, very competitive and in contention for me out here just because I love her feet and legs. I love her look. I love her balance. And she's a very, very unique package. Young ladies heifer out of the second class, just a really no-holes kind of female. Female that's got some look, got some muscle. Is she as unique on her feet and legs as the heifer right ahead of her? Probably not, but she does have more muscle. I like her right behind her blade and her shoulder. She's got some shape. She's got some hip and stifle in her. She gives you a good look from the side and very balanced, very symmetrical. And a female that just doesn't have any big holes that I'd like to change, but yet she maybe isn't out there in like a few of these other heifers are, but I think one that's very, very complete. Young ladies heifer out of the third class. This one from her 4-rib back is my favorite heifer. I love this one's extra curve and shape. I love her extra hip and stifle. Got a nice rear leg on her. Of these 4, she's the one I would most like to change up through her shoulder and knee. She wants to get just a little bold there. I'd like to change her in her knee just a little bit. But no doubt that one is very, very unique and very, very good. Young ladies out of the 4th class here, just really a stout, good, just a good, solid, complete female. She's good-legged. She's got some body. She's got, just looks like a very high growth, high performance, good, productive, sound Angus female. Again, maybe doesn't have the extras we found maybe in that first heifer or maybe the second heifer. But, boy, that's a good, solid one that I think is highly, highly competitive out here as well. So, like I said, I think it's very, very close. You pick out your favorite. Let's put our hands together. We're going to get 2 awesome ones out of this division.
Final call, Angus, Class 8. Final call, Angus, Class 8. First call, Angus, Classes 9 and 10. First call, Angus, Classes 9 and 10. Second call, Charolais, Class 10. Second call, Charolais, Class 10.
Scott, I apologize for the excitement on our ring, hindering your excitement over there. A nice class of them, guys, and I know that heifer that we just had walk out the ring is probably not going to come back, so we're going to go ahead and talk these cattle. Gentleman's got a heifer that's going to go ahead and start, guys, and she wins pretty quickly for me. Does she need to hinge and move a little better off of them rear 2? Without question. She's maybe a little tight and maybe a little short in the way she moves off of those 2, but outside of that, this one's the fresh one that's round-bodied. She is ultra powerful, guys, and she's ultra stout, and that's probably why she gets just a touch tight in the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. but there's not one in this class that can match her type of balance, her type of rib, and her type of stoutness, and is yet still better structured than she is. Really, I think she wins this one because this gentleman, the people behind this one, have kept her in the right condition and the right rig, especially for this stage in the game. Gentleman's got a really sappy belly, just cowy one that comes out next. And I think, you know, again, if you could have seen this one about 45 days ago, she maybe wins this class. For me, she's a little chubby. She's carrying just a little bit more down in through her chest floor. She's getting a little thicker necked and just carrying a little bit more fat all the way through. And not only do I think that throws her off from a balance perspective, but when you get her out and you set her in motion, she's getting too open at the base of her shoulder. She wants to barrel at you when she's coming right at you, and the way she goes out of that shoulder and then from there back again, just never gets comfortable and kind of has to swing them back legs to try and meet her stride. I think that one, if you just took her home, put her on a round bale, didn't feed her for a while, that'd be the best thing for her. I still love the extra body. I still love the extra cowiness that she has. The heifer that landed in third, guys, obviously one that is athletic. She waltzed right out of here. She was long, she was extended, she was attractive, just not maybe as far along in terms of rib and body. Young lady's heifer here in fourth is moderate to the point where maybe she's given up some in terms of size and performance and maturity out here. I like her rib. I like her running gears, maybe just a little bit further behind, a little bit plainer in terms of her look. Young lady that's going to round out this class, guys, tremendous in terms of her rib cage, the shape that she has, the way she comes out of her spine, and the spring and dimension she has. Again, stout, powerful, big-footed, big-legged. To me, just a bit too coarse. She's too coarse in her shoulder, coarser in through her navel. She wants to just get a little up underneath herself, and the way she goes off of those rear two, I just got to smooth her out all the way through. Nice class. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Updates on our Angus side. Our heifer calf champion goes to Harley Groom out of Class 1 from Johnson County, entry 2845. And our reserve champion goes to J. Lee Littleton, also out of Class 1 from Bowie County 4-H. Congratulations to our heifer calf and reserve heifer calf champion on the Angus side. Our heifer calf champion. Oops, did I say the Charolais first? Yep, sorry. Excuse me, that was our Charolais heifer calf champions. I'll redo this. So on our Angus side, let's go. Our heifer calf champion goes to Kylie Wing out of Class 2 from Cisco FFA, and our reserve heifer calf champion goes to Hadley Howe out of Class 1 from Somerville FFA. Congratulations to our heifer calf and reserve heifer calf champion on our Angus side. And I'll redo our Charolais heifer calf champion goes to Harley Groom out of Class 1 from Johnson County. And then J. Lee Littleton, also out of Class 1, was our reserve heifer calf champion from Bowie County. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Second call, Angus, classes 9 and 10. Second call, Angus, classes 9 and 10. Final call, Charolais, class 10. Final call, Charolais, class 10. First call, Charolais, classes 13 and 14. First call, Charolais, classes 13 and 14.
Charolais Class 7 results are as followed. First place goes to 6440 Joshua Jensen from El Paso Coronado FFA. Second place goes to 187 Chase Godwin from Lake Creek FFA. And third place goes to 2506 Robert Owen Searles from Frio County 4-H. Congratulations to our Class 7 winners.
Another nice class of them guys over on the Charolais side. And again, a heifer that I think, although you want to change her in a couple of areas, just kind of needs to slide into the first hole by default. She's one that's super feminine. She's super attractive, very, very well balanced from the side, really genuine in the condition that she's in, and I like that. And yet still she's got that sweep to her ribs. She's got that spring to the center portion of her body that you like. She's one that I think is got some dimension when you get in from behind. Is she perfect in terms of the way, again, that she hinges and goes off of those rear two? No. You'd certainly like to just let her set down just a touch more comfortable off of those rear pasterns. And I think it starts with the fact she needs to be just a little bit deeper heeled than what she is, and maybe have just a little bit more set to that hind leg than what she does. I still think that out here, she's the one you have to start with because she combines all of the things that I'm looking for in a good female. Even though she is genuine in terms of her condition, she's maybe pushing just a little bit of chest out in front of her. I don't know if that's a condition thing or it's just one of those where her chest sits more forward in her. I don't think it throws off her balance. Maybe just one of those things that I'd like to tweak ever so slightly. The heifer that stands directly behind her is better in through her chest floor, and with that, she's probably as genuine and in terms of her condition as anything that we've seen out here, to the point I maybe like to maybe see her just a little bit chubbier than what she is. She's fresh, she's feminine, she's attractive. She's maybe given up some, though, because she is so fresh in terms of just forerib, center body dimension. I'd like to see her a little bit punchier there in the center portion of her body. And again, when you set her in motion, she's not perfect in the way she hinges off of either end of her build. A really nice, just moderate, bold-bodied, big-hipped one coming out next. She's too cresty on the top side of her neck, quite a bit plainer in there through her head, and I'd certainly like to change and pick up her pin set and the way that tail head sits into her spine. She still is built better in terms of her angles, though, as we compare the heifer here in fourth. The heifer in four is one that you like on the standstill, and the young lady does a nice job getting her shown. This one's too upright in the angle of her shoulder, and you notice it when she walks in, guys. She's never able to pick that head up out of her shoulder because her angle to that shoulder is just too straight, and it starts there and goes there back. She's too tight in terms of her spine, and again, just never takes that big, comfortable stride like she needs to off her rear two. She just needs reassembled in terms of her skeleton. Let's congratulate those kiddos. Another nice class of them.
Final call, Angus, classes 9 and 10. Final call, Angus, classes 9 and 10. Second call, Charolais, classes 13 and 14. Second call, Charolais, classes 13 and 14.
Results in Class 7 of our Charolais show. Efricaz born November through December 31. Class 8 of our Charolais show, calved September through October. First place goes to 43.96. Sophie Bradshaw from Randall County 4-H. Second goes to 47.33. Addison Corsup from DeWitt County 4-H. And third place goes to 73.83. Audrey Smith from Manville FFA. Congratulations to our Class 8 winners.
awesome class here on the Angus side, and just beautiful females here all the way down the line. Just super productive, super cowy in their build, and just very, very tight, I think, in placings here. There's just very, very similar built cattle in this particular class that do a lot of the same things right. The young man that's going to win, I thought it was close here in first and second, and I think cattle that both these females got a tremendous amount of body, tremendous amount of width and power. This heifer that wins, I thought, had just a shot more bone and foot to her, and a heifer that, for as much power and muscle and width that she has, probably was as collected and as coordinated on the move as any of these initial four. Heifer that I thought just a really nice combination of being really opened up, really stout, yet moved, I thought, adequately well. Young man's got a really fresh, high appearance heifer here in second. Love how they have this heifer looking. Beautiful hair, beautiful clip job. Young man does a great job of sticking her. Again, big-bodied, super sound, super cowy. Maybe just didn't have quite that extra bone and foot that we found in our class winner, but boy, that's a awfully close placing there. Young lady in third, this is, again, a really solid female. Maybe didn't have the extra openness up through her skeleton and chest width we found in them first two. Didn't quite have the freshness of appearance of these initial four. She's just a little flatter haired, and it kind of takes away from her just a little bit. The heifers on both sides of her just had a little more of that fresh, full look to them. But I thought this one just didn't have any big holes. She's stout-legged. She's got some muscle. She's got a good look to her. Again, one that's highly, highly competitive. And I think if you wanted to move her up, you sure could, depending on where you wanted to put your preferences. Young man's got a great heifer here. Give me a great look right out of the gate. Again, awesome appearance on this heifer, fresh. Got a nice job. Did a nice job of getting this one presented. This one of the initial four just didn't want to quite handle herself on the move quite as well. But on the standstill, I love this one's extension. I like her muscle and body, and they did a great job getting this one ready. The young lady's going to come next here. Again, just a really complete heifer. Maybe just didn't quite have anything that just stuck out as far as the extras to move her ahead with them first four. Again, very square built, got some body, got a nice look to her. Young lady that's coming in sixth brought another. She had a good one in one of them other classes. Probably like this one a little better. Long neck, good looking, good hip. Just like to add just a touch more width and mass in this tough class. Get into a trio of heifers here that come. Young man's going to go out there. That one really good from her forerib back. Just got just a little wide set and just a little chunky there up front. As we round out the class, I think all these heifers very sound structured, good cow prospects. Just like to just change them a little bit from a design standpoint and balance them up to get them on that next level with them class winners. But that was a really, really stout class. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Final call, Angus, Class 10. Final call, Angus, Class 10. First call, Angus, Class 13. First call, Angus, Class 13.
Back over on the Charolais side, guys, a heifer that pretty handedly wins this class. And this one's unique, and she's got some pieces about her that I think are incredibly, incredibly good, especially for this breed. That doesn't come without fault, and it's a lot of the cattle that we see that are unique probably have a few things that you'd like to tweak on them. She's not perfect in her forerib, and I'd certainly like to change that. But outside of that, that one is wild-necked, she's smooth-shouldered, she's deep-bodied, she's square-hipped, and she gets out and utilizes her lower skeleton and her running gears and build as good as anything out here in this class. Like I said, that forerib needs to be tweaked, and if we did that, that chest floor would sit so much better into the center portion of her body and her skeleton. And I'm not going to say she's a cat on the move. I think she's adequate enough. When you watch her coming and going, that's where I want to tweak her. She wants to play out just a little bit when she's coming right at you and maybe gets to the outside of her skeleton the way she goes from behind. Just a good, basic, fundamental cow that comes out next. Probably doesn't have the extras in terms of look up through her front end, power and stoutness from behind, or foot and bone underneath her, but that's a sound-structured, deep-bodied, just really, really nice brood cow in the making. The heifer here in 3 is one on the standstill, really 3 and 4, guys. They're cattle that on the standstill, they're long and level, and they have some look, and they both have some power and stoutness. Again, maybe just run into a little bit of an issue when it comes to mature size, when it comes to performance, a little bit further behind just in terms of where they're at in this stage in the game. I'd like to make both of them just a little bit softer in terms of their center body and build, and make just both of them a little bit looser in terms of their skeleton as well. Let's congratulate all of them.
Results in Class 7 on our Angus side, November to December. Heifer calves 13 in the class. First goes to 75-49, Dalton Birdwell from Bryson FFA. Second goes to 45-93, Brax Frederick from Stephenville FFA. Third goes to 24-02, Kylie Wing from Cisco FFA. Congratulations to our Angus exhibitors. Results of Class 10 on our Charolais side, May through June 30 heifer calves. First place goes to 67-79, Kinsley Ashington from Mason County 4-H. Second place goes to 61-28, Savannah Jeter from Weiss County 4-H. And third goes to 78-13, Casey Randall from Harrison County 4-H. Congratulations, our Class 7 winners.
Another competitive division of Charolais females, guys, and maybe, you know, not the numbers and maybe the depth that we saw in that very first division, but we're going to get 2 out of here that I think will be interesting to get back out for your champion lineup. For me, there's one that suits my fancy just a little bit more in terms of type and kind, and I hit on her in one area that you'd like to change her for sure, and that's in her forerib. But trust me, we showed an Angus heifer 2 years ago that had the same problem, and she did quite a bit of winning. You know, sometimes you got to take 1 or 2 things that you don't like to get some of the extras. Young lady out of Class 3, you're going to be our division winner today. Let's congratulate her. After that, I think it gets awfully close between the heifer out of Class 1 and the heifer out of Class 2. Both of them have some things you'd like to change structurally. I guess there's just a little bit more punch and a little bit more power in the gentleman's heifer that wins Class 1. She's going to be your reserve division champion today. Let's give him a hand.
First call for Charolais Calf Division Reserve. Please make your way back to the arena. First call, Charolais Calf Division Reserve. Please make your way back to the arena. Second call, Angus, class 13. Second call, Angus, class 13.
Results on the Charolais side. Your junior heifer calf chancing goes to Kinsley Atchison out of Class 10 from Mason County. And your reserve junior champion heifer goes to Joshua Jensen out of Class 7 for El Paso Coronado FFA. Congratulations to our junior and reserve junior champion Charolais heifers.
Another stout class here. We get into these older heifers. They're really getting stout and powerful. Young lady's going to win the class. Here's the one that's the combination heifer out here, just as far as structure and stoutness. The one that can really get out and travel of these initial four. I thought she was just the nicest balanced one, just as far as still having some width, still being big-bodied and sound structured, just kind of putting it all together. Young man's got a really stout, heavy-muscled, big-boned heifer here in second. You just love that extra muscle and shape and outward curve and turn. You know, that one, of the initial four, that's the one I'd like to maybe just change on her feet and legs the most. I'd like to just free her up just a little bit. She wants to get just a little out there right in her shoulder and knee. Maybe just not as quite as flexible and coordinated off them front two and rear two. But, boy, you love the muscle and stoutness and power she's got. Here's the big outlined heifer here in third. One I really like from the side, and this one's got, I think, a good rear leg in her. She's got a nice hip along with that extra length inside. She maybe doesn't want to just hold herself together like them first two. Maybe like to just fill her in right behind her shoulders, like to give her just a touch more chest width and spread there knee to knee to go with the rest of her body. Young lady's got a real nice complete one here in fourth. Gives you a great look from the side. She does an awesome job of getting this one propped up and set up, giving me a good look. Very, very balanced. Like the feet and legs on this one. Maybe just like to give her just a touch more just mass and muscle, just true density to go with them first two heifers. But that one that fundamentally does a lot of things right. Young man coming out here in fifth. Here's another one from the forerib back. I love this heifer. Huge bodied. Got a great presentation on her today. Really got that full, fresh look. She wants to just get a little wide there up front and knee to knee. Wants to just maybe just pigeon toe just a little bit. It just concerns me just a little bit up front. But I love that one's just look and body and power that she has everywhere else. Young lady going next there again. Very, very complete one. Nice hip, great top line on this one. That's maybe didn't have the extras as far as that look and foot and bone and feature. Next heifer comes out really powerful. Just maybe doesn't balance up and like to just change her and sleek her up there right through her chest. Young man that rounds out. Nice cow prospect, just a little more compact, conventional. But, boy, really stout set of these older age heifers. Very, very close and competitive. Put your hands together for them.
Beautiful female that's going to go ahead and win this class, guys. And you know, again, one of those that you'd maybe like to just strengthen her right there on the backside of her shoulder, give her just a touch more forerib. But you want to talk about one that is phenomenal in terms of her look and her femininity up front. She's smooth in through her shoulder, got a big old rib cage in her. square and high in terms of her pin set, dropping a really, really nice bag underneath her, and yet still gets out and goes. Pretty good for what stage she is in the game. I think is really good. And again, she's super, super fresh, and I appreciate that because, like I talked on Thursday, I know how hard it is to keep these big bred heifers in this type of rig and this type of condition. With her being so fresh, I think that only amplifies the fact that she just needs a little more forerib right there on the back side of her shoulder. That's being super critical on an awfully nice female. The heifer that comes behind her gets into the second hole because just in terms of balance and structure, she's just got more positive pieces. She's one that lays in better through her shoulder as compared to the cattle in 3 and 4. She's long and high and tight in terms of the way her spine fits into her hip and the way that she goes out of that hip, and then she drops down and is big-footed and big-legged. She is soft and just maternal and swoopy in terms of the look to the center portion of her body as the heifer we just talked about. No, and probably just all the way through doesn't piece together with quite the look and femininity and maternal characteristics of that heifer. That's still an awfully nice one to be standing in second. Another female coming in here in third that's dropping down and getting heavier in terms of calf. You study her in that udder that she's going to have. Those back teats are really nice, maybe a little bit longer on the front teats and a little bit more gathered. I like her depth of body. I like her spring of rib. That one's got to be reassembled in her front skeleton, guys. Reassembled in terms of her shoulder, the way she goes out of that shoulder. She's a little short stepping off of those rear two as well. A big, stout, powerful female that's going to round out this class, guys. She's a little stale looking to me, and I don't know if she's carrying a calf or not. She's a little stale, a little chubby, and then when you set that girl into motion, she's just too tight and restricted off of either end of her build. Nice class, guys. Let's give all those exhibitors and your class winner a round of applause.
First call, Angus, class 14. First call, Angus, class 14. First call, Limousin, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. First call, Limousin, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Nice trio here of heifers here. Young lady's got a really good one here to win this class. Just kind of nice combination, fault-free kind of female, good structured, good looking, fresh in her condition, moves good, got enough stoutness for me. Very, very nice. Young man coming in with this second place heifer. I thought I was confused for a little bit. I said, didn't you just have one in the last class? And I didn't see him go back, but he said, yeah. He goes, I got a twin brother. I said, okay. So they brought some really good heifers here today, this pair of brothers, and this one's no exception. She's stout, she's big-ended, big hip. Just didn't quite maybe tie things quite together up through her front end and chest, feet and legs like that class winner did, but very, very nice one. Kinsley's got a nice heifer here. It's going to be third. Again, nothing wrong with this one. Just a really tough trio of heifers here. This one's big-bodied and big-hipped. She would have done well in a lot of classes here thus far, but that one just wasn't quite as neat. Up through her front one third like our class winner. Didn't quite tie things together quite as nice as the one right ahead of her, but that's a really, really nice trio of heifers. Put your hands together for those young people.
Results of Class 8 Angus heifers are as followed. First goes to 6502 Abigail King from DeLon FFA. Second goes to 8082 Maddox Sewell from Cook County 4-H. And third goes to 50522 Olivia Wortham from Forney FFA. Results from Class 13 on our Charolais side. First goes to 6951 Paisley Miller from Austin County 4-H. Second goes to 5537 Emma Harding from Axtell FFA. And third goes to 3628 Briley Yargo from Anderson Shiro FFA.
Second call, Limousin, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Second call, Limousin, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Second call, Angus, class 14. Second call, Angus, class 14.
Awesome way, guys, to end out our Charolais show over here on this side. Big fan of this one that wins this class. And is she the prettiest just in terms of the way she's dropping down in terms of that udder? No, you'd maybe like to shorten those front teats up just ever so slightly. But this is an intriguing animal. For one, to be that sleek-headed and that good in through her neck and still just be good in through her shoulder, the way her shoulder lays into her skeleton, the angle to her knee, and the way she goes there, I think is awesome. And then she drops from there back. She's got a big old rib cage in her, and she's big and stout and powerful when you study her from behind. Guys, she's got the big paws, she's got big feet, and she's got big legs, and I like that. I think that this one's an awesome show heifer. Probably more than anything, this one's a breeding piece in terms of some of the things you can do with her. She's got a little bit of chest, and she maybe doesn't transition just perfect into that forerib. She's obviously carrying a big old calf in her and getting to the end stage of her life, and I can promise you guys it is hard to keep them together at this point, and for her to still move and go like she does with the kind of power and stoutness that she has is really impressive. Nothing to take away from the young lady that's going to be here in second, guys. You know, this one is big-barreled. She's big-hipped and stout and powerful when you get in from behind her. As you can tell, she doesn't look like she's quite as far along just in terms of calf as the other one. To me, this one's just a little bit chubbier. She's a little bit chubbier right there in through her front end and her chest floor. And because of that, she wants to get bolder at the base of her shoulder. She wants to barrel right at you, and she's coming towards you. And for all the extra power and stoutness that she has up high, she maybe doesn't just match it at the ground with a big set of feet and legs like I'd like to see. Because of that, as you can see when she's out here, this young lady, she maybe wants to just be a little lazy and fight the halter and never get real comfortable and athletic in the way she goes, especially as you compare her to the heifer that wins. That's being super critical on a really high quality one. Wish this one was just a little fresher condition-wise and maybe just a little bit further along in terms of gestation. Nice class, awesome class winner, guys. Let's give him a round of applause.
On the Angus side here, young ladies bring a nice trio here. Sarah's got a nice heifer that's going to win this class. She had one, I think, in the middle of one of them other classes. She brought a nice set to town. This heifer wins pretty handily. Good looking, big bodied, sound structured. Really like her rear hip and hind leg and hock and pastern and foot when you get to the ground. Just a really nice, complete one that's long and big bodied and sound. Young lady's going to be second. Here's the one that appears to be farthest along in gestation. Got a nice udder coming there. Said she's going to calve in June. This one got some muscle. Maybe just didn't quite have the extra look and extra presence and attractiveness up through her head and crest and chest. But again, a very nicely muscled, good cow prospect there. It's got a nice maternal look. Young lady's going to round out. Here's one that's got some top and shape down her top and out through her hip. Maybe didn't quite have that extra look and pizzazz and presence we found in our class winner. Not quite as much power and design that we had in our second place there. But again, very nice cow prospect. Looks like she's going to be very productive. Nice trio of females.
Results class 9 on the Angus Heifer Show. 3 in the class. First one goes to 4103, Hayden Lee, Millsap FFA. Second goes to entry 4400, Carlin Miller from Randall County 4-H. And third goes to 4484, Kinsley Shaw from Montague County 4-H. Results in class 14 from the Charolais Heifer Show. First goes to again, results class 14 in the Charolais. First goes to 7862, Jake Grossclose from Erith County 4-H. Second goes to 8531 from J. Lee Littleton from Bowie County 4-H. Currently in the ring on the Charolais side is our junior heifer champion Drive.
Awesome way to finish out our Charolais show here, guys. And we've got two class winners. Not anything to take away from those seconds, guys, but you've got two class winners that are right there. They're made it. They're bagging down. They're doing all the things that they're supposed to. They're awfully different in terms of what they bring to the table, and it's your classic pretty versus powerful out here. You've got a heifer that wins the first class that is just beautiful in a lot of areas, and I love the way this one's chest floor is built into her. Love the way her shoulder lays into her. Is she just punchy and powerful and stout like the heifer behind her? No. I mentioned we got to change this one on the back side of her shoulder. We got to change her in terms of her forerib shape for me to feel a little bit more comfortable with her long term. Love the udder that she's dropping down, though, and one that I like in terms of her structure as well. The heifer that comes out of class 2, guys, this one's a breeding piece, and this one has got some cool things that she does just in terms of being that pretty-headed and that good-necked and that smooth-shouldered, and yet still she comes down, and I'm telling you, she's got saucers for feet. I mean, she is big-footed, she is big-legged, and she still gets out and goes like she needs to. Her angles are right. She's got a big old rib cage in her. She's stout and powerful when you get in from behind her. And she is refined in terms of her teats as that heifer in front of her. No, and I would like to change her in that regard. Again, it kind of goes with her type and kind. She's not ultra refined in terms of her pieces. Is she perfect in terms of the way she transitions from her chest floor into her forerib? No, but guys, if you're going to take one home and breed on them and have some fun making the next generation, that's the one you want. She's the one I'm using today. Gentlemen, he's going to be our division champion. Young lady out of class 1 will be reserved. Let's congratulate them.
Attention in the barns. We will not be taking a lunch break today. We will be going straight through. The show will not be stopped. We will not be taking any time off or stopping for lunch. We will go straight through.
Final call, Limousin, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Final call, Limousin, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Final call, scratch that.
Okay. Results in Angus Class 10 are as followed. First goes to entry 229, Erica Jones from Grapevine FFA. Second goes to 8284, Samantha Martinez from Seagoville FFA. And third place goes to Sarah Minnick from Sam Rayburn Ivanhoe FFA. Congratulations to our Class 10 winners.
When we get into drives like this, guys, it kills me because I promise you, if I could take 3 or 4 out of here, I would. I think the cattle in this division have been that good, and I'm really, really pleased with my class winners as we get them back out here. That first division, guys, I know that heifer that wins it is maybe not just, woofy and mature right now. They don't need to be for heifer calves. Like I said, if I was buying one, feeding one, wanting to take one to go win big heifer shows next year, she's the one. I think in terms of pieces and parts and running gears, that one has got such a future ahead of her. As you compare back to the heifer that wins Division 2 and 3, she's young, and there's a long ways to go from here until where those two are at next year. And so you have to decide if you want to jump out on a ledge and get her in there. I think that one's got a ton of future. I'd be super excited to have that one in my barn. The heifer that comes out of Division 2, guys, just a beautiful female. And I talked to her earlier, so unique in some of the things that she does. Neck attachment is phenomenal. Just balance and presentation from the side is great. Love that one in terms of her hip structure. Love her in terms of her lower joints. Even though she's long and level in terms of her hip, she maybe wants to get just a touch up underneath herself off of those rear two. And as I mentioned, you got to change that one in terms of her forerib. And I hate picking on that because, like I said, we had an Angus heifer that we showed that did a lot of winning a couple of years ago, that she was phenomenal everywhere, and that forerib was the one thing that you want to change about them. And I get it, because in order for one to be that smooth-shouldered, they're never going to explode and just be super open in their forerib. And so that's the chance that you take. But that is the one place I'd like to change her. If you could bust her open in terms of her forerib, not only would she transition better from her shoulder into her center body, but that chest floor would sit better in her as it transitions into her center body as well. We get back to the heifer that wins this last division, guys, and like I talked to her, this one's just a breeding piece. The pieces and parts that she has is super unique. I love her in terms of her head, and I love her in terms of her neck, and I love her in terms of the way she's blended in through her shoulder, and again, just explodes from there back into a big old rib cage, a big pin set, and good in terms of her pin set and the way it's built into her. I like the way that tail head sits into her, and then you take her down to the surface. Man, guys, them feet and them legs are big and powerful and stout, and I love that. And yet still, for the power and stoutness that she carries, and for her to be as far along as she is, for her to get out and go and just go out of that shoulder and flex and set down off of those rear two like she does is impressive. I wish, like I said, she was maybe just a little bit better in those front teats and just shorten them up, so that it balanced out her bag and her udder just ever so slightly. And again, she too maybe isn't just perfect right there in that forerib, so that chest floor doesn't transition quite as well into the center portion of her body. I promise you guys, for one that's this far along, for her to hold it all together like she does and be so close in calf, it is extremely, extremely impressive. I've got 2 of them that I really like. I'll go get you a champion in reserve, guys. Let's congratulate these kids one more time. Awesome lineup.
Second call, Angus, Class 15. Second call, Angus, Class 15. First call for Angus, Calf Division Champion in Reserve to make their way back to the arena. First call for Angus, Calf Division Champion in Reserve to make their way back to the arena.
Over here on the Angus side, wow, what a division here. We had a really good first division, and this one follows suit right in behind it. We get into these older heifers, and not take anything away from the heifers. They're the one our second and fourth classes, I thought the young ladies heifer, the one that's second class, and that particular class just, she was the calmest. She was the stoutest. She was the soundest. You get her out here, she maybe doesn't have the extra bells and whistles as the heifers on either side of her, but very, very competitive, as is the young ladies heifer that won the last class there. She appears to be the farthest along with calf out of these four. We appreciate that. Got a nice setter coming there, but very, very nice complete heifer as well. So for us, we're not going to beat around the bush. It gets down to these heifers that won the first and third classes. We like both of these very, very well, Thatcher and I, and we just think they're very, very good. We'd like to take both of them home. We'll talk about them here just a little bit. The young man's heifer, that one is the stoutest of that pair. She's the most opened up. She's big-bodied. She's big-hipped. Still got a nice rear leg in her for the amount of power that she's got. Of that pair, she is the square-built, round-bodied, heavy-muscled one. She is not as maybe unique up through her front one-third as the heifer that won the third class. But, boy, I think very, very adequate. One that puts it together very, very nice from a stoutness, presence, and just look and design. It all comes together in a stouter, wider built package. Young ladies heifer that won the third class. I think she's a July heifer, a little older, but boy, we love that one's design and symmetry. That one, when she gets through stopped and set, she gives you a great look from the side. I particularly love this one's udder quality she's got coming, and the longer you raise them, the more you appreciate things like that. She's got great teat quality, great udder quality coming there. This one is not as wide, is not as stout as that one that won the first class, but she is probably a little neater about her head and neck, a little neater about her shoulder, very nice out through her hip, not quite as much foot and bone and stoutness, and I don't need to have the stoutest one every time. A lot of times I'll probably pick the one that's a little more in the middle, and that's where this one is, but this one's just very, very elegant, very good in her design, presented extremely well. So I think we got two awfully good ones. It doesn't matter which one to us. We've kind of went back and forth. We like them both. We'll set the mic down, get one more look. Put your hands together for this division.
On our Charolais side, our senior champion heifer goes to Jane Grosclose out of Class 14 from Erath County 4-H, and our reserve senior champion heifer goes to Paisley Miller out of Austin County 4-H. Our overall grand champion Charolais heifer goes to James Grosclose from Class 14 from Erath County. Our reserve grand champion Charolais heifer goes to Kinsley Atchison from Mason County 4-H. Congratulations, Charolais breeders. Currently on the east side, we have started our limousine show.
We start off into the limmies, guys, and start off just as hot as we did in the Shars. You know, young lady brings a heifer out here that checks a lot of the boxes in terms of look, in terms of body, in terms of power, in terms of stoutness, and carries it down to the ground with some foot and some bone underneath her. She's in the right rig from a condition standpoint, especially for a heifer calf at this stage in the game. She's a little upright in the angle to her shoulder, and if she gets going too fast, she gets a little choppy off of those rear two, but there's not really one that can match her quality and her type and kind out here. Young man's heifer that's going to be in second, you know, probably a little bit more basic in terms of her type and her kind. She's bold-bodied. She's one that has got some flexibility, and I probably prefer just the way that her hind leg is composed underneath her to the heifer that we just talked about. She's plenty chubby for me for this stage in the game, and I know that I like my heifer calves probably a little bit thinner, but I think this one probably needs to back off feed just a little bit, and if she did, I think she'd be more attractive there through that front end, more attractive in through her chest floor. I wish that when you took this one down to the surface, guys, she was just a little bit bigger footed and bigger legged, and I think if she did that, she balances up better and proportions out just a little bit better from the side as well. Nothing to take away from the heifer that's going to stand here in second, guys. She's big and stout and powerful in terms of some of the things that she does. With that, she's a little bit more compact in terms of her head, a little bit coarser in terms of her build all the way through, and she follows that in terms of her lower joints as well. She's coarser in terms of the way those joints are constructed in her. She's rounder in terms of her hip. She's really, really cool in some areas, maybe just not my speed in terms of type and kinds. Awesome class, guys. Give those kids, again, a round of applause.
From our Angus on our west side of the ring, our junior champion heifer Angus goes to Dalton Birdwell out of Class 7 from Bryson FFA. And our reserve junior champion heifer goes to Hayden Lee from Millsap FFA. Congratulations to our juniors and reserve junior champion heifer.
First call, Limousin, classes 7, 8, and 10. First call, Limousin, classes 7, 8, and 10. Final call, Angus, class 15. Final call, Angus, class 15. And second call, Calf Division, Angus Calf Division champion. Second call, Angus Calf Division champion.
Our results in our Limousin show from Class 1. Total in the show this year's 22 head. Class 1, first place goes to 1456. Corey Palawoda from Waller FFA. Second goes to 1837. Carter Marburger from Carmine FFA. And third goes to 7811. Taylor Jones from Harrison County 4-H. Reminder in the barn, we will not be taking a lunch break today. Reminder in the barn, we will not be taking a lunch break today. We will show completely through to the Supreme Drive.
It's an interesting one, guys, to go ahead and start this class. And she does some things that I think are awfully unique and awfully intriguing, especially for this breed. I think that this one's angles are just absolutely incredible. Angle to her shoulder, angle to her knee. The way that this one plants and goes off of those rear legs is awesome. And I wish that I could build that kind of flexibility and that kind of softness at the ground in just about every cow. And yet still she is so good in terms of the center portion of her body, so open in terms of the way she's built. That neck sits so high off the top side of her shoulder, and she still looks super feminine, super attractive. She runs just a scotch downhill, and maybe you'd like to change that about her ever so slightly. And again, maybe one of those that maybe just doesn't transition just perfect from that shoulder into that forerib. Those are really, really nitpicky things, guys, on an incredible female that I think is going to do a lot of winning if they feed and manage her right, especially on down the road. Gentleman's heifer that comes in second, guys, you know, just as a comparative note, she's just not there in terms of body, in terms of dimension, in terms of maturity as we evaluate them. And she's one that's long and extended, and she's level. She's got some femininity and attractiveness up there through that front end. She just needs more time. She's got to be softened up through the center portion of her body. For me in particular, I wish she was maybe just a little bit stouter at the surface in terms of her foot and her bone. She's a little bit frailer in terms of her feature. Really, really nice class winner, guys. Let's give them a hand.
On the Angus side here, we get into 4 really stout older heifers here. Young lady's got one that handles this class very, very nicely when she gets her stopped and set there. Great look from the side. But this one in particularly is really out there as far as foot and bone for her breed in relation to her breed. Extremely stout from the ground up. Opened up, big-bodied, good-looking, fresh in her appearance. Very, very good one there to win this class. I think these last 3 here, I think you could mix them up if you wanted to. I think they're all kind of similar as far as type and kind. They got some width and muscle and stoutness to them. All 3 of them you'd maybe like to change just a little bit in their head and neck and shoulder and front set. I thought the one in second just a little nicer out through her rear hip and hind leg. The one here in third just wants to get a little forward in her knee, a little forward up through her front shoulder. But boy, that's a big, stout, high growth one. Young man's heifer that's going to round out. Big bodied, sound structured one. Wanted to get just a little rigid off her rear pasterns. That's what got her in the fourth there. But really good class of 4 older heifers.
Our Limousin heifer side, our Class 2 results are as followed. First goes to 3174, Justin Head, Abernathy FFA. Second goes to 3371, Logan Croft from Moody FFA. Congratulations.
Second call, Limousin, classes 7, 8, and 10. Second call, Limousin, classes 7, 8, and 10. Final call for the Angus Calf Division champion to please make their way back to the arena.
Results in Class 13, Angus heifers. First goes to 1960, Aniston Bray from Lamar County 4-H. Second goes to 6427, Lily Logan from Klein Oak FFA. And third goes to 6843, Chloe Tompkins from Sweeney FFA. Congratulations to our Class 13 winners.
A challenging class over here on the Lemmy side, guys. I don't know if there's necessarily a right answer. I think you just have to stick to your priorities and decide where you want to go. The heifer that's going to go ahead and win is probably just a little bit narrow out through her pin set and just a little frail at the ground for me. But I think in terms of long-term thinking about where these cattle can go, she's better in terms of just her frame size and mature size. In my opinion, she's one that's smoother, she's more feminine, she's more well-balanced, and I think handles herself just a little bit better in terms of her lower joints. Like I said, she's probably just a little narrow and just a little frail, and you'd certainly like to drop her down in that flank line. I think, though, if managed right, I think there's some good pieces in that one. The big, stout, powerful one comes directly behind her, and I like those things about her. I like the spring to her body. I like the pin width that she has. This one gets a little bit more common and plain about her head and her neck shape. This one's shoulder and the way it's built into her skeleton long-term concerns me just ever so slightly. And as it often happens when they've got just a touch more power and just a touch more dimension, she's maybe not just perfect in terms of the way her skeleton is built into her. And again, it starts with that shoulder. We just maybe need to reassemble that just a little bit. Nothing to take away. Young lady's got a heifer here in theory. She's moderate. She's bold-bodied to the point where maybe she's just given up some in terms of mature size, in terms of performance. I don't know if this one's got just enough gas in the tank when you want to look at her in terms of how small she is in her cannon. I like her extra rib and I like her extra body, maybe just a little bit further behind in terms of where she's at this stage in the game in terms of growth and maturity. Nice class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results in our Limousin Class 3, Limousin heifer Class 3. First goes to 2322, Wyatt Jacoby from Springtown FFA. Second goes to 642, Hudson Atwoods and Manfield FFA. And third goes to 6930, Danica Daughtry from Austin County 4-H. Congratulations to our class winners.
Nice class here. These getting into these older heifers. Really good one here to win. Fresh, attractive, big middle, got a great rear leg on her, got a great udder coming in her, nice hip, handles this class very, very well. Gets a stoutness, separates second and third here. Just thought this young man's in second. Just a little more heifer there, a little more foot and bone and weight per day of age and performance. Long-sided, stout-made female. Just wasn't quite have the extra design that we found in that first heifer. Young lady's heifer in third, getting very fresh. I like the condition she's got her in. Got a nice udder coming there behind. Female, again, very sound, very correct. Wasn't quite as neat out through her top line and her loin that we found in them first two heifers. Didn't have quite as much performance and mass and density that them first two did either, but again, very, very nice, useful heifer there. Young lady's got a really stout, heavy muscled one here in fourth. Again, making a nice udder. Got some outward curve and shape to her, wide-chested. Wasn't quite as good and neat right there at her feet and legs at the ground. Wasn't quite as correct in her angles to her knee and out through her hock and rear pastern as we found in them first few heifers. Young man that rounds out the class, he's got a big, stout, long-bodied one, high-growth heifer, not quite as much fore-rib and flank. I like to just freshen her up in a few areas as well, but again, very, very highly competitive class as we got into this older division.
Final call, Limousin, classes 7, 8, and 10. Final call, Limousin, classes 7, 8, and 10. First call, Hereford, class 1. First call, Hereford, class 1.
Back over on the Lemmy side, guys, we've got a really nice single entry this young lady brings out here, a January Limb Flex heifer that I think, again, one of those, if managed and fed right, could be awfully, awfully good as a big one. I think this one, in terms of her joints and her running gears, is awfully good. Love the flex that she has, love her angles. You know, maybe not the prettiest one about her head and her neck, but she still balances and proportions really well. She's in a really, really good stage in terms of condition. She's going to be an awesome addition here in a second into our drive and our lineup. Let's congratulate her as she exits.
Resultant Class 4 Limousin heifers. First goes to 6929, Danica Daughtry from Austin County 4-H. Next in, we'll have our Heifer Calf Champion Division on our Limousin side. Class 14 on our Angus side is as follows. First goes to 6388, Peyton Alexander from Somerville County 4-H. Second goes to entry 6013, William Blake Landers from Runnels County 4-H. And third goes to 8185, Annison Wall from Williamson County 4-H. Currently in the... Ooh, we already picked them, didn't we? We already picked the junior champion? We already picked the junior champions on the Angus division?
Couple really nice pairs here on the Angus side. We got a really stout cow-calf pair here that's going to win this class. This cow looks like she was probably a really awesome show heifer before she had a calf, and she's just as competitive now. But good fronted, big hip, got a nice calf on the side of her. Really got a nice set of feet and legs, and very attractive, very stout. Young man's got a little greener cow here that it's going to be second. But she's got some nice structure to her. She got some nice set of lines and pieces to her. Just didn't quite have that mass and openness up through her skeleton. Not quite the density that we found in our first pair. But very nice calves on both sides of these. Let's put our hands together for those two exhibitors.
Results in Class 15, Angus Heifers as followed. First goes to 1190, Brigham DeBorg, Ellis County 4-H. Second goes to 7221, Benton Bowman from Midland County 4-H.
I won't waste too much of your time over here on the Limmy side, guys. A heck of a division to start these cattle out. And I'll be honest with you, there's a stinger out here that is big time good, and she sticks out like a sore thumb, in my opinion. After that, there's a heifer that I think follows suit to her just in terms of type and kind and quality, just not the same running gears. Gentlemen out of Class 2, that's a real good one. She's going to be your division winner. Young lady out of Class 1 will be reserved. Let's congratulate them.
Second call, Hereford, Class 1. Second call, Hereford, Class 1.
Results on our limousine side. Heifer Calf champion goes to Justin Head out of Class 2 from Abernathy FFA. And reserve Heifer Calf champion goes to Corey Paliwoda from Class 1 out of Waller FFA. Congratulations to our junior Heifer Calf champions on the limousine show.
Well, we just kept the pedal down here. We get into these older heifers. We got three really competitive ones and three awesome breeding pieces for these young people as they retain them back in their own operations and herds. This young lady who won that first class talked about her, really an outlier as far as foot and bone, and just love the extra structure she's got. Just huge featured underneath, the one that's got a great look from the side. And this young lady, when she gets her stopped and set and loin, she's as good as any of them out here because she's got that extra feature. She's got the extra stoutness. When we put them in motion, she maybe doesn't handle her top and everything together like the heifer right behind her, but she is stouter. She is more opened up. She is bolder made. Young lady's heifer that won that second class, man, what a fresh, attractive female, big-bodied, good-looking. I think adequate as far as muscle. She does not have as much foot and bone as the heifer right in front of her or behind her, but that one is just as ultra attractive, ultra maternal in her build. Got a very nice udder coming. Really like that female. The pair that won our last class, really a big stout cow there, and got a good set of lines in her. She's strong top. She's good hip. She's good structured. Got a nice calf right there that she's raising there, doing a nice job with. So very competitive pair there as well. So I think we got three awfully good ones. Thatcher and I got a favorite one picked out here. It's going to be that heifer out of that second class. She'll win this division.
Gentleman brings out here a nice single entry heifer, one that is really, really fresh in terms of her condition, guys, and he's kept her in the right rig, especially for this stage in the game. You know, you study her, she's one that's long from her shoulder forward in terms of length and extension in that neck. She's long in terms of her spine. You know, you'd like to tweak her in terms of taking that tail head and sitting it down into her spine just a little bit better. And even though she's real fresh, I'd maybe like to see just a touch more just depth to her forerib, center body, and flank line. One that maybe just needs a little bit more angle to that shoulder as well. But a nice single entry for this gentleman. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause as he exits.
Final call, Hereford, Class 1. Final call, Hereford, Class 1. First call, Hereford, Class 2. First call, Hereford, Class 2. First call, Limousin, Classes 13 and 14. First call, Limousin, Classes 13 and 14.
Our champion senior heifer on the Angus side went to Peyton Alexander out of Class 14 from Somerville County 4-H. And our reserve senior champion went to Addison Bray from Lamar County 4-H. Currently in on the Angus side, we are selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Angus heifers. Our judge on the Angus side is Scott Werning. Scott's from Emory, South Dakota. Scott runs a family operation with his family, but what I'd like to see out here today, and I didn't get to introduce her earlier, but he has Thacker with him today. Thacker Werning. She's probably the third, fourth, fifth generation, and I can see these two later on judging many national shows together as a father-daughter team. Thacker, thank you for being here. And I've got to tell you, since you've been in the ring, your dad has upped his game. So I really appreciate you being out here and helping us out.
Second call, Limousin, Classes 13 and 14. Second call, Limousin, Classes 13 and 14.
A lot of give and take over here on the Limmy side, guys, and I'll be the first to tell you, I wish the heifer that wins this class was just maybe a little bit more mobile off of her hind wheels, and maybe just you'd like to tweak her in the composure of her hock and maybe her pastern down low. But that one's got the big pieces and the big features, guys. She's really good in terms of her neck attachment, fresh in terms of her chest floor, fresh and yet still genuine in terms of the center portion of her body. She's powerful. She's stout when you get in from behind her. And I think more than anything, although you'd like to tweak her just in terms of the way she sets down and plants off of those rear two, she's still better in her upper skeleton than the heifer that stands directly behind her. She's better in terms of the way she hinges through the looseness of her spine, the way she hinges out of her hip. Like I said, give her just a little bit more cushion to that hock and maybe just a little bit more depth of heel and softness off of those rear two, and I'd really like her. The heifer that comes directly behind her, you know, she is one that I like the composure to her hock and maybe her rear pastern just a touch better. That one is certainly long-spined and long-hipped. She runs just a touch too downhill for me, and then it's only exemplified by the fact she's carrying just a little bit more chest floor, and that's probably the deepest part of her body. We got to switch that around. I need her to be softer in through her forerib and softer in through her flank line. When you set the cattle in and you get them out and you set them in motion, she wants to rotate up underneath herself and drop that front end out of her. Her whole skeleton maybe just gets a little awkward and uncoordinated in the way she moves. She wants to rotate again out of that hip. I'd like to see her maybe just stay a little truer as you watch the cattle go from behind. The heifer that's here in third, guys, is a good, basic, fundamental female. She's round-bodied. She's big and stout and powerful when you study her from behind. She doesn't match it at the surface. She needs just a touch more foot and bone. She's a little bit more jammed up there through her front end. And then when you set them in motion like that, she deviates in her hip loin. She gets too choppy in the way she goes off of either end. Nice class winner. Let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause.
Second call, Hereford, Class 2. Second call, Hereford, Class 2. Final call, Limousin, Classes 13 and 14. Final call, Limousin, Classes 13 and 14.
Limousin side, Class 7. First goes to 3062, Tanner Yao from Klein FFA. Results of Class 8 are as follows. First goes to 2289, Mallory Emery from Lubbock County 4-H. Second goes to 3525, Barrett Howe from Somerville FFA. And third place goes to 7924, Grayson Crinwillage from Fredericksburg FFA.
We roll into this next class, guys, and the cow that's going to go ahead and start is maybe just a little young to have a calf on the ground just yet, but she's handling it so well. As one that is so sound and so good on her feet and her legs. The way she gets out and plants and travels and goes, I think, is absolutely phenomenal. She's got a beautiful, beautiful udder underneath her, great in terms of teat size and teat spacing, and it just balances out so well. And yet, again, she's so fresh and feminine and attractive, and clearly not nearly as punchy there in her forerib and center body because we've got that calf all the way on the ground. But again, like I said, handles it so well. Then you look at the calf, and she's got a heck of a little calf on the side of her. Just a really, really nice pair to go ahead and start. A stouter, rounder bodied, probably more powerful one that comes directly behind her. Unfortunately, this one just doesn't match the cow that wins in terms of femininity and balance and attractiveness from the side. I've got to change the way this one's built in terms of her shoulder as well. She gets bolder at the base right there, more upright in terms of the angle to her shoulder and her knee. She just doesn't move with the same athleticism and comfort as that cow that's going to go ahead and start. Nice class, guys. Let's give them a hand.
Over here, as we pick our first breed champion on this side of the ring, this Angus breed has been nothing short of awesome and amazing. Just really found cattle in this breed that really represent it very well and are exactly what you think of when you think of really high-end Angus females. So the exhibitors and breeders can be very, very commended. We started the day at a fast pace with the calf champions there. Talked about them just a little bit. I thought there was 4 awesome class winners in that division. I thought that heifer calf that won that division just so complete, very fault-free, had some muscle, had some stoutness, had some look. that heifer calf that was reserved behind her, that one that I think would be watch out for her in a year from now, because she's got all the parts and pieces there to just get better with age. But we get into these two bred heifers here out of the Division 2 and 3, and just so good. And you get into these older heifers, and the way they handle themselves at this stage, both are fresh. Young man's heifer out of that second division, she is really opened up and wide build and big bodied and round bodied. Got a ton of muscle and top in her, and I know some people think you don't need to talk a lot of muscle in breeding heifers, but when you can put this much muscle and mass into one and she still handles it like she does, I think that's very, very unique. She is not as unique and attractive up through her head and neck and front 1/3 as the heifer behind her, but she is the really opened up, stout, cowy, big-footed, big-boned one here out of this drive. The young lady's heifer out of that third division, we just love this heifer as well. When you get one that's built like that, her front 1/3, her head, her neck ties in. She's big-bodied, awesome set of feet and legs on here, got an awesome udder coming. So if you want one that's just neater and more attractive, that's the one you're going to use. So we like them both. Obviously, they're different. If you could put them two together, boy, you'd have one heck of a female. But we got two awesome ones out here. We like them both. If you like them a little stouter, you're going to go with that one out of that second division. If you like them a little prettier, you're going to like the young ladies. So we like them both. We could go either way. We're going to set the mic down. Put your hands together. This is an awesome breed. Get you an awesome champion reserve out of here.
Final call, Limousin, Class 14. Final call, Limousin, Class 14. Final call, Hereford, Class 2. Final call, Hereford, Class 2. First call, Hereford, Class 3. First call, Hereford, Class 3.
Results in Class 10 on the Limousin side. First place goes to 75-88, Ariel Elliott from Pecos FFA. Second goes to 65-653, Haley Plumley from Mansfield FFA. Currently, what's in the rank?
Another great division here on the Limmy side, guys, and I think it's really, really competitive and really close between the heifer that wins Class 2 and the heifer that wins Class 3, and that's nothing to take away from the single entry gentleman here at the front of the line. That's a really good female that's round-ribbed and has got some stoutness and power. Like I talked earlier, maybe one you'd like to hinge a little different off of either end, take that tail head down and put it into her spine a little bit better. The heifer that comes out of Class 2, guys, is got some big feature and some big pieces, and I like this one, not just from a heifer standpoint, show heifer standpoint, excuse me, but from a breeding piece standpoint, too. I think that this one, in terms of neck attachment and chest floor, is phenomenal. She's awesome in terms of the shape to her body and her rib, and yet still very genuine and fresh in her condition. She's stout and she's powerful when you get in from behind her. She's got big feet and legs underneath her, and like I said, just maybe one of those that you'd like to maybe just change the way her hock is built into her, just a little bit softer, more cushion right there, and maybe just a little bit more cushion right there at the surface off of those rear wheels, and then she'd be just flat out athletic in the way she goes, and that's my only question mark and hindrance on that one. We get back to this June heifer, and like I said, she's maybe a little young to have a calf on the ground already, but man, one that's just so good built in terms of her structure, so soft at the ground and so fluid in terms of her motion, feminine, attractive, got a beautiful udder underneath her. Again, she's got that calf on the ground already, and she's doing her job, and she's handling it well, just maybe a little bit harsher there in the center portion of her body, not nearly as punchy, and that's because she's not carrying that extra right now in her. And I think she's got a nice calf on the side of her. You just have to decide where you want to go. I think both of them are awfully nice. I think there's still more unique pieces and unique things in the heifer that wins the Class 2. She's going to be your division champion. The pair is going to be a division reserve. Let's go ahead and congratulate them.
Limousin, Class 14, Caitlin Ayers, please make your way to the arena. Limousin, Class 14, Caitlin Ayers, please make your way to the arena.
Results on your Angus Heifer Show. Your grand champion Angus Heifer Show for Rodeo Austin 2024, Peyton Alexander from Somerville County 4-H. Your reserve grand champion Angus Heifer went to Dalton Birdwell from Bryson FFA. Congratulations to our Angus Heifer exhibitors. On our Limousin side, our junior heifer champion goes to Mallory Emery from Lubbock County 4-H, and our reserve champion, junior champion, goes to Ariel Elliott from Pecos FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Today, judging our Hereford show on the west side is Scott Werning. Scott Werning grew up near Emery, Idaho. Along with his parents and his wife Ashley, they operate Werning Cattle Company, WBRC, in the hills of the James River Valley. Scott is a graduate of South Dakota State University, where he was a member of the livestock judging team and was the high individual on the national champion meat evaluation team. Scott and his family run 400 Simmental, Angus, and Sim-Angus cows. In 2024 marked their 43rd annual sale in February. The W/C marketed approximately 200 bulls and 140 registered females this past year. Scott and his family enjoy spending time together exhibiting steers, heifers, and pigs throughout the year. Scott has had the opportunity to judge cattle in 21 states, the American Royal, the North American, and the National Western. His associate judge today is Thatcher Werning. Please welcome them to the Hereford side of the ring.
Just when you think the Limmies can't get any better, then they come out here, and you've got one, guys, that's just in a different league, in terms of what she is and where she's at. And I can be the first to tell you, it is really, really hard to keep them together like this one is when they're this big and this mature and this far along. This one is insanely long-spined and insanely long-hipped, and for her to still get out and go and meet her stride like she does is impressive. That one's fresh. She's good in through her chest floor, tremendous in the center portion of her body, huge hipped, powerful and stout, and maintains that width all the way down to her hock and all the way down to the ground. You know, she's one that isn't the prettiest headed one in the world, and you'd maybe like to make her just a touch more feminine in the way she looks right there. Maybe not the prettiest scold one. That's being really, really critical, guys, on a heifer that just does a lot of good things, and then you study her and you study that udder she's about to drop down. Those teats are absolutely tiny and just tight, and she's square in the way she's made there, and I think that one is just awfully, awfully good. Nothing to take away. The heifer that's going to stand here in second, guys, I really, really like some things about her. I like the shape and size to her foot. I like the composure to her hind leg. She's a little bit shorter spined and shorter backed, and because of that, probably just holds her top line just better from time to time when you set that girl into motion. She's just not there in terms of just overwhelming body and overwhelming quality from the side as the heifer we just talked about. Not as unique in terms of the way her front end assembly is built into her shoulder. And then even though she maybe holds her spine and composes her hind leg just a touch more aesthetically pleasing than the heifer we just talked about, she's not perfect in terms of her back. She maybe wants to get just a little peaked there on the back side of her shoulder. She's a little bit higher in terms of her tail head. That's being really, really critical on a heifer that, man, is exceptionally high quality, especially be standing second out here today. A long, extended, deep-bodied one that comes out next that you really like from her shoulder back in terms of just depth of body, length of hip, the way she gets out and goes off of those rear two. She's just a touch plainer there about her head, just a touch plainer in terms of her whole front end assembly, just a little bit chestier there on the front side of her shoulder, and really it's just her whole front end assembly that maybe just doesn't match the rest of her body from there back and doesn't blend like it needs to. That's a really, really good one to be standing in third, guys. Young lady that's going to go ahead and be fourth, similar story. That's quality cattle. She's good-bodied. She sounds structured. Man, this is just a heater of a class, guys, and there's just not enough uniqueness, not enough balance, not enough quality in that one to run any higher when the cattle are this good. Phenomenal, phenomenal one to start, guys. Let's give all of those kids a huge round of applause.
First call, Maine, Class 1. First call, Maine, Class 1. Final call, Hereford, Class 3. Final call, Hereford, Class 3. First call, Hereford, Class 4. First call, Hereford, Class 4.
Well, whale of a way to start our Hereford breed here. Nice big class, ultra competitive and close all the way down the line. But very, very nice one here that does handle the class pretty well. One that just gives you awesome look from the side. She's extended, she's stout. She's in a nice rig and shape for this stage. I thought just a very, very nice one there that had a lot of the extra bells and whistles. Young lady's got a really nice, smooth-made heifer here in second. Again, I thought that one was just second as far as design and look. She had more power as well as the heifers right behind her. But then again, that one is long-sided. She's got a nice head and neck on her. She's big-bodied. She gets her stopped and loin. She gives you a great look. Maybe wasn't quite as neat out through her top line on the move, and didn't maybe hold it all together like our class winner, but very, very good one there in second. Young man got a really good green heifer here in third, but I thought she had a lot of nice parts and pieces. This one just doesn't have any big holes, not anything big things you'd want to change. She kind of got down here in front of the gate, didn't want to cooperate and set up and show off, but I think the parts and pieces are there. She's got a nice set of feet and legs. She's very balanced from the side. Just maybe wasn't all the way there today to move ahead. Young lady, it's going to be fourth. Here's the really stout heifer of them first four. She's got the extra bone and muscle and width. Just doesn't want to set maybe quite right up front. Her front shoulder and knee, I'd like to tweak and change there. I'd like to lay her shoulder back in her. I'd like to give her more back slope to her knee, but that's a really stout, powerful one. As is the heifer coming in fifth here. This young lady's got probably one of the bigger framed heifers in this class, and that's certainly all right with this judge. She's tall-fronted, she's big-ended, she's got muscle, she's got bone. Maybe just wasn't quite as neat and feminine about her head, neck, and chest, so it gets her into fifth. Young lady's got a very feminine one coming next, kind of a totally different female. She's sound, she's cowy, she's very, very attractive. Did not have the extra foot bone and density we found in some of the other heifers. The little slicker-haired heifer here coming next. I like this heifer, a lot of things about her. I like her muscle, like her top and shape and hip. Just a little slicker-haired, kind of throws her off a little bit. Did not think she had as much true just dimension and stoutness. We get into about four heifers here. Really nice outlined heifers. Heifers that just didn't have the athleticism or not as attractive and as coordinated on the move. We get into another 4 or 5 heifers here. I think got some muscle, just maybe got a little out of balance as far as how their front 1/3 and chest is constructed. Maybe their forerib and flank didn't quite match the rest of their body, but a very, very highly competitive, great way to start the Hereford breed. Put your hands together for that good big class.
Another really good class, guys, and there's a lot of give and take between 1 and 2. I guess for me, it's just when you get the cattle out and you set them in motion, there's more pliability, there's more flexibility in the heifer that's going to go ahead and start. She's not perfect. You can catch her every once in a while. That left rear leg, she wants to swing it and get just a touch outside of herself. But outside of that, angle to that one's shoulder, looseness to her spine, the way her hip is constructed in her, the way she plants and drives is just more comfortable and more athletic. And I think that maybe not the presentation of the heifer that stands directly behind her. That one's more unique in terms of her neck attachment. That one's more opened up in terms of the center portion of her body, and she's cleaner and better in through her chest floor. The heifer here in second, guys, she is highly, highly presented, and when that young lady gets her on the standstill, she can give you an awfully, awfully good look. And I'm sure that she's probably had a very, very successful career. As she's getting down late in maturity here, guys, she gets a little hesitant in the way she wants to set down and go off of those rear two. That chest floor drops out in her. She's starting to drop a bag, but she's pretty clustered in terms of those teats. Maybe not as good in terms of spacing. You study her right there through the center portion of her body. She doesn't have the extra swoop, the extra dimension of the heifer that we just talked about. Young lady, you've got a really nice heifer to be in third, okay? She is good basic brood cow. She's bold-bodied. She's big-footed. She's sound-structured. She's not as far along just in terms of where she's at in gestation, and you can tell. And because of that, probably just falls out of balance a little bit. Her chest forward to her forerib to her flank line maybe throws her off. She doesn't have maybe the extras in terms of uniqueness and power of those top two cattle. That's still a good, really nice brood Hereford cow potential female for that young lady. Let's give them a hand, guys.
Final call, Maine, Class 1. Final call, Maine, Class 1. First call, Maine, Classes 2, 3, and 4. First call, Maine, Classes 2, 3, and 4.
Results of Limousin, Class 14. First goes to entry 5551, Caitlin Ayers from Panola County 4-H. Second goes to entry 647, Paisley King from Mansfield FFA. And third goes to entry 643, Gracie Bankston from Mansfield FFA. Congratulations to our class winners.
Second call, Hereford, Class 4. Second call, Hereford, Class 4.
Murphy, Camden Chris, and Brigham DeBoer. Results on our Hereford side, Class 1. First goes to 6631, Zeb Murphy from Hamilton County 4-H. Second goes to entry 6984, Camden Chris from Valley View FFA. And third goes to 1191, Brigham DeBoer from Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to our winners. On our east side, next in the ring will be our senior champion Limousin heifer, our senior champion Limousin Drive.
Nice big class here on the Hereford side, our second class. And again, another really good pair here on top. Love the extra stoutness and feature of our class winner. Again, got some extra length and power and width and still got a neat look to her. Really nice down her top and out through her hip. Young man's got a one that fits just like her here in second, just not quite as much heifer. But again, very good structured, good looking from the side, very balanced. Just wasn't quite that degree of just outward curve and shape and chest width that we found in our class winner. Got a really stout, big top, strong topped heifer here in third. Again, gives you a nice look from the side. Maybe wanted to get just a little bit past prime on condition for this stage. I'd maybe like to lean her up through her front 1/3 to get her more competitive with them first two. But I like the presentation. I like her top line. I like her hip. Young man's got a little slicker haired heifer here, very green. I don't mind that, but again, very similar in type and kind to the heifer right ahead of her. She just wasn't wanting to just have that muscle and mass that we found in the other ones. But again, got a good look from the side. She's nice hipped. She's nice and fresh, just didn't have quite the mass. Young man's coming out in fifth here. Again, this one that does have more top and stifle and shape to her. Just a little, like to take a little condition off her. She's wanting to get just a little bold and chunky up front and doesn't want to just grab and go like a few of the other heifers. Young lady's going to come next I love this heifer from her forerib back. This one fundamentally has got a lot of nice pieces to her. She's big rib. She's sound structured. Got just a little front end there in skin and chest there. But, boy, that one's very sound and big bodied. Young man's got a really attractive heifer that comes next. Really good looking. Just a little harder and harsher today. I'd like to give her more flesh. I'd like to drop her down in her flank. Just give her more center body, as is the young man's heifer that rounds out the class. Very attractive, very tall-fronted, just needs more capacity. Great group of exhibitors there. Put your hands together for them.
Results on the Hereford show in Class 2. First goes to 3806, Kinsley Wolf from Lexington FFA. Second goes to entry 1094, Camp Love from Callisburg FFA. And third goes to 4567, Gabriel Malone from Van Zant County 4-H. Congratulations to our Hereford winners.
As we get into this last division of your Lemmy show, guys, man, what an impressive lineup that we're going to have out here momentarily for your champion female. I'll cut right to the chase. There's a hammer out here that's going to win this division, and then a heifer that I think follows in suit just in terms of structure, build, and longevity, and which one I think is probably the safest as taking them on to be cows. Young man, you're our division winner. Young lady out of Class 2, you're our reserve. Let's congratulate them.
First call, Hereford, Class 7. First call, Hereford, Class 7.
On the Limousin side, your senior champion heifer goes to William Breck Boyce from Lipan FFA. Your reserve champion senior heifer goes to Caitlin Ayers from Panola County 4-H. Now in the ring, we're selecting your grand champion Limousin heifer of the 2024 Austin Rodeo. Rodeo Austin.
Second call, Maine, Classes 2, 3, and 4. Second call, Maine, Classes 2, 3, and 4.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We will not be taking a lunch break. We will go straight through. If you have a grand or reserve grand breed champion, please bring your bios to the announcer's desk. If you have won a grand or reserve grand breed champion, please bring your bios to the announcer's desk for the Supreme Drive later this afternoon.
I hope you guys are as pleased with this lineup of Lemmy cattle as I am. And these division winners and even the reserves, I think, are just phenomenal cattle. And I don't think you could go wrong anywhere out here. Start to finish, this has been a stout breed. And we've got cattle that are just awesome in terms of what they do and what they bring to the table. There's two of them that I think match up phenomenally well. One that has made it to the end, and another one that I think is going to be right there where she's at next year, maybe even better. I'll go get you a champion and reserve, guys. Let's congratulate these kids one more time.
Your grand champion limousine heifer for Rodeo Awesome 2024 goes to William Beck Boyce out of Class 13 from Lipan FFA. Your reserve grand champion limousine heifer goes to Justin Head from Abernathy FFA. Congratulations to our grand and reserve grand champion limousine heifers.
Good class here. Really good heifer. The handles the class pretty good. Real handily here on top. Cowie, big bodied, square built. Good looking from the side. Balances up very nice. Just a nice place to start here. We'll get her back out here for division. Young man's got one that looks a lot just like her, only she could just fit inside of her. She's just not set as wide and square. She's not as dimensional and opened up. Not as much roundness and curvature to the center part of her rib and body. But again, that one props up very nice from the side. Very good design. Love this heifer on the side that's going to be in third. This one's as neat and attractive as any we've seen today. Just needs more muscle and mass and forerib and flank. Just like to just open this one up. But I love the presentation. I love the design of that heifer. And if she gets it all, she's going to be very good someday. The heifer that comes in fourth, just a real complete, stout, fault-free heifer. Got some width, got some muscle. Just wasn't quite as attractive up through her head, neck, and crest, and through her shoulder design and through the base of her chest. But that one fundamentally is very nice. Young lady that's going to be fifth, here's a really stout one. Got plenty of stoutness and openness and just true width to her. Just wasn't as neat up through her front 1/3. Young man that's going to be sixth here. Big hipped, big topped heifer. Just didn't have quite the bone and foot to match the rest of her body. But again, that's a very square built, very complete one. Kind of the same story with the heifer that comes next. Just like to add more foot, bone, and feature to make her just a stouter animal. We round out with this trio of heifers. Just didn't quite balance up, weren't quite as neat through their shoulder and forerib. Heifer that rounds out, just like to add just touch more just shape and power when you get right behind her. Forerib, flank, and stifle. Put your hands together for a very high quality class there.
A nice pair of these cattle to start out your mains, guys, and I think it's closer than probably what a person thinks, or at least it is in my mind, just because I think there's some give and take here. The heifer that wins is sporty. She is good looking and wild necked, and she's got a barrel rib cage in her. She's big pinned, and she does a lot of cool things. That one's right on the cusp for me in terms of structure. I would like to give her maybe just a touch more angle to that shoulder and knee, and she could maybe compose herself, maybe just a little bit softer and just more fluid in the way that hock is built into her. But man, when she gives you a look like that, and for her to be that unique up through her front end and that round ribbed and that big hipped is awfully impressive. I like the running gears on the heifer that stands here in second, guys. I like the way her hip is built into her. I like the extra set to her hock, the extra comfort at the ground. I like the density to her foot size compared to the heifer that we just talked about. She is one that I love from her shoulder back. From her shoulder forward, she just gets quite a bit longer headed, shorter necked, and plainer in the way that front end is built into her, and it just detracts away from just her uniqueness. I think if that one's fed right, she's managed right, and she can kind of come into that front end a little bit better. She's got the running gears to make it to the end. She's just quite a bit plainer out here in terms of her type and kind today. Long, extended, again, probably a heifer that matches our class winner just a little bit better in terms of look through her front end and just boldness to her body. This one, too, needs to be changed in the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. She's one that when she walks right at you, she wants to kick those front feet out and maybe go a little east and west in the way she goes out of her front end. One that for this stage in the game, so you compare to those other two cattle, is rawer and greener in terms of the center portion of her body. This heifer that comes next is ultra bold bodied. She's ultra stout. She's got some cool pieces. They're just all in pieces right now, guys. She's got a little bit more base of shoulder and wider in terms of her chest floor, but then transitions into her center body and is just too tight in terms of her forerib. You study her in terms of her hip and hind leg construction. She needs to be picked up in terms of that tail head and that pin set. She, too, needs to have more set and flex to that hind leg. You know, again, a lot of pieces, just a lot of pieces going a lot of different directions right now. A big, stout, powerful, round-bodied one that we would certainly like to make just a little bit better in terms of the way she goes out of her hip, just a little bit smoother and more attractive in the way she's built through that front end. A pair of big-legged cattle that come out next that need to be softer and more maternal in terms of their look. The young man's heifer is one that just needs some time and some feed and maturity. Similar story with the young lady that's going to round out this class, a heifer that's just a little bit further behind for this stage in the game. Let's congratulate all those kids.
Results in your Hereford on Class 3 are as follows. First goes to 4071, Mason Roeder from Marion FFA. Second goes to entry 4483, Caden Maurer from McLennan County 4-H. And third place goes to 4237, Savannah Grimes from Henderson County 4-H. Congratulations to our Hereford exhibitors. On our main and juice side, Class 1, results are as followed. 35-24, Barrett Howe from Somerville FFA. Second goes to 64-20, Jalen Burkhalter from Klein Oak FFA. And third goes to 44-73, Maldy Polrowski from Nacogdoches County 4-H.
First call, Maine, classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. First call, Maine, classes 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Nice class of these older heifers, I think, in this first division here. I got a really powerful one here to win. This one just got a ton of shape and power when you get right in front of her, behind her. Yet she still handles it well. She's good on the move. She's sound. She's flexible. Just got that cowy maternal look to her with extra power and top and shape and hip and middle. Young man's got an awesome heifer here in second. When he stops and gets her propped up, he gets her balanced up, and she really takes shape. I didn't think this one was quite as just genuine and powerful that we found in our first heifer. Heifer that just needs just a little more work just to get stopped and set to give you that look. But she's got some awfully good pieces. She is more attractive through her head and neck and chest than our class winner. I thought there just wasn't quite as much just true squareness and genuine power and build that we found in our class winner. Here is a really square-built, good topped one here in third. Young man's got a nice prospect there, got a nice udder underneath her. Just set just a little just out and square up at her knee. I'd like to just lay her back there at the point of her shoulder and back slope to her knee. Just wasn't quite as athletic and didn't quite have that coordination we found in them first two. Young lady's got a nice green heifer here in fourth. Got some nice pieces, though. She's got some stoutness, got some foot and bone. Just didn't quite have that muscle and mass and density that we found in them first three. Here is a more massive heifer here that's going to round out the class the young man has. Stout, square, good top. Just like to lean her up a little bit. She wants to get just a little past her prime up through her front 1/3. I think it'd probably help her to take just a little bit of that off her. I think we'd make her more fluid and more coordinated and more flex on the move. But very high-end class there. Really like the first two. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Wild, wild pieces, guys, in this heifer that wins this class. I think for one, to be that raptor-necked and clean-chested and yet still, again, so round-ribbed and huge and just stout and powerful. And when you study her up high, she drops it down from there, and she is big-footed. She is big-legged. She is good, good, good in terms of the angles to her lower skeleton. You want to get nitpicky on her? She maybe wants to get a little round hip and a little just up underneath herself in the way she goes right there at the top part of her skeleton and her hip. When you're carrying that much power and that much dimension, and you've got that skinny of a neck and progress that genuinely and good, it's really, really hard. And that one is certainly not only going to be an interesting show heifer to watch and see, but you want to talk about breeding pieces, she's got them. The red one that comes out next, guys, she's the opposite end of the spectrum, just a moderate, good-bodied, good-built one that probably doesn't have enough wild pieces to succumb what that one brings to the table. That's still really, really good cattle. Gentleman brings a nice one out here today. Let's congratulate both those kids.
Second call, Maine, classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. Second call, Maine, classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. First call, Hereford class 8. First call, Hereford class 8.
Results in Class 2 in the Maine Undue Show. Heifer calves born in March of 2023. First goes to 35.97, Nolan Hunt, Walker County 4-H. Second goes to 75.62, Corbin Kuhn, Smithville FFA. Congratulations.
Young lady brings a black and white single entry heifer that I really, really like, guys. I think she's, again, one of those that's really good, basic, fundamental female. You know, she's probably, as you compare to the heifer we just saw and talked about, not as wild and not as out there, but she covers so many of the basics when it comes to rib, when it comes to body, when it comes to power and stoutness, and yet still so complete from the side. Really, really like her in terms of the way her skeleton and running gears are built into her. A nice class winner, guys. Let's give her a round of applause as she exits.
Results in Class 4 of our Hereford side, 6802, Jarrett Worrell, Mason County 4-H. Second went to 6632, Zeb Murphy from Hamilton County. And third went to entry 4068, Holden Roeder from Marion FFA. Currently on our Hereford side, we are picking our heifer calf champion for 2024. On our main Anjou, first in class single entry went to 386.61, Jesse Smith, showing a February heifer calf.
Hereford side over here. We're going to pick our first division winner, and what a set. And no doubt, just Texas is known for good Hereford cattle, and these follow suit. They're just the kind that you knew you'd find in Austin, and just we got 8 of them out here. I just love to take all of them home if I was a Hereford breeder. But the unique thing is we've got all shapes and sizes out here. We've got different types and kinds. The heifer out of the first class, she is the really attractive one. Her head and neck and hip and just how she looks from the side. She is the most attractive, neatest looking one from the side. She won that big class, and I get her out here, and I really like her for just that look she's got, the extension. Yet I think she's in a nice spot as far as her maturity for her age, and I think that one will be very, very nice come a year from now as well. We get into that middle second class there. Again, that heifer that won, really heavy muscled. Got a lot of stoutness and just true shape to her. She is neat and have the extras as heifers on either side of her. No, she doesn't, but fundamentally, she's very good. You love that stifle and muscle and roundness that she has. Young man out of the third class, just a real good, complete one. Square at the ground, nice headed and necked. I like how smooth she is, just from nose to tail, yet she's still got some power to her. Does she have as much outward curve and shape as the heifers on either side of her? She does not, but she is a very solid one that's just never going to get you in trouble. Young man out of the last class, talked about her, just really opened up, big-bodied, big hip, big-topped, ton of center body and power in this one, yet she really handles it well on the move. She's sound. She's got a lot of flex and just a super high-quality female there that won that last class. So I like all four of these. I think it comes down to just where you want to be, but they're all different sizes and shapes and kinds, and that's all right with me. I don't have to have a certain kind. I just like the ones that have the fewest things you want to fix about them. To me, the one that I just keep coming back to, the one that I'd want to take home, make cow. Young man out of that last class, you'll win this division.
Another nice class over here on the main side, and the heifer that I'm going to use to start, guys, you know, she could be just a touch bigger in terms of frame size and length, and I'd sure like to clean that navel up in her. But outside of that, she's round-bodied, she's big-hipped, she's in the right rig, and she's got some balance from the side. I think she's one you could definitely hinge a little different in terms of her skeleton and maybe take that tail head and put it down in her. Unfortunately, the heifer in second maybe doesn't surpass her from a structure standpoint, and that's what makes it hard. The heifer here in second is bigger. She's longer. She's more extended. She's probably leveler in the way she transitions from her shoulder to the center of her back all the way out to her tail head. That one's just a touch too upright in the angle of her shoulder, and you see it when she's walking. She just never quite gets that head and neck up out of her like she needs to, and even though her tail head sits down in her better, she's rounder in terms of her pin set. She drops out of her pin set. She's just too upright in terms of the angle to her hock, the set of her pastern. If that one was any more athletic, I think it is easy to use her to start. I just got to see her take a fluid, more athletic stride for me to use her to win today. Nice class, guys. Give them a hand.
On your Hereford side, our heifer calf champion, Jarrett Worrell, Class 4 from Mason County. A reserve champion heifer calf went to Zeb Murphy from Hamilton County 4-H. Congratulations to our heifer calf champion and reserve heifer calf champion on the Hereford side.
Nice trio here as we start our second division of Herefords, and really picked up where we left off here. This is a really good heifer to win this class. Sound, stout, got a good cow maternal look to her. Love her head and neck, and transitions back into a big, powerful chest, or center body and center rib and hip. Very, very nice one there to win this trio. Really a power effort here in second. Really opened up, big top, big hip. Just maybe didn't quite tie it together, head, neck, and front 1/3 that we found in our class winner. Young lady that's going to round out the class, really nice outline heifer, just maybe didn't have quite the dimension and shape and flank and stifle we found in them first 2 stout heifers. Very nice trio. Let's congratulate those 3 exhibitors.
Raleigh, Riley Hollis, Ryan Teague.
First call, Hereford, classes 9 and 10. First call, Hereford, classes 9 and 10. Final call, Hereford, class 8. Final call, Hereford, class 8.
Results of Class 7 on the Hereford side. First goes to 74-78, John Gilbreth, Dodge City FFA. Second goes to 33-18, Riley Hollis from Calhoun County 4-H. And third goes to 17-30, Ryan Teague from Bosqueville FFA. Class 4 on our main and juice side. First goes to 16-61, Madison Holub from Schulenburg FFA. Second goes to 33-56, Kendra Mathis from West FFA.
Out here for selection in your first division, guys. Nothing to take away from the females out of Class 3 and Class 4. You got 2 here at the front of the line, guys. They're wild-necked, they're big-bodied, they're stout, they're powerful. The big difference is there's one that's just got a touch more feature and just a touch more foot and bone underneath her, and is probably just a touch better in her lower joints than one, and probably pushes the limits just a little bit further. Gentleman out of Class 2, he's going to be your division winner. Gentleman out of Class 1, he'll be reserved. Let's congratulate them.
Second call, Hereford, classes 9 and 10. Second call, Hereford, classes 9 and 10.
Another class, guys. I don't know if there's necessarily a right answer here. I think that there's a lot of differences and a lot of things to talk about and a lot of things to work through. The heifer that wins, she needs to be better in the angle to her shoulder and knee. No question about it. She could be a touch longer from the top of her shoulder to the top of her pole, and I wouldn't argue with you on those things. That one out here is the big scaled, well-balanced one that still handles her hip and tail head proportionate. She's stout and she's powerful from behind, and she has got big feet and big legs underneath her. Like I said, I think that if this one was any better in the angle to her shoulder, I'd be more comfortable with her in terms of structure, because I think the composure to her hip and hind leg is actually not bad. And she reads like, in terms of her lower joints off her rear two, she should be meeting her stride. It's just her shoulder angle that we got to tweak and we got to change. But I think that that one brings enough extras to the table. There's not necessarily one in this class that from a structure standpoint can beat her in terms of what she brings to the table. The heifer here in second, I love this one from her hip bone forward. I think that one's long-spined. She's round-ribbed. She's longer, more attractive from her shoulder forward in terms of her neck and her head shape, and I like all of those things about her, probably maybe even better than the heifer that we just talked about. Her hip and her hind leg is a problem, guys. She deviates in terms of her spine when you set the cattle into motion. She kicks that tail head up into the air, and she just swivels off of her rear two, and she never gets comfortable, never gets athletic in the way she sets down and plants there. And then when you study her through her front end, she's not perfect in terms of the angle to her shoulder either. When she comes right at you, those front feet want to go east and west a little bit, and she plays out just a little too much. There's things that I really, really like about her. It's just that structurally speaking, we got to tweak her off of either end. Young lady's heifer that's wanting to fight her down here, to be honest with you, probably has as much good built into her hip and hind leg as anything in this class. She's round-bodied, she's big, she's stout, and she's powerful. She's carrying a little bit more shoulder. She's quite a bit plainer through her front end, and all the way through, she's probably more just generic in terms of her look and her build as you compare her to those other two cattle. She's a good female that I think you can like some pieces about, maybe just not the extras to get any higher in this class. Tough class of them, guys. A lot to work through. If you wanted to jumble them around, I wouldn't blame you. I still think there's a nice one to land on to win. Let's congratulate these kids.
First call, Maine, Class 13. First call, Maine, Class 13. Final call, Hereford, Class 10. Final call, Hereford, Class 10.
On the Hereford side, I got a very, very unique one here to win this class. One that's super intriguing to me, just as from a standpoint of being ultra attractive, yet still ultra stout. That one, in particularly for how good a hip she is, how elevated her pins are, hooks to pins. She really gets out and moves good off her rear end. Very attractive, very stout, very good one there to win this class. Young lady in second. Here's a long-bodied, high weight per day of age kind of female. She's got some power. She's got just some true performance to her, you can tell. Just wasn't quite as neat from a attractiveness standpoint. Didn't quite have the extras as far as her feet and legs that we found in that first heifer, but a very, very fundamentally sound, nice heifer there in second. Some give and take here in third and fourth. I like the squareness of this heifer here in third. Just got a little more shorter and jammed up, more compact compared to our first two, but that one, you like the cow potential that she has. Young man's going to be fourth. Like that dark-colored heifer, like her color, like her squareness of build. She's got a nice top, very good down her top line. Just like to just lean her up through her front 1/3, her chest just a little bit. And with that, I'd like to fill that forerib and flank and center body in just to match the rest of her to go along. The young man that's going to be fifth, here's a long-sided, really sound structured heifer. Just maybe wasn't quite as attractive to the angle to her hock and pastern. Got just a little bit weak there in her loin. Young man's going to round out the class. Got a really nice outline to her. Just like to open her up, spread her chest width out, just give her more density and shape to move her ahead. Put your hands together for a very competitive class.
Back over on the main side, guys, another single entry, but again, one of those that could probably stand some competition. I like this one on the move, in particular, just in terms of the way she's built in her lower joints, the cushion and comfort she has right there at the surface. Love the depth this one has to her heel. Is she maybe as unique and enamoring in terms of her look as some of the cattle we've seen today? No, but I think she packs a lot of power, a lot of body, and a lot of punch on a framework and a build that gets out and goes pretty well. Nice single entry. Let's give him a round of applause.
Results on our Hereford side. First in class goes to 7861, Lila Doris from Erath County 4-H. Second goes to 2429, Chrissy Feller from Comal County 4-H. And third goes to 6206, Holly White from Commerce FFA. On our main Anjou side, Class 7 results are as follows. First place goes to 420, Candace Tucker, Willis FFA. Second goes to 2504, Lindley M. Searles from Frio County 4-H. And third goes to 2341, Layla Houghton from San Jacinto County 4-H. Class 8 results are as followed on the main Anjou side. First in class, 4198, Walker Massar from Rogers FFA.
A good pair over here on the Hereford side. Again, a lot like our last class winner. Really attractive, stout-made heifer here. It's going to win this class. Extended up front, opens up with some true capacity and density. And then you get behind her, she's got a big old hip in her. Really sound structured, nice place here in this pair. Good heifer here in second, just kind of got in a class here with a really, really nice one. But this one, again, you love the muscle and the mass she has. Maybe like to just tone her down there right at her crest and right underneath her jawline there to just make her just on that level that the heifer ahead of her has. But that's a square-built one that's got some nice cow potential. Like that young lady's heifer quite a bit. Put your hands together for those two young ladies. They brought you a nice pair.
First call, Hereford, Class 13. First call, Hereford, Class 13. Second call, Maine, Class 13. Second call, Maine, Class 13. First call, Maine, Classes 14 and 15. First call, Maine, Classes 14 and 15.
Got a really, really high quality one to win this class, guys, and I think that she brings a lot of good to the table in a package that, like we've talked, some of these other cattle is unique, and she puts such a good neck on such a smooth shoulder. Yeah, is good in terms of her rib cage, stout and powerful from behind, big-footed, big-legged, genuine in terms of her condition, and I probably appreciate that more than anything, especially for this stage in the game. They've got her in the right rig, and she's holding herself together really, really well. She gets a little weird and she gets a little wonky in her back from time to time, and that's maybe my one big nitpicky thing. She maybe gets a little peaked on the back side of her shoulder, a little tight right there in the center, and then maybe wants to get just a little weird in the way she hooks up into her hip. That's really, really nitpicky things on an exceptionally high quality one. The heifer that comes here in second, guys, again, good basic cattle, big-footed, got some body, got some power, probably just not in the same league as that heifer in terms of lateness of maturity, in terms of size, in terms of mass, in terms of dimension. She's one that's very, very youthful, very fresh, to the point where maybe I'd like to give her just a touch more condition, maybe push on her just a little bit harder with that feed bucket. Nice class, really, really good class winner, guys.
Results in Class 9 on the Hereford side. Results Class 9 first goes to 656, Carlisle Brahman from Refugio County 4-H. Second goes to 4450, Tatum Tolbert for Howe FFA. On our main Anjou side, Class 9 results are as followed. First place goes to 4399, Cash Miller, Randall County 4-H. Second goes to 3748, Tristan Glauser from Hubbard FFA.
another class, guys. I don't know if there's a right answer. There's a lot of differences and just differences in type and kind and structure. And so I think it makes it challenging. The big heifer that's going to go ahead and start, I guess, for me, is just the most fault-free in terms of what she brings to the table. She's well-balanced. She's long-spined. She's long-hipped. And I think she's adequate in terms of her lower joints. I'd like to see her have a bigger foot underneath her. That shoulder's not perfect in terms of its angle, and it certainly needs to be a little bit more 45 degree, not so much 90. And I think those are things that you'd like to change about her. But I think out here she's fresh, she's genuine, she's well balanced, and she gets out and goes adequate enough. After that, we get into a pair of these heifers in 2 and 3 that are a little bit different, just in terms of being more moderate in their type and kind. I like the freshness of the heifer here in second versus the heifer in third. She's one that certainly carries herself better in through her chest fuller. It's more genuine in terms of her center body. I like the extra foot in the bone and depth of heel she has underneath her. She gets a little short and round out of her hip. She maybe wants to run just a touch downhill and maybe is a little more jammed up through her front end. But I think one whose spine and hips lays in her better than the heifer that stands here in 3. The heifer in 3 is stout, and she's powerful, huge-footed, huge-legged, and she's opened up to the point where maybe we've pushed it a little far, and I think it's only amplified by the fact that she's a little chubby and she needs some condition taken off of her. She's just a little short and a little jammed up everywhere for me. That hip and tail head is an issue. She wants to deviate, get too short in terms of her hip, get too high in terms of that tail head. We need to slam that down into her spine a little bit better. She wants to get outside of herself off either end of her skeleton when you watch her coming and going. And the same can be said for the heifer here in 4, guys. You know, on the standstill, that young lady does a phenomenal job of getting her stuck. And I'm sure at one point in time, she held a lot of pieces together. She's getting towards the end of her career. She's wanting to drop down in terms of her udder and maybe get closer to calf. And because of that, she's real hesitant in the way she goes off of either end. She plays out in the way she comes right at you out of her front end and kind of wants to barrel towards you out of that shoulder, and then she gets real outside of herself in the way she goes from behind. And I just got to hinge her a little different off of either end, clean her up about her head and her neck as well. Young lady Exodus, that one is genuine in terms of her condition. She's youthful. She just gives up too much out here in terms of rib and body and power and dimension. One that's probably just on the touch skinny side out here as you compare to those bigger bred heifers. A nice class, guys. Let's give all of those kids a nice round of applause.
Second call, Hereford, Class 13. Second call, Hereford, Class 13. Second call, Maine, Classes 14 and 15. Second call, Maine, Classes 14 and 15. First call, Maine, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve. First call, Maine, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve.
On the Hereford side here, we'll get into these older heifers here. We've got a lot of different, kind of 2 different types here in these first 4. I kind of split them up. We got 2 heifers in first and third that are ultra attractive and fresh, but almost to the point where I'd almost like to see at this stage in size and age and maturity, I'd almost like to see a little more on them, just a little more mass and muscle and flesh. That might be just as much as an issue as if they have too much. But the heifer in second and fourth, the heifer in second, she's maybe got plenty, but that's what gets her into second. But she is way more massive and dense than our class winner. But I do like the structure. I like the freshness of this class winner. Young lady does a nice job of getting her propped up. She's got a good look from the side. She's ultra attractive up through her head. Still got some rib shape and outward curve for as green as she is. And I think just a very nice fresh heifer there in second. I thought about switching them for a long time. I think this heifer in second is really powerful. She's really stout. I like that dark color to her. She's just got a real productive look to her. Didn't appear to be just as far along in calf. Was carrying just a little more condition. I think if I could just appeal just a little of that chest off, a little bit of that top fat and out through her hip and tail head, I think that one gets in the first pretty quick. The heifer in third, this one grabbed me right out of the gate. awesome head and neck. This one is set really nice and high out of her neck comes out of her shoulder. This one, again, for this stage and this maturity, I appreciate the freshness, yet I'd like to see just a little more on her, just to fill her out at this stage in her show career and her age. I'd sure like to see more muscle and mass. I think that would do her some good. The heifer that comes here in fourth, big outlined heifer that's probably a little more ideal just as far as her mass today and her condition. But she's gonna be a big cow. She's big and long. Got some growth, got some just true performance to her. Just didn't want to quite tie that tail head in quite as neat, not quite as neat out through her head and crest as them other three. The dark red heifer here coming in next. Here's a really square built one. Big top, big ended, big hipped. Again, just a little past her prime as far as condition. Heifer that rounds out the class. Really strong top, level hip. Like that about her. I'd just like to see more just natural width and thickness to go with the top side of her skeleton. Put your hands together for a very, very good class.
Another good division of these main cattle guys, and I think at least for me, there's one that needs to win and needs to win it pretty quick. You can have some discussion after that, but I think if you want to stick with type and kind, there's one that has to be reserved. I'm not going to let her dance around for too much longer. Gentleman out of Class 3, he's going to be your division winner. Young lady out of Class 4 will be reserved. Let's congratulate them.
First call, Hereford, classes 14 and 15. First call, Hereford, classes 14 and 15. Second call, Maine Calf Division Champion. Second call, Maine Calf Division Champion. Please make your way back to the arena.
On our main Anjou side of the ring, our junior champion heifer goes to Cash Miller out of Class 9 from Randall County 4-H. Our reserve champion junior heifer goes to Hayden Herzog from Sweeney FFA out of Class 10. Congratulations to our main Anjou breeders for our champion and junior champion heifers.
Well, as we talked in that first division, when you come to Texas, you know you're going to find a lot of good Hereford cattle and good Hereford exhibitors. I've got the chance to come down and judge some Herefords before in Texas, and man, I was impressed, and I'm impressed today. These young people brought an awesome set. That first division was incredible, and I think we maybe even outdid themselves here in the second division. What makes it fun is all four of these kind of come to the top of their classes just because they were not only they were fundamentally good, but they really do have those extras as far as the extra intangibles that we're trying to make in these show cattle, cattle that just balance up very good. They're attractive, yet they open up some rib shape and some power. and I think they all got that. So what's fun to me is Thatcher and I can really go out and kind of grab the one that we think has those extra pieces to the next degree, the next level. I think there is one out here that just kind of does that, so it just a little higher degree, just got a little extra look, little extra stoutness. Young lady out of that second class, you'll win this division.
A logical place to land over here on the main side. And I'll be the first to tell you this one maybe is a little hesitant off of her rear pasterns more than I'd like to see. But I think when she gets rolling and she gets going and she gets comfortable, she gets there and she's maybe just a little bit better. Every once in a while, she just wants to get a little tight. That one from the side is one that just balances incredibly well. Her neck attachment is good. Her shoulder is good. She's good and genuine in terms of the center portion of her body. Got a big square pin set in her, and just all of the pieces and parts fit together exceptionally well. And I really, really like the angle to her shoulder. Like I said, every once in a while she can maybe get a little hesitant just in the way she grabs and pushes off of those rear two. That's being awfully, awfully critical on a female that pretty handedly wins this class. After that, you just got two different types and kinds in 2 and 3, and the wild-necked one that comes next is one to fight this young lady, and so every once in a while you can get her and catch her just getting a little weird and awkward in the way she goes out of that hip from behind. But for me, that one's longer necked. She's cleaner chested. She's smoother built and just probably has more unique pieces to come to the table. A really round rib, stout, powerful one that's going to stand here in third, guys. Young lady, you do a phenomenal job of coming out here and getting her shown and sticking her probably as good as anybody in this class. To me, that one's a little moderate, and I don't mean that in a bad way. She's maybe just a little small and jammed up everywhere. I'd like to lengthen her out just in terms of the way her skeleton is built into her for the power and stoutness that she has up high. She wants to get frailer at the surface, and then again, that one hinges just a little straight off of either end of her build. Let's congratulate those kids. Another good class.
On our Hereford side, results out of Class 10 are as followed. First goes the 6949, Mackenzie McCullough from Austin County 4-H. Second goes to entry 5092, Lucas Dunn, Chapel Hill FFA. And third goes to Paisley Miller, Austin County 4-H. Our division champions on our Hereford side, junior champion heifer goes to Layla Doris out of Class 8 from Erath County 4-H. And our reserve junior champion heifer is Carlisle Brahman out of Class 9 from Refugio County 4-H. Congratulations to our junior champion and reserve junior champion Hereford heifers.
Final call, Hereford, classes 14 and 15. Final call, Hereford, classes 14 and 15.
Results in the main and juice show, Class 13. First goes to 4398, Cash Miller, Randall County 4-H. Second goes to entry 4474, Maldy Polarowski from Nacogdoches County 4-H. And third goes to entry 9020, Annabelle Groom from Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations.
First call, Hereford, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Hereford, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Over on the main side, guys, we're going to leave them standing just the way they are. The pair here at the front of the line is going to be your class winner. I think that this one blends the best in terms of balance, in terms of just attractiveness and maternal quality. And yet she's still got a calf on the ground and has maintained her body really, really well. Like how big and square and wide her hip is. Love the extra set and flex that she has at the ground. She's dropped down a nice udder that maybe spacing-wise you could change it in a couple of spots, but she's got a really, really nice calf on the side of her, and that means more than anything. I guess the decision is probably closer between 2 and 3 for me. I give the benefit of the doubt to the cow because I think she's done her job in generating a calf on the side of her that is better than what she is. She's moderate, and she's one that you like in terms of her feet and her legs. Those teats have got to be changed, guys. They kind of point in a bunch of different directions, and I'd certainly like to change that. I don't know if that's just because her bag's ultra full, but again, she's done her job. She's got the calf on the ground, and the calf is better than probably what she is, and so that's what gets her into the 2-hole today over the heifer here in 3. Heifer in 3 is stout. She's powerful, she's big-legged, she's big-footed. It's this view right here that I just can't get her any higher. She's too straight in the angle to her shoulder. She's too tight in her spine. She's not comfortable and flexible in the way she goes off of those rear 2. Let's congratulate those kids.
Second call, Hereford, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Hereford, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Simmental, Class 1. First call, Simmental, Class 1. Final call, Maine, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Final call, Maine Division Champion and Reserve.
Another challenging pair of these big bred heifers, guys, and a lot of differences to see and talk through. I'm still going to leave them standing just the way they are. Young lady's heifer here at the front of the line, to me, looks like maybe at one point in time we got her a little chubby and then we tried to pull her back. And so she's got a little chest floor in relation to her forerib and flank line, and it throws her off from a balance perspective from the side. She's still the smoother shouldered one. She's still the better-headed one, and that transitions better into the center portion of her body. She needs to be changed in terms of her hip and the way she goes out of that hip. She wants to duck those pins and pull those hocks from behind her, but once you get past that, she's one that's built better in terms of her lower joints. She's built better in the angle to her knee. She's softer, and she's more comfortable right there at the surface. The heifer here in 2 is big-backed. She's stout. She's powerful, she's big-footed, and she's big-legged, and there's things that I really like about her from that regard. She's too coarse for me, guys. She's too coarse-headed, too coarse-shouldered, and then again, when you get the cattle out and you watch them move like this, she's just too tight off of either end. She never gets comfortable. She never gets relaxed. She's choppy, and she just struggles to get out here and go like she needs to. I got to really change her, especially off of those rear pasterns. A nice pair of them, guys, and be interesting to see back out in division here shortly.
really a fun class here to sort through and just look at these big, stout, older heifers here, and we alleviated some of the challenges that we had in that last class, where these heifers really are right on 12 o'clock. It's tough to do to get them this old, get them this powerful, yet still keep them fresh, but they all do it pretty good. Some just a shade better than others. Young lady's Hereford's going to win the class. Yeah, man, that one's just powerful, yet she's fresh. Love that udder quality that she's got. You can tell she's heavy with calf, yet she maintains her top line very, very good. Just got a natural presence and look to her, yet still got some power and body in a very, very nice, attractive, nicely designed package. Young lady's got a really stout heifer here coming in second, and I love this one's presence, and I love her top shape and her hip. This one is really square built, really stout, really heavy duty. Maybe not quite as neat at the angle to her shoulder and back slope to her knee that we found in our first effort. Not quite as heavy with calf, but yet I think she's going to have a nice udder there. That's just a really nice square built one there in second. Young man brought us another good one here in third. This one again, boy, you love the power. That one's so opened up, big bodied, big hipped. Got just pushing just a little extra cover up through the front. But I don't think it's not overly too much. But in this class, that's kind of what separated these first three. But that one is really square, really cowy, really maternal. Like that one quite a bit as well. Young man in fourth here, long-sided, stout-featured heifer. She's got the extra foot and bone to her. Heifer that just didn't have the extra bells and whistles, just as far as presence and look and design. But fundamentally, that's a very stout, good, solid female. Still got some nice females here as we round out the class. Young man's got a really square built, nicely presented dark heifer here. Like the job he's done bringing her hair, just presence and skin and hair. Heifer that just didn't quite want to balance up, wanted to get up in her top and her loin just a little bit. Just wasn't quite set there as true up through her front end. Heifers that round out the class, both of them want to just get a little rigid up in their top line. Would like to drop them down in their forward and flank to make them heifers balance up and get them more competitive. But boy, that was an awesome class. Put your hands together for them exhibitors.
Final call, Simmental, Class 1. Final call, Simmental, Class 1. First call, Simmental, Class 2. First call, Simmental, Class 2. Final call, Hereford, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve. Final call, Hereford, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve. First call, Red Angus, Class 1. First call, Red Angus, Class 1.
Over here on the main side, we get into this last division, guys, and I think you can maybe have some discussion for where you need to go for reserve. There's one out here that handles this division pretty quickly. There's none that can match the quality, the type, and the kind that she is. She's on another level. Outside of that, I think there's another one that's out here getting her job done, and she deserves to be in the reserve hole. Gentlemen at the front of the line, you're going to be our division winner. Young lady with the pair, you're going to be reserved today. Let's congratulate them.
Nice trio here on the Hereford side as we move along, and young lady brought us a really good one here to win this class. Again, this one's fun to look at. Great set up front, good headed and neck. Comes into a big barrel, big top. She's opened up. She's got a nice hip in her. Very, very nice one in this trio. We'll get her back out here for division shortly. Young lady's heifer here in second. I thought it was close here in second and third. I thought just a few less things I'd like to change about this heifer in second. Thought she's just opened up a little wider, a little more boulder sprung, a little neater down her top and out through her hip. Heifer, in comparison to our class winner, just didn't have that extra capacity, didn't have that extra build in her structure and how she's aligned off both ends. But a very, very nice cow prospect for that young lady. As is the heifer that's going to round out the class. Here's a tall-fronted, neat-featured heifer, one that's got a lot of extension, some extra frame. With that extra frame, I just like to open her up on both ends. I like to give her more chest width, more mass, forerib and flank, and you get right behind her. But very nice trio. Let's give them three young ladies a round of applause.
Results from Class 13 of your Hereford show. First place goes to entry number 6983, Camden Crisp of Valley View FFA. Second place goes to 7858, Hadley Doris of Erath County 4-H. And third place goes to entry number 6801, Jarrett Worrell from Mason County 4-H.
Second call, Simmental, Class 2. Second call, Simmental, Class 2. Second call, Red Angus, Class 1. Second call, Red Angus, Class 1.
Over here on the main side, guys, you know, as opposed to when we got into the Shars this morning, and then especially when we got into the Limmies, where I felt like there was one you could latch onto and run with. I don't know if there's necessarily the one out here. I think all three of these division winners are awfully, awfully nice, and I think that there's a lot of discussion and a lot to think about and a lot to talk through. The heifer that wins Division 1, guys, she's out there. She is wild in terms of her pieces, and for one to have that skinny of a neck that sits on a shoulder like that and yet still opens up into such an awesome rib cage, a big pin set, and then comes down to the surface with so much foot and so much bone and so much flexibility, I think is impressive. You know, she's out there, and with getting out there, you're going to have some things that maybe aren't quite perfect. She maybe wants to get a little round in terms of the way she goes out of that hip. And I'm not going to say that that shoulder just drops out of her perfectly, but man, that one pushes a lot of limits and does a lot of cool stuff. The heifer that comes out of Division 2, guys, is one I talked earlier, probably mimics the same type and kind and pieces of the heifer that wins Division 1. Maybe not to the extreme, but one that's wild-necked and big-barreled and stout and powerful when you get in from behind her. The thing that I maybe question on this one, and I hinted at it earlier, she gets a little weird in terms of her back and wants to get a little roller coastery in terms of the way a little roller coastery in terms of the way she's built there, right there on the back side of her shoulder. Wants to get peaked and then tight right in the center of her back, and doesn't necessarily transition just perfect into that hip. And so I think that's what makes it challenging, because I think if this one's upper skeleton was built just a touch better, you'd be more comfortable with where she lands in this lineup. Then we get back to the heifer that comes out of your senior division, guys, and one that is very, very highly presented, and you can tell somebody's pimped on her and taken care of her. She's well balanced, she's attractive, she's bold in terms of her body, she's big and square out there through that pin set. She too drops down and has got a big hind leg underneath her and a big foot. Again, maybe not the wild pieces of the heifers that stand in front of her out here, just in terms of neck attachment, in terms of chest floor, and in terms of the way all of those things blend together. I hinted at it earlier. Every once in a while, she wants to get a little hesitant in the way she drives and plants and pushes off of that rear hip and hind leg. And so I think that's what makes it challenging out here. There's a lot of differences in these cattle, a lot of give and take. I'm going to go out and take another look and get you a champion in reserve, guys. Let's go ahead and congratulate these kids.
Final call, Simmental, Class 2. Final call, Simmental, Class 2. First call, Simmental, Classes 3 and 4. First call, Simmental, 3 and 4. Final call, Red Angus Class 1. Final call, Red Angus Class 1. And first call, Red Angus Class 2. First call, Red Angus Class 2.
Just a single entry here. Really nice cow-calf pair. I think our oldest female of the show. She's got a nice big calf on her, and so she should. So good quality cow, got a nice udder, raising a big stout calf. Congratulations, that young man. We'll get her out here a little bit here for division.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Class 2 from Walker County 4-H, and your reserve grand champion Maine on Jew heifer goes to Cash Miller out of Class 13 from Randall County 4-H. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
So we pick our last division champion in what's going to be a really exciting lineup of division champions for our Hereford Drive here shortly. But as we talk kind of these last Thursday and today, you know, you get to this age of heifers, it's tough to get them to just put it all together, to keep that nice condition. You want to keep them fresh, yet we still want some mass in these cattle. And I want to say this division and this breed has probably done it as well as any. Females that do have the extra freshness to them, that still have the mass, that still look how they're supposed to look for this stage of maturity. We've got like this heifer that won the first class. Look like she's going to calve here not too terribly long, but yet she really holds her top together nice, really holds herself together nice for being that far along in gestation. Again, we got a nice one behind her. That was a really good class. Young lady out of the second class, again, ultra square. Again, did a nice job of keeping this one really 12 o'clock for today. She's got some power, yet she's still fresh. Got a nice head and neck on her. Then we got a nice pair with a really big calf on there behind her. But really good division. Like all these heifers quite a bit. Really like these two out of the first two classes. I think there's one that just kind of puts it all together in just a little neater level, little extra level. Young lady out of that first class, you'll win this division. Congratulations. Well, what a great lineup of Hereford females and young people. Like we talked before, when you come to Texas, you know you're going to see some awesome Herefords, and it didn't disappoint today. We've had just a great lineup. Started off strong. I think we got two really awesome ones out of that first calf division. Built a little different, but I think both it kind of proves you can have really good ones in different types and kinds. Got a super powerful one that won that first division, and then a super attractive one that was reserved. We get into that second division. That young lady's got just an ultra attractive female, one that's just got the really unique look up front, got a really unique hip to her when you get back behind her, and still got some bone and some substance to her. She's not, no doubt, she's not as powerful as either heifer on either side of her, but you can't help but notice that extra look of quality and that unique build that she has. Young lady out of our last division, we talked about, we were really impressed with just that total division, just as how fresh those young people were able to keep them older heifers that really are getting a lot of age on them, so it's tough to keep them 12 o'clock. But I think they did that, and so when you get ones that are just that powerful, yet still are fresh in their condition, yet still got the good build, the unique design, the high quality look from the side, and still open up with just a ton of power and capacity. And that heifer that won that last division, really she's far along in calf, yet she holds it together really good. So I think I could use any one of these three and sleep good tonight. I think we're going to get a couple awesome representatives out of this breed. Thatcher and I got a champion picked out, and it's going to get really tight for reserve. But let's go ahead, give them a big round of applause for this awesome Hereford division. Get you a champion in reserve.
Second call, Red Angus, Class 2. Second call, Red Angus, Class 2. First call, Red Angus, Class 3. First call, Red Angus, Class 3. Second call, Simmental, Classes 3 and 4. Second call, Simmental, Classes 3 and 4.
We roll into our semis, guys, and this is one of the primary breeds that my husband and I raise, and so I'm probably a little bit more critical of these things than the average person that would be out here, and so I'm going to break them down quite a bit, and when you break them down, it's without question the heifer at the front of the line wins this class, does it pretty handedly for me. Is she as stout and powerful and burly as the heifer behind her? No. But this one's got good running gears. She gets out and goes like she needs to. She's got a good rib cage in her. She's youthful. She's feminine. She's attractive through that front end. That one's a show heifer, guys, and she's, again, the type and kind that makes it to a big heifer and is successful on into next year. The heifer directly behind her, a little bit more moderate in her type and kind, and with that, it's pretty punchy up high, pretty stout and powerful from behind. She's well balanced, she's attractive, and she's got some cool things. For me, at this stage in the game, she's plenty chubby and pushing enough chest, and I'd maybe just pump the brakes feed-wise on that one just a little bit. She's not built the same as the heifer that wins in terms of her skeleton, in terms of the angle to her shoulder, the way it sits in her when you study her coming and going, and she just doesn't pick them up and plant them and push them like the heifer that we just talked about when she gets out and goes off of those rear two. But I like the power, I like the stoutness, I like some of the feature that she has. The red one is big, she's stout, she's powerful, she's bold-bodied, she's got as much performance as anything. Again, that one needs to be toned down just in terms of condition, especially for this stage in the game. And I promise you guys, some of these semis, if you push them too early, they start getting that chest floor in them. You can't ever get it out of them. And she just needs to slow down a little bit in that regard. I like some things about her in terms of her look and in terms of her body and in terms of her power. I wish she matched a lot of what she has up high with better feet and legs down low. She needs a bigger foot. She needs a bigger leg. She could have just a little bit more curvature and set to that rear leg as well. An interesting heifer comes out next, and young lady does a phenomenal job of getting this one shown. She's one that's really genuine in terms of her condition. She's big pinned. She's got some foot and bone underneath her. She gets quite a bit plainer about her head shape, maybe a little bit plainer in terms of her jaw. And even though her chest floor sits into her really good, she's got depth of body. She's maybe not the boldest sprung one in the center portion of her body. She too wants to get a little awkward in the way she hinges off of either end of her build. A really long, pretty, attractive one coming out next. She needs to be stouter featured at the ground and really just stouter all the way through. She too needs to be changed in the way she goes off of either end of her build. Opposite end of the spectrum, young lady's got a powerful, stout, high-performing one that maybe just needs to match her extra size with just a touch more softness there in the center portion of her body, and again, needs to hinge a little better off of either end of her skeleton. A young lady that's going to round out this class, guys, a moderate female that I like from her shoulder back in terms of rib, in terms of body. She's good in the set to her hind leg. That one's shoulder is a problem. She wants to duck her pins as she goes, and the way that one's whole front end assembly is built into her and her chest floor sits into her just needs to be reconstructed. A really nice class of them, guys. Let's give them a round of applause.
Second call, Red Angus, Class 3. Second call, Red Angus, Class 3. First call, Red Angus, Class 4. First call, Red Angus, Class 4. Final call, Simmental, Class 4. Final call, Simmental, Class 4.
Results from our heifer show today. Your champion senior heifer went to Camden Crisp out of Class 13 from Valley View FFA. And your reserve champion senior heifer went to Hadley Doris out of Class 13 from Erath County 4-H. Your grand champion Hereford heifer for the 2024 Rodeo Austin Heifer Show goes to Camden Crisp out of class number 13 from Valley View FFA. And your reserve grand champion Hereford heifer goes to Lila Doris out of class 8 from Erath County 4-H. Congratulations to our Hereford exhibitors. Attention in the barn. If Hayden Herzog could come to the announcer stand, we have your voucher for winning your class. Hayden Herzog, if you could come to the announcer stand.
Results in Class 1 in the Simmental Show. First place goes to 4003, Madison Mosley, Brown County 4-H. Second goes to 3080, Cash Dale, Rains County 4-H. And third goes to 5209, Bailey Taylor, Prairie Land FFA. Congratulations.
Final call, Red Angus, Class 3. Final call, Red Angus, Class 3. Second call, Red Angus, Class 4. Second call, Red Angus, Class 4.
Well, an awesome way to start the Red Angus breed here. Really like this class winner, and this one's just got a lot of good in her. She's long, she's stout, she's got a good cow maternal build to her. Again, just a nice combination heifer that's got some stoutness and got some femininity, and you like her angles as well. No doubt a really bulky, big center-bodied heifer young lady's gotten second. This one's really square built. She's really big-bodied. Maybe wants to get just a little chunkier than our class winner, and with that, she does not have as much just true bone and foot and feature, but again, a very, very high-quality one there in second. I think it gets a little more challenging from third on back. I thought the heifer in third, just more of a combination, more fault-free, kind of like our class winners, just not as much of her. She's got a good look from the side, but we just like to add just a little more heifer there to get her to compete with that next level. The young lady with the dark heifer going to be fourth. Really like this heifer from her forerib back, but I would like to change her kind of up through her front 1/3, how she's set there. I'd like to lay her back and her shoulder and her knee. Her head just isn't quite as comfortably come out of the top of her shoulder. Young lady that's going to be fifth over there, this heifer, again, got a nice spread to her top and got some hip and muscle. She just didn't want to quite just prop up and give us that show ring presence and design today, but I think that one she gets a little more broke, maybe wants to handle a little better. I think she's going to give you a better look. Young lady that's going to be sixth there, again, very complete heifer, just very, very, fault-free just from a maternal build and design standpoint. Just didn't have the extra muscle and mass and shape we found. The heifer's going to round out the class. Just like to add just a little more just density and outness and curvature and mass to move them ahead. But great way to start our Red Angus show. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Final call, Red Angus, Class 4. Final call, Red Angus, Class 4. First call, Simmental, Class 7. First call, Simmental, Class 7.
We get into our semis, guys, again in this second class, and I think a really nice fault-free one to go ahead and start. She wants to get just a touch, just weird, and maybe even getting close to getting outside of herself when you watch her go from behind. But outside of that, that one's moderate. She's bold-bodied, she's well-balanced, and she puts a lot of good together while still being appropriate in terms of the angle to her knee, the angle to her hock, and the softness that she has at the ground. Like I said, you watch her go from behind, she can maybe get a little rotated and a little weird in the way she goes out of her hip. Out here, there's not a heifer out here that just can match her in terms of structure and build either way, and so she pretty handedly wins it. The heifer in 2, man, if you could just look at this one on the standstill, she'll give you a real good look from time to time. That neck sits super high off of her shoulder. She's bold sprung. She's big hipped. That one just 2 steps, a little bit too much here, guys. She needs to take a longer stride. She needs to be more mobile, more comfortable, more flexible. And it starts at the ground with her being a little bit smaller footed. She needs more depth to her heel, and she needs reconstructed in terms of that rear leg. The colored up heifer is one that young lady does a phenomenal job showing, guys. And I think that she mimics the type and kind of that heifer in second, when from structure, maybe has a little bit more body, maybe has a little bit more power, but probably not as unique in terms of her head and neck and the way that is built into her front skeleton, maybe a little bit chestier. And again, similar problems when you set the cattle into motion. She's more upright in the angle to her shoulder. She needs a bigger foot. She needs to be deeper heeled and just more flexible and mobile in the way she pushes and plants and drives out of that hip and hind leg. The heifer here that comes in fourth sure isn't benefited today by not having much in the hair department, and that's not what gets her fourth today, guys. I just think today she comes a little bit more common, a little bit plainer in terms of her look. She's got a little bit of navel, and it detracts just from her balance from the side. I think when she gets a little hairier, she can put a lot of pieces and parts together. Today she looks just a little bit more compact and just average and plain in terms of all of the pieces and parts that she puts together. I do like the extra foot, the extra foot and bone that she has underneath her. Young lady that's turning the corner here, a heifer that's wanting to give her fits, and I'm proud of her for sticking with it. She's bold-bodied, she's got some dimension, and she's got a set of running gears that meet underneath. When you want to talk about meeting her stride, she gets a little too plain-headed, a little too deep-chested. She, too, wants to rotate up underneath herself out of her hip and hind leg. Gentleman that's going to round out this class, a stout, powerful, big-legged one that maybe just falls out from a balance perspective. And again, structurally, we just got to hinge that one a little different off of either end. Let's congratulate all of them.
On the Red Angus side here, nice second class trio these young ladies have brought to town. I think the 2 heifers that are going to go first and second are very, very similar. I thought just a little more heifer here in first. I thought she just opened up with more width, more capacity, more center body, and just shape and roundness to the rib. heifer that's really long-sided. Young lady's got a nice cow prospect there, nice prospect to move forward with. Young lady's going to be second. Again, very similar design female compared to our class winner. Just gets a little more closed up. Didn't have quite as much as shape and outward turn from her forerib all the way back to her flank and stifle. But again, that one gives you a very good look from the side, nice silhouette. Young lady that's going to round out the class, nice cow prospect here. This one just needs a little more time and feed and maturity, but she's very complete, and from a maternal standpoint, looks like she's going to be a nice cow. Very nice trio those young ladies brought to town.
Second call, Simmental, Class 7. Second call, Simmental, Class 7. First call, Red Angus, Class 7. First call, Red Angus, Class 7.
The biggest difference in this class, guys, is there's just such a freshness advantage with the black and white heifer, and because of that, not only does she appear longer necked and just cleaner in there through her chest floor, but she handles herself better when you set him in motion. She's longer spined, the angle to her shoulder sits better in her, that hip and tail head is built better in her. As she is pulled apart, wide and stout and powerful as the heifer directly behind her, no, I think that's to her advantage, because just in terms of structure and build and maintaining all of her skeleton together on the move, she definitely has the advantage. The heifer that stands here in second, guys, she is stout, she is powerful, and she's loaded up with muscle and dimension all the way through. For me, that one's maybe pushed it a little bit too far in that regard, and you see that in the fact that she's coarser in through her tail head, coarser in through her shoulder, and then two, I think that one's carrying just a little bit more in terms of condition, and because of that, she's wanting to get crestier over the top side of her neck, maybe deeper in through her chest floor. I just got to loosen that one up in terms of her skeleton. She wants to get rotated in the way she goes out of her shoulder, and similar story when you study her off of her rear two. A nice class winner in particular, guys. Let's congratulate both of them.
Results from our Red Angus show are as follows. Out of Class 1, congratulations to entry number 5432, Kaylee Bragg of Bell County 4-H. Second place goes to entry number 5672, Macy Weems of Kaufman County 4-H. And third place went to entry number 5208, Bailey Taylor of Pearland FFA. Class number 2, our first place went to entry number 6570, Peyton McGee, Trinity County 4-H. Second place went to entry number 2553, Katie Cotton of Harrison County 4-H. And third place went to entry number 6342, Paloma Ortiz of Elgin FFA. And now in our Red Angus side, we have class number 3 in the ring. Results from our Simmental show, Class 2. Congratulations to entry number 6569, Grace Tuyos of Trinity County 4-H. Second place went to entry number 3354, Carson Fusel of West FFA. And third place went to entry number 3634, Peyton Johnson of Fairfield FFA.
Another nice class, guys, of these semi-heifers. And this one that wins, she's maybe a little mature, I guess, for me, for a heifer calf at this stage in the game. But one that in this class in particular is the moderate, bold-bodied brood cow, guys. I think that this one's big-footed. She's big-legged. She gets out and goes like she needs to. Is she the prettiest necked and prettiest chested one? No, but that one's going to be a heck of a cow for this young lady, and she covers the basics the best of any female out here. Similar in terms of body and power and stoutness is the heifer that stands here in second. Unfortunately, she's not built the same in terms of her angle to her shoulder and the way she goes out of her hip and just the way that she sets down off of those rear two as the heifer we just talked about. Another one of those that could probably benefit from maybe coming off of a little bit of feed. She's carrying a little bit more condition on her, and I think that that would let her get out and go just a touch better as well. Opposite end of the spectrum, the gentleman that's going to round out this class, guys, that one's long, she's extended, she's big framed. For the extra frame size that she has, we need her to have more body. We need to have her have more just maternal character in the center portion of her body. She too could be changed in the way she hinges and goes off of either end. I'd certainly like to put a bigger foot underneath her. Let's congratulate those kids.
Second call, Red Angus, Class 7. Second call, Red Angus, Class 7. First call, Red Angus classes 8 and 10. First call, Red Angus classes 8 and 10. Final call, Simmental, Class 7. Final call, Simmental, Class 7. First call, Simmental, Class 8. First call, Simmental, Class 8.
Results in Simmental Class 3. First place goes to Caitlin Payne from Clyde FFA. Second goes to 2350, Haley Orth from Floresville FFA. In Class 4 on the Simmentals, first place went to 5036, Darcy Ludick from Bellevue FFA. Second went to 7514, Granger Schubert from Lee County 4-H. And third went to 844, Bryson Heckler from Columbia FFA. Congratulations to our Simmental breeders.
Boy, great class of Red Angus females here, and boy, you really find some cattle to tie to that just got a lot of good in them. Young lady's going to win this class. I thought just a really awesome top pair of females in this class. Here's the one that it's tough to put a big hole into this female. She's stout, she's big bodied, she's good looking. In particular, she's just better off that rear leg and pastern in comparison to our class winner. But boy, that's a good pair of heifers. Young man's here in second, no doubt. Really a square build. Love the muscle shape. When this one stopped and set, she can win the class. This one's really square. She's good looking. Love the extra muscle and stifle she's got in her. This one was just a pastern away from winning this class. I just like to set her back there on the move, just make her more comfortable off them rear two pasterns to get her ahead of that dark red heifer. Young man's heifer in third, no doubt. Here's the long-bodied, tall-fronted one of the trio. This one's the most extended of the trio. Just got a little longer muzzled for me. Just didn't have that extra stoutness and just true dimension and power and grunt that we found in them first two. But I like this one's ability to go ahead and get on better from this stage forward because she is sound. She's got a good rear leg in her. She's got a good look, and she's very, very flexible. Young lady that's going to be fourth, again, like this one's muscle shape. She just didn't want to just put it all together from a pattern standpoint. I'd like to just drop her down in her flank. Just like to see that lower third match her upper third a little better. Young man that rounds out the class, there was a type placing there, and I think you could switch them up if you wanted to. This one's got a great top, a great hip, dead level down her top. Just didn't maybe have that extra shape and outward curve that we found in them first few. But that was a whale of a class. Awesome on them first three. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Back over here on the semi side, guys, we get into your first division, and it's pretty clear cut in my mind. There's one that I fancy quite a bit in terms of type and kind, in terms of the type of cattle that we try to breed and we try to raise. And then there's one that I think in terms of cow power and just really big pieces and parts that are going to be fundamentally good for her on down the road. She needs to fall into the reserve hole. Young lady out of class 1, you're our division winner today. That one's awfully, awfully nice. Young lady out of class 2, you're going to be our reserve. Let's congratulate them.
Well, I've been really impressed with these Red Angus heifers so far, and just keeps on coming right here. Good pair of them, just two of them, but two very, very good ones. And young man's got a really good one here to win this class. This one is awesome from the side, balances up awesome. Love how her head and neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. Good hip. Like the condition she's in. We'll get her out here for division here shortly. Young man's going to be second. Again, got a lot of similarities to our class winner. Just didn't quite didn't quite blend in right there through her chest quite as nice as our class winner. Wasn't quite as neat in how she handles her rear leg, hock and pastern. But again, that very, very nice, useful heifer there in second. Congratulations to those two young men.
Second call, Simmental, Class 8. Second call, Simmental, Class 8. Second call, Red Angus, Class 10. Second call, Red Angus, Class 10.
Our heifer calf champion on the Simmental side goes to Mason Mosley out of Class 1 from Braun County 4-H. Our reserve champion heifer calf goes to Gracie Tullis from Trinity County 4-H. Congratulations to our heifer calf champion and reserve heifer calf champion Simmental. Results in Class 3 on our Red Angus side. First goes to 7136, Faith Jackson from Friendswood FFA. Second goes to entry 3599 to Braxton Hunt from Walker County 4-H. And third place goes to entry 7063, Pecos Wolero, Gillespie County 4-H. Class 4 Red Angus results are as followed. First goes to 5431, Jackson Bragg from Bell County 4-H. Second goes to 8174, Aiden Wall from Williamson County 4-H.
Final call, Simmental, Class 8. Final call, Simmental, Class 8, Colton Abrams. First call, Simmental, Class 9. First call, Simmental, Class 9. Colton Abrams in Simmental Class 8. Colton Abrams, please make your way to the arena. Second call, Simmental Class 9. Second call, Simmental Class 9. First call, Simmental Class 10. First call, Simmental Class 10.
On the Red Angus side over here, we're got our first division here, and man, what a set of females! If anybody, if you're in the red, if you're thinking about trying some Red Angus stuff, here's the kind of ones that you want. And we got a few Red Angus cows there. We started buying them up a few years ago, and I'm telling you, it's hard to make them like this. And these young people brought some absolutely awesome Red Angus heifers to town, to Austin. And they're really hard to make this good. And I just commend the breeders, commend the exhibitors, because they brought some awesome ones. If you'd have told me that one of my favorite divisions of calf class winners were going to be the Red Angus, I wouldn't have believed you. But that's actually what we got here. I actually, these are probably some of my favorite cattle we've seen all day. There's 3 of these class winners out here I really, really like. And we're going to get the seconds are right close there behind them. So we got 4 good class winners. I think 3 of them comes down to the heifer that won the first class, the heifer won that really tough third class, and the young man that came out of that fourth class. So we got a little bit of differences in them. Some are a little stouter today, some are a little prettier today. Yet I think they all 4 got the good pieces to them. They got the ability to still be better, to get better and be good a year from now, even as good as they are today. But the young lady that won that first class, boy, that one's long-bodied, square-built. Boy, you look at the roundness she has to her rib cage for being that long-bodied. She really holds herself together. Good top line, good hip. Is she as neat up front as the other 2 heifers? No, she's not. But I think it fits her well, and she still balances up very, very nice. Not to take anything away from the young lady's heifer there, the one that second class. Very, very complete cow prospect. Got some body and stoutness and squareness to her, but she just doesn't have quite the bells and whistles, as far as her look and design that we have on the heifers of either side of her. Young lady's heifer, the one in the third class, that was a very tough class, a very good trio there. This one, boy, just stout, elegant. Just got a lot of just raw, real good things to her. You can tell she probably hasn't had, she's not the best presented one out of the 3 we're looking at, just as far as her hair and skin and how she's presented today. but she really doesn't need it. I mean, that one is big middled, she's elegant fronted, she's big hip, and she's got that feet and legs that are very hard to make in this breed. Young man that wins that last class, again, very attractive female. Love this one's head and neck set. Love her through her front 1/3. Got a great hip and hind leg in this one. Of those three that we're considering out here, she is not the stoutest as far as her foot and bone and muscles concerned, but she is probably the prettiest headed one of those three. So we're going to get pick a champion. We're going to get an awesome pair out of this division. We'll pick your champion, take another look for reserve, but put your hands together. They brought an awesome first division of Red Angus females to Austin.
Final call, Simmental classes 9 and 10. Final call, Simmental classes 9 and 10.
After our class winner, guys, it's a little challenging to piece together where you need to go in this class, but I don't think it's negotiable that the heifer that wins this class does so. Freshness, youthfulness, balance, attractiveness, and yet still being round in terms of her rib cage, big out through her pin set. She could have some more set just to the composure of her hind leg, and she's not perfect in terms of her angles, but she's a vast improvement still yet in terms of structure out here in this class. We've got a big, stout, burly one that's going to be here in second, guys, and I like her rib cage, and I like her power. I like some of the extras she brings to the table. She's a little plainer headed, a little plainer jawed, a little thicker necked, and I think that takes away from her balance from this side. More than anything, another one of those that I've got to tweak in terms of the way she's built in that shoulder and knee. And even though she sets down comfortable at the surface in terms of the shape to her foot and the flex she has at the ground, maybe not perfect in terms of the way she hinges from her hip to her hock. A different one comes in next. A gentleman's got one that's really long and extended and probably just smoother in terms of her build out here. One that's smoother in terms of her muscle pattern. With that, she comes a little bit frailer at the ground. She's a little bit plainer in through her head and just gives up a lot of the extra power and a lot of the extra stoutness that some of these other cattle have out here. But she surfaces higher in this class because at least in terms of the angles to her lower joints, she's got just a touch more give and flex there. Heifer here in 4 is stout and she is powerful. She is big backed and she is huge out through her pin set, and she follows that all the way down to the ground. She's just too roachy in terms of the center portion of her back, too tight in the way she goes out of that hip. She deviates too much on the back side of her shoulder, and one, too, that needs to be changed in the angle to that shoulder. Young lady's got a heifer here that just needs more time, guys. She's young, and she just needs a little bit more time to fill out, a little time to drop in the center portion of her body. She's just behind maturity-wise, but I like a lot of the pieces and parts of that one. Guys, let's go ahead and give this gentleman that's going out of the ring and the young lady going out a round of applause, guys. These kids do an awesome job. Yeah, that's right, sweetheart. These kids do an awesome job working with these cattle and have spent the time and came out here, and I'm super, super glad both of them got to exhibit today. Again, nice class, guys. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Results in Class 7, Simmental Heifers. Results in Class 7. First goes to 4004, Madison Mosley from Brown County 4-H. Second goes to 3740, Briley Kidd from Floyd County 4-H. And third goes to 5096, Braden Rolling from Hempstead FFA. Congratulations to our class winners and Simmental Show.
First call, Red Angus, classes 13, 14, and 15. First call, Red Angus, classes 13, 14, and 15. Second call, Simmental, class 13. Second call, Simmental, class 13. Simmental, Class 10, Zoe Romanchuk. Please make your way to the arena. Up, hey.
Results from your Red Angus Heifer Show. Your champion heifer calf goes to Faith Jackson out of class number 3, Friendswood FFA. And your reserve champion heifer calf goes to Kaylee Bragg out of class 1 from Bell County 4-H. Congratulations to our Red Angus exhibitors.
I'll be the first to tell you the heifer that's going to win this class probably needs to go just a little bit different in terms of her hip and hind leg for me personally. But out here, there's none that can match the overwhelming boldness of rib and power and just stoutness that she has, and yet still balances the way that she does and puts it all together in what I consider a show heifer package. You know, she's maybe a little bit chesty, and I guess from a condition standpoint, she's probably right exactly 12 o'clock to the point where I'd probably want to pump the brakes and slow her down ever so slightly. I think she's one that reads good in terms of the angle to her shoulder and her knee. Again, it's just the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg, and I think, again, it starts at the ground. She maybe just needs to be a little bit bigger footed and deeper heeled. These are all really, really critical things, guys, on a heifer that I think handles this class very nicely. I love the running gears, and I love the pieces and the parts of this heifer in second, guys. She is good in the angle to her shoulder. She pushes and plants and drives and grabs the surface like she needs to out of that hip and hind leg. She's just a little far behind. She's youthful and green to the point where she needs to be packing a little bit more of a punch in the center portion of her body. She needs to be stouter when you get in on top of her and you study her from behind, and just wish she was maybe a little bit further along just in terms of depth of body, power, dimension, and maturity. I think when they get a calf in her and maybe pump a little bit more feed to her, that one's got the pieces to get there, maybe just a little at 9 o'clock today, not quite 12 o'clock. A big, stout, powerful female young lady has another one of those that you like in terms of her rib cage, in terms of the dimension and shape that she has. I'd like to change her in the shape to her head, as she's a little dish-faced and maybe not the most attractive in terms of her head shape. And really what gets her down into the third hole, guys, is structure. We got to change this one in terms of the angle to her shoulder and her knee. We got to let that shoulder sit into her skeleton better, and then she's got to go and grab the ground just a touch better in the way she goes off of those rear two. Similar story with the Baldy heifer. I like this one's moderation. I like her body, and I think she's going to be a tremendous cow for this young lady. She's got to be hinged different in terms of her shoulder and her knee. She's plenty upright in the way she goes there in terms of her front skeleton. And then when you watch her right here and the way she goes off of her rear two, she gets deviated in terms of her spine. She gets too high, in terms of her tail head, and just a little short stepping in the way she goes from behind. A pair of cattle here at the bottom end, guys. Again, we've seen them today. They're good, basic, fundamental cattle in terms of body, in terms of dimension. Maybe, again, don't have the extras in terms of look, ring presence, power, stoutness, feature, all of those things to run in a class such as this. Let's give all those kids a round of applause.
On the Red Angus side here, a nice trio here these young ladies brought us. I thought the one that's going to win, just more comfortable today in her skeleton. She's more appropriately laid back in the angle to her shoulder, and consequently, when you put her on the move, she's got more flex and comfort off both ends. Young lady's going to be second. Very, very similar built heifer to our class winner. Heifer that just isn't quite as comfortable, not as coordinated and flexible when we ask them to get in motion, but a heifer that is square built, does have some nice muscle and shape and power that go along with that femininity. Young lady that's going to round out the class, no doubt, a really heavy muscled female, big top, big ended type of female, just a little more terminal in her build, doesn't quite have that maternal presence up through her head and her crest, and just overall look and balance from the side doesn't quite match our two on the top of that class. But young ladies brought a very nice trio to town. Put your hands together for them.
Pretty logical and easy place to start in this class, guys. The young lady brings a baldy heifer that, you know, maybe he's got a little bit of white on those legs for my liking, but outside of that, it's really, really hard to fault one that's this fundamentally good. She's moderate, she's bold-bodied, she's well-balanced. I think she stays within herself and is good in terms of the way she hinges off of either end of her build. I think she's one that is right there in terms of freshness. Maybe got a little bit of chest forward of her shoulder, but she still blends and patterns up extremely well from the side. I love this one's feet, guys. She's got big feet. She's built right in terms of her lower joints. There's just a lot of good in that female. She's awfully, awfully nice. The heifer that's going to come here in second, guys, I think one that certainly at one point in time was probably a pretty sporty show heifer because she's got a really long neck and it sits high off the top side of her shoulder. She's got some depth to her body and she's got that look. Again, one of those I mentioned earlier. Looks like maybe she started getting a little chubby on them and they pulled her back. And so she's got a little bit of chest floor in relation to her forerib and center body. That's not what gets her in second today, guys. We got to reconstruct this one in terms of the angle to her shoulder and the way she goes out of that shoulder. Similar story in the way she goes off of that hip and hind leg. She wants to duck those pins, pull those hocks from behind. She needs to be built with more flexibility, comfort, and stability from her hock to the ground. Young lady's got a really good basic baldy heifer that's going to round out. Moderate, bold-bodied, probably just a little bit too plain in terms of her look, a little bit frailer at the surface. You'd like to reconstruct her in terms of the center portion of her spine as well. A nice class winner, guys. Let's give them a hand.
Nice pair over here on our Red Angus side. Two heifers, kind of like our last class. Pretty tight placing here. Both heifers are built very, very similar, just as their basic build and design. I thought just a little more mass and muscle here in our class winner. She had just a little more outward turn and curve, forward to flank and out through her stifle. But a heifer is very square built. Looks like she's going to make a nice cow. Young lady's got just a little taller fronted female here in second, perhaps a little longer sided. Heifer that's got maybe a little more extra extension compared to our class winner. She just didn't want to handle and put everything together on the move like the heifer that wins the class. Gets just a little more jammed up there on the move. You'd like to see her just grab and travel with more ease. But nice pair there they brought to town. Put your hands together for those two young people.
Results on the Red Angus side, Class 7. First goes the 64-16 Emma Peters from Klein Oak FFA. Second goes to 3321 Taryn Hudspell from Callahan County. And third goes to 995 Apple Ibarra from Byron Steel FFA. Congratulations.
Final call, Simmental, Class 13. Final call, Simmental, Class 13. First call, Simmental, Class 15. First call, Simmental, Class 15. Second call on Red Angus, Classes 13, 14, and 15. Second call, Red Angus, Classes 13, 14, and 15.
Single entry over here on the Red Angus side. Keston brought a nice heifer to town and just won in his class, so he's going to be his class winner. But in her own right, that's a very nice headed and necked heifer, very strong topped. When you get right down behind her, she's got some hip and some top heifer that just got some unique pieces as far as how she's built up front. Maybe like to add just a little more punch when you get right in behind her to match the top side of her skeleton. But a nice single entry. We'll get her out here for division in a bit.
Results in Class 8 on the Red Angus side. First goes to 2433 Travis Henderson from Comal County 4-H. Second goes to 2806 Kira Short from Brazilia County 4-H. Results in Class 10 on Red Angus. First place goes to 4856 Keston Girk from McLean County 4-H.
Over here on the semi side, guys, they're going to stay standing just the way they are. Young lady's got a heifer that, even though she's wanting to throw fits and not cooperate today, guys, this one's fresh. She's good looking. She's well balanced. She's awesome on the move. She does a lot of good things for me, and I wish she would just stop wanting to fight that young lady. When you're walking her, just walk her, and don't let her fight you on the halter. Just let her roll. She can walk for days, sweetheart, so don't worry about it. The heifer that's going to come here in second, you know, guys, if you can make this one a little fresher, a little more attractive through her front end and her chest floor, I think she comes closer to running with that young lady's heifer because I like her moderation, I like her body, and it's her lower joints and the way she gets out and goes that has her over the heifer here in 3. She's just quite a bit plainer there through her front end. She's got more chest sitting in front of her shoulder, and she wants to run downhill and just fall into a couple more pieces in the way she's constructed there through that front end. Heifer here in 3, guys. She's big, she's stout, she's powerful, round in terms of her rib cage, big barreled, and certainly appreciate those things. Similar story to a lot of the cattle we've seen today, though. She just needs to be changed in the way she's built off of either end of her build. She needs to be better in the angle to her shoulder. She needs to be more comfortable and flexible in the way she goes out of that hip. Let's congratulate those kids, guys.
Results on the Simmental Heifers Class 9. First place goes to 896 Cameron Travis from Thorndale FFA. Second goes to 4873 McKenna McAvoy from McLean County 4-H. And third goes to entry 156 Julius Medina from Gainesville FFA. Congratulations. Class 10 on the Simmental Heifers. Results as followed. First goes to 1035 Zoe Ramachuk from Montgomery County 4-H. Second goes to 895 Case Travis from Thorndale FFA. Third goes to 729 Carly Freitag from Flatonia FFA. Congratulations to the Simmental breeders. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. If you have a grand or reserve grand champion, we need your bio up at the announcer's desk for the Supreme Drive. Make sure to fill out your bio and bring it to the announcer's desk for the Supreme Drive this afternoon. Thank you.
Simmental, Class 13, Brianna Dietze. Please make your way to the arena. Simmental, Class 13, Brianna Dietze. Please make your way to the arena. Second call, Simmental, Class 15. Second call, Simmental, Class 15. First call, Simmental, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Simmental, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Our second division of Red Angus here. Maybe not quite as stout as that good calf division was, but still going to get some nice cattle out of here. Again, we got 3 nice class winners. We're not going to waste any time. I think there's one out here that's just got another level of look and body, just a little sets herself apart from a structure standpoint, a little more appropriate in the angle to her shoulder and out to her hip and rear leg. Young lady out of that first class, you're going to be champion in this division too.
A really, really competitive division, guys, of these semis, and I think a challenging one to decide where you want to go, because like I talked earlier, there's maybe not necessarily one that you just absolutely fall in love with and have to use. There's 4 really, really good cattle out here that all have things that you like and all have things that you want to change. Young lady out of the first class, guys, out here, she probably gets out horsed just a little bit in terms of body, in terms of mass and dimension as we compare her on down the line. I like this one for her freshness. I like this one for her balance, her length of spine, how her hip is built into her. I mentioned earlier, you know, she's maybe not perfect in terms of the way her lower joints are built into her, but she still meets her stride and I think is athletic enough. You have to decide if out here in this lineup, is she punchy enough in terms of the center portion of her body and far along enough in terms of maturity to run any higher in this division. The heifer that comes out of class 2, guys, I think if I just took them, on the standstill, she wins this division. That gentleman does a phenomenal job of getting this one shown. She is really, really good in terms of her balance and proportionality from the side. She's round-bodied. She's big out through her pin set, and she's one that I think, again, just if you're talking about being on a backdrop with one, she's the one that you really like. She's a little chesty, and I don't think that hurts her necessarily out here because it still blends, and she still has all of her pieces and parts fit together really, really well. My problem, I guess my consideration on this one is just the way she goes out of her hip and hind legs. She wants to get deviated in her spine. She's tighter in terms of her hip. She wants to swivel in the way she goes off of those rear 2. And I think it's one of those things where not only does she need to be just changed in terms of her hip up high, but she could sure be bigger footed, deeper heeled, and maybe just have a little more flex to that hock. The Baldy heifer that comes out next, guys, you know, probably not wowie in any one area, but that's good, basic, fundamentally good cattle. She's moderate, she's bold-bodied, she is big-footed, and she is big-legged, and she just puts so many cow basics together in a package that's still attractive and well put together. I guess you have to decide, does that one have enough for you? She's got a little bit of chest, like I said, there forward of her shoulder. Again, one of those things where I think she still blends together really, really seamlessly and balances well from the side. But as you compare her to other cattle in this lineup, she is a little plainer headed. She's maybe not as unique in terms of the way that front end assembly is built into her, but man, do I love that one in terms of body, in terms of foot and bone, in terms of cow power. We get back to the heifer that's out of this last class, guys, and I think that this one, for me, and personally, in terms of freshness, in terms of running gears, is more on par with what I like to see. I like the way that her skeleton is laid into her. I like the way her hip is built into her. She's got a phenomenal hind leg, and she uses it really, really well. Is she as bold-bodied? Is she as dimensional as the heifer that stands directly in front of her? No, and I think that's because she is in the right rig. She is fresh. She's in the right condition. Could she maybe be bolder? Could she maybe be just a little bit further along in those regards? For sure. But I think because she maybe isn't, she also balances and puts herself together just a touch better from the side. It's been an awesome division, guys. There's two of them that I think, although different in terms of type and kind, are going to come out of this division and be awfully competitive. Young lady, you're going to win our division. Young lady out of class 3, you're going to be reserve. Let's congratulate them.
Final call, Simmental, class 15. Final call, Simmental, class 15. Second call, Simmental, calf division, champion in reserve. Second call, Simmental, calf division, champion in reserve. First call, Red Angus, calf division, champion in reserve. First call, Red Angus, calf division, champion in reserve.
Our Red Angus side over here, we've got a trio here that really all three of them are just, once you step back off them, are very, very similar in their design. Just very similar how they're assembled up through their front 1/3 and out through their hip. So that gives us the opportunity to just go ahead and use the stoutest one. And the young man is going to win here. That one is the high weight per day of age heifer. She's the biggest hip. She's the most robust one of this trio, and so she's going to be your class winner today. Thought the one second as far as just mass and muscle is the other young man's heifer. Again, very, very similar build and how she's designed. Just didn't quite have that extra punch and shape that our class winner did. As is the young ladies that rounds out the class. Again, not very nice cow prospect. Again, very similar just as far as her structure and design goes. Just like to see more mass and shape to match them to on the top of the class. But put your hands together for a very nice trio those young people brought to town.
Results on our Red Angus side. Our champion junior heifer goes to Emma Peters out of class 7 from Klein Oak FFA. Our reserve junior champion Angus heifer goes to Taryn Hedspeth from Callahan County 4-H out of class 7. Congratulations to our junior champion and reserve junior champion out of the Red Angus side. In our Simmental division, we've also picked our champion junior heifer. Our champion junior heifer goes to Zoe Rumachek out of class 10 from Montgomery County 4-H. Our reserve champion junior heifer goes to Cameron Travis out of Mondale FFA. Congratulations to our Simmental junior heifer champion and reserve junior heifer champion on our Simmental side.
A young lady brought us a nice single entry here. I told her she scared everybody away. We've got a nice single entry, though. Nice heifer, really straight in her line, strong top, nice hipped female that, you know, you maybe like to see just a little more, you know, just rib shape and full rib and flank for her stage and maturity and age. But very nice single entry. We'll get her back out here for division champion in a bit.
A nice class of these big bred heifers, guys. And again, it comes back to structure, and that's the advantage of the young lady here in the red sweater and this heifer. I think that this one, in terms of condition, is awfully, awfully good for this stage in the game. She's one that handles herself just so seamlessly in terms of structure, the way she goes out of that shoulder and the way she hinges and just plants it and, again, pushes out of that hip and hind leg. She does have just a touch more shoulder than what I'd like to see. You'd maybe like to see that lay into her skeleton just a little bit better. For freshness, I think maybe just one of those that because she is so fresh, maybe isn't quite as genuine and soft right there in her forerib and center body. And again, you study her in terms of her hip structure. She has got a big old pin set in her, but maybe one that could be just a touch smoother in terms of her muscle pattern there. All really, really nitpicky things, guys, on a female that, like I said, pretty handedly wins this class. After that, you can have some discussion, I think, between 2 and 3, but again, it comes back to freshness. This heifer in 2 is really, really deep in the center portion of her body. She's really well balanced and attractive, and as you compare to the heifer in 3, better in through the shape of her head and her neck. Her chest floor sits into her better. Her shoulder, even though, again, not perfect, lays in her better than the heifer that stands down here in 3. She is fluid and just flexible and comfortable as the heifer that goes and starts when you set the cattle into motion? No, and it starts with her shoulder. She's maybe not just perfect in the way she is hinged right there in terms of her angle, and she maybe wants to duck her pins just a little bit. That's a really, really nice female, though, that I think has the advantage just in terms of structure and freshness over the heifer in 3. Heifer in 3 is big-footed. She is stout. She's powerful. She's got all of the intangibles that we want. Unfortunately, she's one that's been pushed a little too far condition-wise. That chest floor is plenty forward in her. She's quite a bit plainer about her head and her neck shape. That's not what gets her in 3, guys. She's just getting too far outside of herself. She wants to barrel at you when she's coming out of her shoulder, and then she's really got to swing them back legs to try and meet her stride. I'm just not comfortable with the way her skeleton lays into her and the way she's going off of either end. Another stout, powerful red heifer that's coming out next, probably just a little plainer and more generic in terms of her look, not the big swoopy rib cage in her like we see in the cattle that precede her, and one that could benefit again from having just a touch more foot and bone underneath her for me to feel comfortable that she proportions and balances like she needs to, and that she sets down and goes off of her rear too like she needs to. A nice moderate heifer, I like this one's freshness. I like this one's running gears. Wish she was further along in terms of body. Wish she was further along in terms of maturity. Maybe just gets out-horsed out here today. Young lady that's going to round out this class, guys. Again, stout, powerful female. We got to change this one in terms of her balance. We got to change this one in terms of the way she goes off of either end. Let's congratulate those kids, guys.
Results in Class 13 of the Red Angus shows are followed. First place goes to 6209, Destin Carter from Commerce FFA. Second goes to 5381, Tanner Hoskins from Victoria County 4-H. And third place is 8344, Presley Shabert from Bastrop County 4-H. Congratulations. Class 14, single entry. First place goes to 6904, Carla Holscher from Ballinger FFA.
First call, ORB, Class 1. First call, ORB, Class 1. First call, Shorthorn, Class 1. First call, Shorthorn, Class 1.
A trio here of these older Red Angus females, a little more challenging to put together. I thought just the fault-free one of the trio is going to be the young lady who's going to win there. Heifer that's got some nice lines in her, very strong top, nice hip. Coming with a nice udder there. Looks like she's going to calve in not too long. But I thought she was just built a little more appropriately out through her front 1/3 and out through her hip in comparison to the heifers behind her. The pair that's going to be second got a really nice calf on the side of her. Got a nice udder. I think she's got some muscle to her as well. Maybe wasn't quite as designed, quite as nice as the heifer right in front of her, just as far as how she comes out of her shoulder and blade and get out through her hip and rear leg. But you definitely like the calf she's got on the side of her, and you like her udder quality. Got the dark red heifer, really the stout one of the three, and she is really powerful and opened up, just like to lean this one up. She gets just a little, that extra condition kind of just makes her look a little more terminal, kind of restricts her in her movement up through her front end and out through her rear. But heifer, you just like to lean up, but we do like the power and muscle and mass that she has.
Results in Class 13 on the Simmental Heifers. First goes to 4276 Madison Moore, Roberts County 4-H. Second goes to entry 4277 Madison Moore from Robertson County 4-H. And third goes to 7527 Brianna Diaz from Royal FFA. Congratulations. Results of Class 15 on a Red Angus show. First goes to 6903 Olivia Holschler from Bollinger FFA. Second goes to 7843 Riley Slives from Harrison County 4-H. And third goes to 1771 Kennedy Griffin from Klein FFA. Congratulations. Now entering the ring on the Red Angus side is for senior champion heifer.
Back over here on the semis, guys, we've got a class of these pairs and these cows that have done their job. They've laid down. They've had a calf. And so I think that there's a lot of give and take out here. I guess for me, I know the cow that's going to go ahead and win is maybe on the touch skinny side. But as you can see, she's got everything going into that calf, and she's a beautiful female that's still long and level, and really what makes the difference for me is she's the one out here that's the best in terms of her teat structure, the best in terms of her spacing, and she can get out and go. And then you add to the fact that she's got a calf on the side of her that's big and stout, and she's outproduced herself with the calf, and I think that's where they need to go ahead and start. I like this cow that comes in second, guys. I'd sure like to maybe clean up those front teats and maybe shorten them just a little bit, maybe balance out her udder. Another one of those that's attractive and maybe a little on the skinny side, but again, putting everything she has into that calf. I wish she was a little bit stouter in terms of her foot and her bone. She maybe deviates just a little bit in terms of her spine, and that one needs to be changed in terms of her shoulder, not only the angle to her shoulder and her knee, but she just needs to be opened up in terms of her chest width. Again, got a really, really nice calf on the side of her, putting everything into that calf, and has probably outproduced herself in the next generation. Young lady that's going to round out, the best thing about this pair is this calf. That's a nice calf on the side of her. And again, she's done her job. She's got that calf on the ground, and she's outproduced herself. The cow, unfortunately, is maybe just a little more upright in the angle of her shoulder, maybe a little bit plainer in terms of her head, doesn't balance up quite as well as those other females. And then you study her in terms of her udder and her teat structure, and we got to change that one. She's a little unbalanced. She's a little long in terms of her teats, and she maybe just doesn't get out and go like she needs to from a structure standpoint. But man, she's done a nice job with that calf, guys. A good class of them. Let's give them a round of applause.
On the Red Angus side over here, as we pick our last senior division champion here, again, we got three nice class winners, but there is two out here that just really suit us. Just from a structure and balance standpoint, I think they do it to the highest degree, and then they still bring a lot of power and substance and stoutness to it. Two young men out of the first class. You'll be champion reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Second call, ORB Class 1. Second call, ORB Class 1. Second call, Shorthorn Class 1. Second call, Shorthorn Class 1.
Senior champion heifer on our Red Angus side. Senior champion heifer goes to Dustin Carter, Class 13 from Commerce FFA. The reserve champion senior heifer goes to Tanner Hoskins from Victoria County 4-H. Entering the ring is our grand champion Red Angus Drive.
Final call, Shorthorn, Class 1. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 1. First call, Shorthorn, Classes 2 and 3. First call, Shorthorn, Classes 2 and 3. Final call, ORB Class 1. Final call, ORB Class 1. First call, ORB Class 2. First call, ORB Class 2.
As we get the cattle back out here in your final division of your semi-show, guys, I think another competitive set, and we've got two of them coming out of this division that I think will be interesting to get out and see how all these cattle match up when we get to your champion lineup. Nothing to take away from the pairs, guys, but the two out of the first class are the high-quality ones. They need to stick together. They'll be your champion and reserve in this division. Let's congratulate those young ladies.
Over here on the Red Angus side, man, we just, if you've been following along, we started off really, really strong. I think one of the most elite calf divisions that I've had the opportunity to judge in my last few days here of any of the breeds. We had just 5 or 6 really, really good Red Angus heifer calves in that first division. So that really set the tone for the day and for this breed. And they look really good out here as well. So we get into our older heifers. Again, heifers are going to be nice cows, going to be really, I think, highly productive. They got nice udder quality coming in on them, but you know, just maybe not quite to the level that we found in that calf division. As we talk about our calf division champion, just a really, really outstanding individual, I think. Is she the hairiest one, or got the best skin and hair? No, absolutely not. Is she the best clipped one? No, she's not. But luckily for that young lady and for that heifer, she doesn't really need it because the rest of her's just that good. So let's put our hands together for these Red Angus exhibitors. Young ladies out of the calf division, you'll be champion reserve. Congratulations.
Results on the Simmental show. Our champion senior heifer goes to Madison Moore, Class 13, Robertson County 4-H. Our reserve champion senior heifer goes to Madison Moore from Robertson County 4-H, entry 4277. Congratulations on your senior champion and reserve senior champion Simmental heifer.
Second call, Shorthorn, Classes 2 and 3. Second call, Shorthorn, Classes 2 and 3. Second call, ORB Class 2. Second call, ORB Class 2.
Back over here as we get your champion lineup in for the semis, guys. As I told you, this is a breed that my husband and I raise and do a lot in, and so I'm very, very critical of these cattle, and I like certain things, I guess, in my semis, and even with that, for as critical as I am, we've got some cattle out here that I really, really like, and I think it starts with the calf division all the way down through just good fundamental cattle that bring forth some structure, that bring forth some look, that bring forth some of the things that we like to see in our Simmental cattle. I'll be honest with you, there's one that hit me pretty hard, and I'm pretty in love with that one to win this division. After that, I think you can have some discussion, but there's one, in my opinion, that I think is the best one out here, no matter what stage of the game they're in. I'll go get you a champion and a reserve, guys. Let's congratulate all of them.
Results on the Red Angus side are as follow. The grand champion Red Angus heifer goes from Faith Johnson out of Class 3 from Friendswood FFA. Faith Jackson out of Class 3 from Friendswood Ship FFA. Reserve Grand Champion, Kaylee Bragg out of Class 1, also Bell County 4-H. Congratulations to our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Red Angus Heifers.
ORB Class 1, Donnie Smart. ORB Class 1, Donnie Smart, please make your way to the arena. Final call, Shorthorn, Classes 2 and 3. Final call, Shorthorn, Classes 2 and 3. First call, Shorthorn Class 4. First call, Shorthorn Class 4.
Your Grand Champion Simmental Heifer for Rodeo Austin 2024 goes to Madison Mosley out of Class 1 from Browns County 4-H. Your Reserve Grand Champion Simmental Heifer goes to Zoe Romachek out of Class 10 from Montgomery County 4-H. Congratulations to your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Simmental Heifers. It's up to you. Attention in the barn. If you had a Grand or Reserve Grand Breed champion, we need your bios filled out and brought up to the announcer's table for the Supreme Drive this afternoon.
Final call, ORB Class 2. Final call, ORB Class 2. First call, ORB Class 3. First call, ORB Class 3. ORB Class 1, Donnie Smart, please make your way to the arena immediately. ORB Class 1, Donnie Smart, please make your way to the arena immediately.
Well, we start off our Shorthorn show at a high level here with this class winner. Really good looking, really stout, extended, heavy muscled, square built. Very nice female there to win this first class of Shorthorns and get this one started off. The red heifer is going to be second. Awesome build and structure, and this one could probably win a lot of classes. She's awesome out of her front 1/3. Good bodied, good topped. Again, just kind of ran in with a really stout one there to win this class. But again, that's a really high-quality female there in second. It gets a little more challenging there. I think you could probably do some different things here. I thought this roan heifer in third was just stouter than the heifer right behind her, more power, more dimension, and they're still very similar as far as their structure and design. So just opted with the extra power in the roan heifer. Very nice cow prospect here in the red and white heifer. Feminine sound, good jointed, just didn't have quite the extra density that we found in them first initial trio. Young lady with the roan heifer coming out next. Again, very feminine, good jointed, sound structured. Just like to add a little more foot, bone, and feature. Same with the two heifers around out the class. Just need a little more time and maturity. Let their structure kind of stouten up. But both heifers like to add just more three-dimensional look to them. Like to add more density and mass when you get right in behind them. But great first class your Shorthorns. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
On our Shorthorn side, Class 1 results are followed. First goes the 7258, J.C. Collins from Riviera Kaufman FFA. Second goes the 7646, Ashland Woods from Roosevelt FFA. Third place goes to 4568 from Gabriel Malone from Van Zant County 4-H. Congratulations.
First call, ORB Class 4. First call, ORB Class 4. First call, or excuse me, second call, Shorthorn Class 4. Second call, Shorthorn Class 4. First call, Shorthorn Class 7. First call, Shorthorn Class 7. Second call, ORB Class 3. Second call, ORB Class 3.
Really high quality trio of shorthorn heifers here. Strawberry roan heifer, really like this female. Got some shape, power, big top, big ended, yet still ladylike through her head and neck and front 1/3. Just ultra square, ultra stout. Really, really like that one to win this class. Gets a little more give and take here in second and third. I think the third heifer is stouter than the one in second. I think the one in second is more extended and maybe built just a little nicer and more appropriately up through her shoulder and front knee. So I think you can switch that pair. I opted for a little more structure and extension in the young lady's red and white heifer to go ahead and use her second. Young man's going to be third with the dark red heifer. Like this one's squareness and build. This one's got some substance and muscle to her. Again, very, very high quality animal, I think. Just didn't have the extra extension and height of shoulder that we found in the heifer in second. Didn't have the extra bells and whistles in the heifer in first, but three awfully nice heifers. Very, very nice trio of females.
ORB Class 2, Brianna Dietze. Please make your way to the arena immediately. ORB Class 2, Brianna Dietze. Please make your way to the arena immediately. Okay. Final call, ORB Class 3. Final call, ORB Class 3. Second call, ORB Class 4. Second call, ORB Class 4. Final call, Shorthorn Class 4. Final call, Shorthorn Class 4.
Results on our Shorthorn side of the ring, Class 2. First goes to 1331, Kinsley Thomas from Dallam Hartley 4-H. Second place goes to 3929, Chloe Thomas from Dallam Hartley County 4-H. And third goes to 7832, Eli Charolais from Harris County 4-H. Congratulations.
Nice pair of shorthorns here. Really like this solid white heifer. Again, really follows the type and the tone we found in these class winners so far in this shorthorn show. But good looking, stout, attractive, well balanced from the side. Good hip, still got plenty of body. It's going to shape up to be a really, really awesome first division of shorthorns. the roan heifer is going to be second. Heifer that just didn't quite have the muscle and the power and the presence, and also wasn't quite as nice structured as that white heifer. But go ahead and keep feeding this one. Get some more mass and muscle and maturity. I think she's got better days ahead.
Second call, Shorthorn, Class 7. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 7. Final call, ORB, Class 4. Final call, ORB, Class 4.
Results of Class 3 on the Shorthorn Heifers. First place goes to 6401, Finley Jones from Alito FFA. Second place goes to 651, Sophia Patterson from Mansville FFA. Congratulations.
I apologize, guys, as we got into these ORBs. Just a few calves in this class and needing to make sure on down the line we got them into the holes they needed to be in. That being said, guys, the heifer that wins this class never went anywhere other than winning this class from the minute that she walked in. In this class in particular, I think that she is the most well-balanced. I think she's the best in terms of her condition and just maturity for this stage in the game. She's big-footed. She's big-legged. When that young lady gets her propped right there, I think that one can give you a pretty good look. And out here in this class in particular, maybe not perfect in terms of structure, but man, she can get out and go as compared to a lot of the other cattle out here. I like a lot of things about her. If the heifer here in second was maybe a little bit cleaner in through her navel and maybe just a little bit better in terms of the composure to her hip and hind leg, I think she rivals your class winner a little closer. This one is really good in terms of the way she sits that neck on the top side of her shoulder, and she is punchy, guys. She is round-ribbed, big-barreled, big-backed, has dimension when you get in from behind her, like I said. You don't notice her navel quite as much when she's on the standstill, but when she gets to moving, you can see it down there just a little bit more, and then really it's just the composure to that hind leg that I'd like to change. I wish she was better in terms of the way she utilizes her hock. I wish she was bigger in terms of her foot size and just more comfortable in the way that she goes right there off of her rear too. A really good, basic, sound-structured heifer here in third. Is she wowie? Is she out there in terms of her pieces? No. She's maybe a little bit jammed up, but guys, that one's moderate. She's good-bodied. She's sound-structured. She's good fundamental cattle. That's what gets her into the third hole today. This one that comes here in four, guys, she is round-ribbed. She is powerful. She is stout. She is punchy when you get in from behind her. That one's a little short-faced, a little jammed up front. And again, for me, that one's got to be changed in terms of the way she's built in her skeleton, upright in the angle to her shoulder, too upright in the way she hinges from her hip to her hock all the way down to the ground. And you see it, she's just not comfortable and flexible in the way she goes off of either end. We get down to the next few cattle again, females that I like in terms of balance, but maybe fall out in terms of structure. The gentleman there in the purple, that one's got some quality. She's long and extended. She's just real big and needs to stop growing. I wish we could tone her down and give her some more rib and body. We get down into some other cattle here that get down closer to the bottom end, and whether it's balance, whether it's body, or whether it's structure that gets them down here, they just maybe don't have the extras to stand out, especially in a class that's this deep and has this much quality. Let's congratulate all of those kids, guys. Really nice class winner.
Final call, ORB Class 4. Final call, ORB Class 4. First call, ORB Class 7. First call, ORB Class 7. First call, Shorthorn Class 8. First call, Shorthorn Class 8.
Over here in the Shorthorn ring, man, they just keep coming, and I encourage everyone to gather ringside and watch this first division of Shorthorns. It's going to be absolutely awesome. This heifer that wins this class, she's really good. She is ultra square. She's big top. She's big middle. She's big ended, and just still got a good maternal cowy look to her, I think, as well. Very nice place to start. Nice roan heifer here, going to be in second as well. Again, one I think's got a good look from the side and square built. Just kind of ran into a really good one here in this class. Just didn't have that extra shape and outward curvature. But boy, that one's still very good. She's got a good look. She's got a nice set of feet and legs. I think you just keep feeding on that one. She'll be very nice down the road. The white heifer's going to be third. Love her extra extension, kind of raw, just a little rawer build, a little rawer in her design. She's got some muscle, got some extra length of body. Just need to fill her in a few areas to get her to match those other heifers. Young lady that's going to be fourth with the red heifer. I thought both them heifers there in fourth and fifth just weren't quite designed quite as neat as them first three. Didn't have the foot and bone and the extra feature to them. But I like the added performance in this one to just go ahead and use her fourth over the young man's red heifer in fifth. Young man's going to round out the class. That heifer's got some structure to her, some feature to her. Just like to see her balance up. Like to tie her in a little bit better right there behind her shoulder and blade, just to make her balance and design better to run with them few heifers on top. Put your hands together. That was a great class. Looking forward to this first division.
Results in Class 1 of our ORB Heifer Show. 95 total heifers in the show today. First goes to 5519, Grace Sullivan, Hill County 4-H. Second goes to 5517, Daniel Sullivan from Hill County 4-H. And third goes to Jace Mosley from Brown County 4-H. Congratulations.
ORB Class 4, Driscoll Aiken and Dylan Earls. Please make your way to the arena. ORB Class 4, Driscoll Aiken and Dylan Earls. Please make your way to the arena.
Results in Class 4 of our Shorthorn show are as follows. First goes to 5013, Aubrey Ramos from Andrews County 4-H. Second goes to 5632, Kinsey Cox from Waller County 4-H. And third goes to entry 650, Olivia Patterson, Mansfield FFA. Congratulations, our Shorthorn exhibitors. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. At the conclusion of our ORB show, we will take a 30-minute break before we start our Supreme Drive. We will take a 30-minute break before we start our Supreme Drive.
Second call, Shorthorn, Class 8. Second call, Shorthorn, Class 8.
A challenging class, guys, to put together. And again, because there's maybe not one out here that just solidifies themselves as needing to be the winner. I go back to the basics of what make good cattle. And this heifer that starts is moderate. She's round-bodied. She's big out through her pin set, and she can get out and move like she needs to. Is she just the best out there through her front end and chest floor? No, she probably needs just a little bit more foot and bone underneath her to basically make sure that she matches up just a little bit better in terms of her look. And I'd like to take this one and pull her off feed and slim her up just a little bit, guys. That's a good fundamental female, and I think that's why she wins this class. The heifer here in 2, guys, I could see how some people would probably really like this one, and I do really like this one. She's bigger footed, she's bigger legged, she's bigger featured everywhere, and she's got the hair coat, and she offers a really good look from the side. This one's a little concerning for me in terms of the angle to her shoulder and her knee, the way she comes at you and comes towards you, and the way she's built in that shoulder, and then for me, maybe just the way she hinges in that hip is a little off. I think that young man does a phenomenal job getting her shown, and she comes out here and certainly looks the part. I'd just like to tweak her in a couple of places structurally, and she's just maybe not my speed in terms of type and kind. The 2 heifers that are in 3 and 4, guys, they're well balanced, they're attractive, and I wish that either one of them had a better set of running gears underneath them and could get out and go better, because I think that makes this class easier, because they're my type and kind in terms of look and femininity and balance. They both just need to be changed in the way they go off of either end of their build. Just a little too stilty, not comfortable enough in terms of the way that they're built in terms of their skeleton. Go ahead, guys. The heifer that comes around the corner, young lady in the red, I like the extra round rib cage. I like the extra power. I like the extra stoutness. Again, structure is an issue for this one. She has to swing those back legs to meet her stride. She could sure be stoutened up in terms of her feature as well. A pair of black heifers that are similar in terms of their problems, round-bodied, and certainly have some pieces that you like. But again, structure is their limiting factor. Similar story with the smoky heifer that just walked out the other side, one that I think would benefit from a little bit of time and maturity. Let her drop down in terms of her rib. I'd like to make her stouter in terms of her bone work as well. Let's congratulate those kids, guys.
On the Shorthorn side over here, as we concluded that last class, I meant what I said. If you can get ringside and just look at these 4 females, this has been a really stout division here, and these 4 winners of this first division. Man, if I had, I think my family, Thatcher and I, we'd take any one of these 4 and put them in our barn and drag them around. You'd be in the hunt at every Shorthorn heifer show you'd go to. So, yeah, these 4 young ladies, I mean, when they loaded these things up, they probably thought they had a really good shot at winning the Shorthorns, and they all 4 do. And we're just into the first division here. So, awesome set. These 4 class winners. It breaks my heart. There's going to be 2 really good ones that aren't going to get a piece of this division. We'll talk about them here just a little bit. Started off really fast with that heifer that won the first class, one that's really stout, really extended. She's got the extra bone and extra just muscle and shape to her, one that's got the unique look and extension, big-footed, heavy bone. Yet I think a female that's still got some feminine pieces and parts to her about her head and neck, yet still has the extra stoutness and bone and feature and muscle. Young lady's roan heifer out of that second class. Here's the really cowy maternal one of the drive. This one's just a little more toned back as far as some of the other heifers in this drive. Great maternal cow look to her. Love her head and neck. Love the roundness to her body. Heifer that maybe doesn't have as much bone and hair as the rest of the heifers in the drive. She doesn't need a lot of it. She's got really good, I think, just as far as her body type and kind and balance. Female that is not as stout as some of them, but I think plenty stout for me. The white heifer, again, won that class pretty handily, but that's a good one too. Good looking, stout, really square built. She's maybe not quite as big at the ground in comparison to a couple of the other heifers out here, just to match the rest of her body. But that's an awfully good one that'll win a lot of shorthorn heifer shows as well. The heifer to round out that last class, again, talked about just how square she is, big-footed, heavy bone, comes back into a really big top and round rib cage heifer that, again, just ultra square, ultra stout. Very, very, you like just that overall completeness in the package that she has. So I think no reason to get too critical on any of them. I think they're all four really good. We're going to get two awesome champions out of this division. Put your hands together. We'll go get them.
Second call, ORB Class 2. Second call, ORB Class 7. Second call, ORB Class 7. First call, Shorthorn Classes 9 and 10. First call, Shorthorn Classes 9 and 10.
Back over on the ORB side, guys. Again, not to beat a dead horse here, but structure. Structure is the factor that gets this heifer the W in this class. I think that this one's angled to her shoulder, the looseness to her spine, the way her hip is constructed in her, the way her lower joints function and work is just phenomenal. Then that young lady gets her on the standstill and she gives you that kind of look, and you know that she's the one that needs to win. I like that one quite a bit. The black heifer that comes in here in second, guys, on the standstill again, she can give you a good look. That gentleman does a nice job getting her shown. She's attractive. She's long spine. She's good in her rib. She's probably has got as much foot and bone and genuine dimension as anything. That one's too upright in the angle to her shoulder. She wants to run downhill and she wants to get too tight in the center portion of her back. She, again, never gets comfortable in the way that she goes and plants and drives off of that hip and hind leg. The heifer here in 3, guys, is one that, man, if this one could get out and go any better, she probably rotates with the heifer in 2, because I think that this one, in terms of look and from the side and just balance and femininity, is awfully, awfully good. She gives up the power and dimension to the heifer in 2, and she, too, is just too upright in the angle to that shoulder and not comfortable in the way she goes off of either end of her build. We've got a good basic female coming out here in 4th, guys. Moderate and round-bodied, and one of those that you like in terms of her utility. Again, I guess for her extra body and dimension up high, she needs to match it down low with a bigger set of feet and legs. She's just a little bit plainer in terms of her presentation as well. Let's congratulate again those kids. A really, really nice class, guys. Pretty fond of your class winner.
Results in Class 2 of our ARB show. First place went to 75-26, Brianna Diaz from Royal FFA. Second went to 52-49, Bryson Jenkins from Poth FFA. And third went to 14-51, Caitlin Kellers from Waller FFA. Class 3 winners are as follows in our ORB. First went to 78-12, Casey Randall, Harris County 4-H. Second went to 59-52, Caleb Walker from McGregor FFA, and third went to 56-40, Zoe Parrish of Waller County 4-H. Our heifer calf champion on the shorthorn side, heifer calf champion goes to J.C. Collins out of Class 1 from Riviera Kaufman FFA. Our reserve heifer calf champion went to Aubrey Ramos from Andrews County 4-H out of Class 4. Congratulations to our heifer calf and reserve heifer calf champion on our shorthorn side.
Second call, Shorthorn Classes 9 and 10. Second call, Shorthorn Classes 9 and 10. Final call, ORB Class 7. Final call, ORB Class 7. First call, ORB Class 8. First call, ORB Class 8.
really stout class here as we get into some of these older shorthorn heifers. Young lady's got a really nice red and white one here. Great degree of combination of stoutness yet femininity. One that's flat-shouldered yet opens up with some shape and power behind her blade and out through her hip. Got a nice degree of finish on her and rib shape. Very, very nice place to start. Gets a little more challenging. I think you could flip up these next 4 heifers however you wished based on your preferences. Thought the red heifer just suited us a little better just from a structure standpoint. Heifer that just, once he gets her stopped and propped and set up, balances up very, very nice. Got a nice strong top line out through her hip. Heifer that's got a lot of good in her. We didn't have quite that lower third in dimension and shape that we found in our class winner. I think gets close there again. In very back, some close placings. The roan heifer again, really a powerful female. I thought she was maybe built just a little nicer up through her shoulder and front 1/3 than the heifer right behind her. Young lady's heifer going to be 4th. Really like the power, the extra bone and stoutness and feature of that heifer. Wide constructed, maybe gets just a little boulder shouldered there. But boy, if you want to tie into that one's power, you can run her up to 2nd pretty easily. Young man that's going to be 5th, really a good lined heifer, and a heifer that's got a good look to her from the side. Strong top, big hip. Her bone, I wish her bone would just match the rest of her body. If you could put just a little bit more foot and bone under this one. This one's look and structure is really right on the money. Young man that's going to round out the class with this red heifer. Like this one's soundness and structure. Very, very useful brood cow kind of female. Just got a little outsized and outpowered here in this particular drive. Put your hands together. That was a really good class.
When the cattle first came in the ring, guys, I'll be the first to tell you, I missed this heifer. I didn't have her probably towards the top end, and then the longer the class goes on, that young lady not only does a phenomenal job showing her, but you can see why she gets to this point, because on the standstill, this one pieces together so good from the side, and that neck sits so nice off the top side of that shoulder. She's good in through her shoulder, genuine in terms of her rib cage, big and square out through her pin set. As you compare her to the heifer directly behind her, I think she's got an advantage just in terms of foot and bone at the surface. She's one that maybe wants to get just a little bit weird and maybe tight just in terms of the way she transitions from her spine into her hip. That's being really, really critical on a nice one. Young man, I give it to you. This one is wanting to be a winch today, and she's not wanting to cooperate and be a show cow. It's a good animal. She is big, and she is awesome-bodied, and she's got a lot of good things about her. It's hard to get a good read on her from time to time because she just doesn't want to cooperate with that young man. I hope someday she decides that she wants to be a show heifer, because I do think there's a lot of good in that one, especially when you want to talk about body and you want to talk about running gears. A nice basic female that comes out here in 3rd, guys. Probably not the extras, just in terms of pin width, depth of body, spring of rib, and flank line to those other 2 cattle. She wants to get a little tight and maybe a little shuffled in the way she goes off of those rear 2. Still a really, really nice female. Young lady does a nice job coming out here and is very highly presented. The Boldy heifer coming out next, guys. Again, I really like this one on the standstill, and the young lady does a very nice job getting her shown. She's got a great neck attachment. She's good in terms of her balance. She's just too, again, upright in the angle to that shoulder, more upright in the way she goes from her hip to her hock to the ground, and because of that, she wants to do a little bit of a shuffle movement when you ask her to get her out and you set her in motion. Just wish she was more fluid in terms of the way she goes. A moderate roan heifer the young man has. She's probably just wound a little too tight in the way she goes out of her hip and hind leg, but I like her body and I like her moderation. Similar story with the red and white heifer. That one to me is just too short and jammed up everywhere through. Got to loosen her off of her rear 2. We get down into some cattle here at the bottom end that either structurally speaking or maybe just performance just get outmassed and outhorsed, need to get out and go just a little bit better from a structural standpoint for me to feel comfortable moving them any higher. Let's congratulate all those kids.
Final call, Shorthorn, Class 10. Final call, Shorthorn, Class 10.
Results from Class 4 of the ORBs. Congratulations to first place, entry number 5671, Macy Weems of Kaufman County 4-H. Second place goes to entry number 1034, Finn Romanchuk from Montgomery County 4-H. And third place went to entry number 6246, Driscoll Aiken of Tom Green County 4-H.
A little more variation in this class of Shorthorns. We got some nice females there, but we got a lot of differences in stoutness levels and just design types. I did think the heifer that wins the class, though, she did it right from the get-go. Here's one that's really bold, really opened up, got a good rib cage in her. She's wide-chested, she's big-top, she's big-hipped, and still got a feminine cowy look to her. Very, very nice, easy place to start here. I think you can do a lot of different things from there on. I thought the roan heifer was second, and as far as stoutness and structure, a combination of both. Female, it's got some nice angles to her. Perhaps maybe laid back a little nicer in the back slope to her knee and the angle to her shoulder and out through her hock in comparison to our class winner. Just didn't have that extra bloom and shape and pop that we found on that first heifer. Young lady's heifer in third here. Really like the design of this female. She props up really nice. Got a nice front 1/3 on her. She's got a nice hip and out through her rear leg. I like her rear leg. Heifer that just didn't quite have as much punch and power as them first two heifers. Get into a pair of heifers here, and the white one and the roan one. They're just cut from the same cloth, just more compact, more conventional in their type and their build. Heifers that just got a lot quicker maturity pattern. But boy, you like their muscle, you like their stoutness. I just like to make them taller and more extended. I'd like to change their maturity just a little bit for my preference. Here we got late maturing heifers that round out the class. Heifers on the totally opposite end of the spectrum. Heifers that are tall, just a little skinnier built today, but they're taller and prettier. Just like to add just more width and shape and power to make them more ideal, to get them to compete at the level at the front end of the class. Put your hands together on those Shorthorn exhibitors.
Awesome way to start out your RBs, guys. And again, just a phenomenal division of these cattle. And it starts with the young lady's heifer here at the front of the line, guys. I talked to her in that class. She won it pretty quickly and pretty handedly. And I think that one has got a world of future ahead of her. I think she's in the right rig, the right condition for this stage in the game. She balances it exceptionally well and still has some unique pieces and parts to her. You have to decide, does she man up with a couple of the other ones out here today, just in terms of center body and dimension. I think that one, again, is going to be awfully, awfully good, especially on down the road. The Baldy heifer that comes directly behind her is one that maybe falls out in this lineup. I still stand by what I said earlier. She's moderate. She's good-bodied. She's fundamentally good brood cow. Maybe just doesn't have the extras to play out here in this division. We get back to the heifers out of class 3 and 4, and that Charolais, what I assume composite female, is one that I really, really like some things about this one, guys. I think her neck attachment is phenomenal. I think that her rib cage lays in her awesome. She is powerful and she is stout out there through her pin set. I love the way this one's spine hinges in her and sits in her, and yet still has so much flex and so much give at the ground. She maybe has got just a little bit of shoulder in her. You'd expect that with the extra punch and the extra power that she's got. Like I said, I think there's a lot of good in that one. We come back to the heifer that wins the class 4, guys, and like I said, when the cattle first came out in that class, I didn't have her maybe necessarily rolling up, and the longer you study, the longer you look at this one, she's pretty darn good, guys. This one is good necked. She's good shouldered. She's good bodied. She balances awesome, and her running gears are good underneath her. I really, really like her when you get off of the 3/4 rear view, because all of her pieces and all of her parts fit together extremely well. She blends so seamlessly from her neck into her shoulder, into her center body, from there back, and has got a great progression of width. Awesome, awesome division, guys. There's 2 of them that I like quite a bit. Young lady out of class 4, you're going to win our division. Young lady out of class 3, you're going to be reserved. Let's congratulate them.
Second call, ORB Class 8. Second call, ORB Class 8. First call, Shorthorn, classes 13 and 14. First call, Shorthorn, classes 13 and 14.
A nice pair here these young men brought to town. Dark red heifer, very, very elegant and attractive, intriguing from the side. Young man does a great job of getting her stopped and set, balanced up from the side. Again, this one got a good look. I think she's got plenty of stoutness. Just had a little more, had the edge in this class from a design standpoint, and just how she's filled in there underneath her lower 1/3, just kind of sets up and designs just a little nicer than Grady's roan heifer here in second. No doubt, here's a long-sided heifer that's got a nice top, a nice hip in her. Really complete from that standpoint. I think a nice structured heifer. Just like to put just a little more mass and muscle on that structure. Like to fill her in there in her lower and center 1/3 of her body to make her match up with that red heifer. But nice pair of heifers. Put your hands together for those 2 young men.
Final call, ORB Class 8. Final call, ORB Class 8. First call, ORB Classes 9 and 10. First call, ORB Classes 9 and 10.
Results in our Shorthorn side, Class 7. First goes to 1602, Emily Monthcraft from Grayford FFA. Second goes to 3484, Canaan Cleary from Madison County 4-H. Third goes to 4886, Kate Swain from McLean County 4-H. In Class 8 of the Shorthorns, first went to 429, Kaylee Corey from Willis FFA. Is it on a different page? Second went to 4750, Kaylee Simon from Caldwell FFA. And third place went to 4652, Sarah Barber from Collins County 4-H. On our ORB side, heifer show, our heifer calf champion went to Macy Weems out of Class 4 from Kaufman County 4-H, and reserve heifer calf champion with the Casey Randall from Harrison County 4-H out of Class 3. Congratulations to our ORB heifer calf and reserve heifer calf champions.
Final call, Shorthorn, classes 13 and 14. Final call, Shorthorn, classes 13 and 14. First call, Shorthorn, class 15. First call, Shorthorn, class 15.
Another nice trio of shorthorns here, and really elite class winner again. One that's very stout, very good looking, presented awesome. Young man does a great job of getting her stopped and set and giving me that good look from the side. Love that one's design in combination with stoutness. Very, very stout, easy fleshing female here in second. Young lady's got her, and probably plenty good rig for me, but it kind of fits her. She's got a lot of power. She's got a lot of width to her. Maybe just not them extra show heifer intangibles that we found in that first heifer, but I think very, very complete, wide-structured, good-bodied heifer there in second. Young man's red heifer that's going to round out the class. Again, very, I like the condition she's in. I think she's about right as far as that concerned. Very sound structured, maybe just not quite as tall fronted. Doesn't have the stoutness and the mass and the density that we found in them first two. Put your hands together for those three young people.
Second call, ORB, classes 9 and 10. Second call, ORB, classes 9 and 10.
Over here on our ORB side, guys, young lady, you brought a gun to a knife fight. This one wins. She wins really quickly. She's really good. She is big, and she's big-bodied, and she's well-balanced, and she's big-footed, and she gets out and goes adequately enough. You know, if you're going to get hard on her, you can maybe say, you know, she's got plenty of size to her. I'm not going to be the size police today. I think that one is very, very deserving of winning this class and does so pretty quick for me. After that, I think there's a lot of discussion to be had, guys, and I think it's by default that this heifer gets into the second hole because I think she's just complete. She probably doesn't have the extras of a lot of the other cattle, but in terms of just being good and fundamentally good in terms of body, in terms of look, in terms of running gears, that's where she lands in the second hole. I just think that in terms of making cows, she's the one that I'm the most comfortable with following our class winner. The heifer that comes here in 3, guys, I'd sure like to let her chest sit in her better and give her a different shoulder. But again, fundamentals of what make cattle good: body, foot, bone, some length, some extension, some smoothness, and still being all right enough in terms of their feet and legs. That's where, again, she gets into the 3rd hole today. And that young lady, commend you. She's wanting to fight you just a little bit. You're all right. You got it. You did a really nice job with her, okay? Heifer here in 4, guys. A young lady you just ran into today, unfortunately for you, a heifer that you have to appreciate in terms of the pieces and parts she has, in terms of power, in terms of foot and bone, in terms of hair. She's just not my type and kind. She's probably just a little bit more terminally focused than what I like my females. This one's got to be changed in terms of the angle to her shoulder and the angle to her knee, and I think if we do that, she maybe gets a little closer to the top end with that, though that one's structure and maybe just type and kind doesn't fall in line with what I typically like. A really big, stout female that comes out next. I certainly like this one in terms of her body, in terms of her framework, one that needs to be changed in terms of her hip and hind leg structure. A really stout, powerful female that's just a bit too straight up front, a bit too coarse. We get down into a couple of yellow heifers that need to be tweaked in terms of the way they go off either end of their build. The black heifer that the young lady has is stout and powerful. Love her in terms of the extra foot and bones she has. She's too coarse in through her shoulder and coarse about her head. We get to the bottom end of this class, guys, and like we've said before, cattle that just need more body, need more structure, or need more balance to move up any higher when the quality is this deep. Awesome class winner, guys. Let's give them a hand.
Final call, ORB Class 10. Final call, ORB Class 10. First call, ORB Class 13. First call, ORB Class 13.
This division of shorthorns here, and man, they just keep coming. Really like the cattle we've got out here. But it for me, I'll just get real quick to the point here. Comes down to the 2 out of the first and the 4th class. Like both these females quite a bit. I think they're both the kind. They both got that extra quality to them. They are just a little different. I think the heifer out of that first class perhaps is just a little more genuine when you get right on top of her and behind her. Maybe has just a shot more true muscle to her and true hip to her. Maybe just a little more chest width. But I think it's slight. I don't think it's overwhelming. But I do like that heifer's squareness of build. I like her look. She's maybe not. She's wanting to fight just a little bit on when you ask her to move. Maybe just doesn't want to just glide around quite to the degree that we maybe find in some of the other cattle. But that one is ultra square, good looking, and I like that genuine build she's got. The roan heifer, the big heifer out of the last class, I think if you compare to the 2, this one maybe is a little more elevated at the point of her shoulder, runs uphill just a little more compared to the heifer out of that first class. But again, very striking from the side, gives you a great look from the side, and I think still got plenty of power and muscle when you get behind her. A little farther along in calf. Like the roundness she's got. She's maybe with that, she's got just a little longer teats. I realize she's just getting there. That's one thing you'd like to just change on her just a little bit. I don't think it's too bad, though. So I think 2 good heifers. We'll just get right to the point. A young man out of that last class, you'll be champion. Young lady out of the first class, you'll be reserve. Very, very close.
First call, Shorthorn, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Shorthorn, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Results in Class 7 ORB show. First went to 1461, Brayley Lynch from Waller FFA. Second went to 7298, Katie Burnett from Cooper FFA. And third went to 1048, Sloan Gregson from Montgomery County 4-H. Congratulations.
Second call, ORB Class 13. Second call, ORB Class 13.
On our shorthorn side, our junior champion heifer was from Kane Cleary out of Class 10 from Madison County 4-H. Our reserve champion junior heifer went to Emily Montrez from Class 7 from Hereford FFA. Congratulations to our junior champion heifers and reserve. On our shorthorn side, Class 9 results as follow. First place goes to 1605, Grady Jennings from Grayford FFA. Second goes to 6402, Hunter Jones from Aledo FFA. In Class 10 are results 3482, Kane Cleary from Madison County 4-H is first. Second place goes to 6400, Finley Jones from Aledo FFA. And third goes to 7725, Ranger Buckhalter from Lowling FFA. Congratulations.
Final call, ORB, Class 13. Final call, ORB, Class 13. First call, ORB, Class 14. First call, ORB 14. Second call for our Shorthorn Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call for the Shorthorn Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
On the shorthorn side over here, man, got some good ones that just keep coming through, and it's shaping up to be an awesome, awesome shorthorn show. And really good heifer here, good pair here to start. And there's some differences in them. No doubt this one that starts is a little taller fronted, a little stouter featured. Really opened up, yet still got an elegant look from the side. I like the fact that she's springing a little more. You can tell she's not too far from calving, and she handles it pretty well. That's a really stout, fresh heifer. It's got a good look from the side. really doesn't disappoint you when you get in front of her or behind her either. Like this roan heifer quite a bit too, and this one probably does travel a little nicer than our class winner, but she is not as far along in calf, doesn't have quite as much to lug around that our class winner does, but that's a very good structured one, very cowy, very maternal. You'd certainly like to have a whole bunch of them just like her. The red heifer's going to be third. Love that dark red color. She's got a good look to her. I think she's really square and stout. She's a little farther along in calf. I kind of gave her the edge in this pair. Thought a close pair here in third and fourth. I thought this heifer, you'd like to freshen her up a little bit, but she is coming with more power and more flank, and she's farther along in gestation, so I gave her the nod there in that placing. A little fresher female here in the roan heifer. Like her head and neck better. I think she's taller and nicer out of the front. 1/3. That young lady's brought us some nice heifers today. Had a nice heifer in one of them younger classes, but this one's really square, really nice structured. Doesn't maybe tie in right quite as neat through her chest as we saw in them first two. Maybe just doesn't want to put it all together, but I think a really good one that's got some good parts and pieces. You like the feet and legs on her as well. Got a nice heifer to round out the class. Again, kind of evident of just the quality in this class. This is a nice heifer to round out. She's got some power. She's got some hip, got some stoutness down her top when you get out in front of her and behind her. Maybe doesn't want to just travel and glide like some of the other heifers in this class, but I think a very, very nice one in her own right. That was an awfully competitive class, really stout on that front end. Put your hands together.
Back over here on our ORB side, guys, I'll be the first to tell you I wish I could take a hot shot and just hit this heifer that wins this class, because she's just wanting to lug around and she never just wants to grab another gear. And I think that if she did, I'd be more comfortable. She just never wants to get athletic out here in the way she goes. And I know part of that is she's a little bit smaller footed and maybe needs to be a little bit deeper heeled, but that one doesn't read bad in terms of her angles. She just was wanting to be lazy. And so if she could just get rolling a little bit faster, I myself personally would like it just a little bit more. Beyond that, guys, that one is a highly presented, good-necked, big-bodied, big-pinned one that balances and just presents herself so phenomenally from the side. Like I said, she needs a bigger foot underneath her, she needs a deeper heel, and she's maybe a little upright in the angle to that knee up front. But I think that that one is an exceptionally high-quality female to start this class. Again, similar story, the heifer opposite end, she's not wanting to be lazy at all on you. She wants to fight you and push you, and young lady, you've done an awesome job sticking with her, because she's not been very much fun today. That's still a good female. She is long spine, she is long hips, she is good looking, she's fresh. Put to the point on the length of spine that maybe she's a scotch too long bodied, because it makes her look more cylindrical in terms of the center portion of her body. If that one was an athlete, she wins this class. Unfortunately, she's not. She, too, is a little bit straight in terms of the angle to her shoulder, a little straight in the angle to her knee, and maybe wants to get a little uncoordinated in the way she goes from behind. The heifer here in 3, young lady, you've got a nice one. She's just not my type and kind. She's different, and I think that's in a good way. If you're raising steers and you're wanting to play in that game, I think she does some cool things. She's wild-necked. She's huge-barreled. She's big pin set. She has got monster feet and legs underneath her. She's just a little small, a little compact, a little jammed up, and just probably not my speed in terms of type and kind. I still think you're going to have fun breeding that one and doing some things in the next generation, especially if you want to talk about making steers. Complete opposite end of the spectrum here, guys. Young lady's heifer is big. She's long. She's extended. She's probably more my speed just in terms of depth of rib and just smoothness all the way through. She's a little long muzzled and a little long headed, and I think it detracts just a little bit from just her look and her presentation from the side. She wants to get awkward in the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. She ducks those those pins and gets those back legs up underneath her, and maybe again just falls into a few more pieces on the move for the body and the dimension she has up high. Sure would like to see her just a little bit bigger footed and a little bit bigger legged underneath. As we get down next, two powerful stout females that again are probably just not my speed in terms of type and kind, a little bit more moderate, a little bit more jammed up, a little bit more coarse. The Hereford influence heifer, man, if you could just open her up in terms of her forerib and give her just a little bit more body, you really like that one. The black and white heifer is stout and powerful, just two straight off of either end. Similar story with the smoky heifer. We get down to the heifers here at the bottom end of the class, guys. They've got some performance, they've got some size. They're cattle that need to maybe on the opposite side of that size, need to be softer middled, need to be maybe just a little bit smoother and more put together, and need to maybe be a little bit better jointed as well. Let's congratulate all those kids. Another really nice class.
Pair here in our shorthorn side. Young lady brings us a nice pair here. Great udder quality on this cow, and really a nice little black bull calf here. She said she's out of an Angus bull. Really, boy, he's got a good look to him. He's stout. He's got some muscle. Got a nice design to him. I think she's got herself a really nice little shorthorn plus bull calf there. I thought there's just a little more added stoutness, a feature to the cow. I like the udder quality. Thought she balanced up a little nicer as well. Young man's heifer in second. Really a nice outline female. Nice fronted, strong topped. Just like to see a little more just shape and power and width to go along with the rest of her looks. Congratulations to them.
Results in Class 13 Shorthorns. First goes to 3598 Nolan Hunt, Walker County 4-H. Second goes to 9201 Haley McAlley for Rockwall County 4-H. Third place goes to entry 1131 Marley Harris from Joshua FFA. In Class 14, two entries. First place went to 6208 Trinity Jones from Commerce FFA. And second place went to 649 Nolan Patterson from Mansfield FFA.
Young lady, you're the only one out here. You scared everybody else off. Your heifer was so good. I love single entry classes, guys, because that means I can't get it screwed up. So you're going to win our class today, but one that's very, very deserving of winning this class, guys. You know, we talk about a lot of the cattle we've seen today just in terms of structure, and I think that this one fundamentally is a good animal. She's good-bodied. She's deep-bodied. She's one that's big out through her pin set, got big feet underneath her, big legs underneath her, and still fresh and attractive in terms of her look. Love how youthful she is therein through her chest floor. A really, really nice single entry. I think she'll be a nice addition to our division lineup here shortly. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
On our ORB side, Class 8, officials go as followed. First place went to 4107 Tucker C. Childers from Bowie, Texas. Second went to 3739 Brayley Kidd from Floyd County 4-H. And third went to 242 Dakota Wright from Grapevine FFA. In Class 9, single entry, 540. First went to 540 Madison Ford from Pearland FFA. Congratulations.
ORB, Class 13, Hagen Bullion, please make your way to the arena. ORB, Class 13, Hagen Bullion, please make your way to the arena.
Really nice class of pairs here on the shorthorn side. Nice place to start. I think that cow has got a really good look to her. Tall fronted, awesome head and neck on her. Comes back into some rib shape and some hip. Got a pretty nice udder on her. Got a nice little young bull calf on her. It certainly looks like he's got a lot of promise to him. The young ladies pair here in second. I thought it was close there in second and third. Absolutely love the bull calf on the side of this pair. He is stout and got some body and muscle for this stage. He's got some width and some skeleton width to him. Just really kind of gave him the nod in second there with how good that bull calf is on side of her. Got a nice red pair here in third. I probably like that cow a little better than the one in second, but the calf, I think he's still awfully nice, maybe not quite as nice as that one there in second, but I think that's a close pair. I think you could switch them, like them awfully well. Young ladies heifer pair that's going to round out the class, young man and the young lady there in the pink. That's a nice heifer calf sucking the side of her. Again, that cow maybe didn't quite balance up, didn't maybe quite have the extras that we found on the first three cows, but he's certainly doing a nice job with that heifer calf. Put your hands together for 4 really nice cow-calf pairs. Get into our last division of shorthorns here on the shorthorn ring, and 3 really nice pairs here represented out here, and some nice classes. That last class of 4 pairs there again had some really nice calves on the side of them, and some cows that are doing a nice job putting everything they got into them calves, and some calves that certainly got a lot of potential to them. But no doubt I'm going to just be real blunt with you. That first class hit me very hard. There was 2 in there that were very good. They got the look, they got the balance, they got the structure and stoutness to go with it. So let's put our hands together. They'll be your champions in this division out of that first class. Congratulations.
Water's deep, guys. Water's real deep over here on the ORB side. And I don't know. It probably depends on where you want to put your priorities and what you like, what you don't like, what you breed, what you raise on what you do on this class. And the best way for me to describe it, guys, is the heifer that wins this class, she's just my type and kind. She's the type and kind we try to raise, the type and kind we try to breed. That one's awesome-headed, awesome-necked. She's fresh, she's youthful, and yet she comes from their back, and she is deceivingly bold-bodied, deceivingly big-backed, deceivingly big-hipped, and then she motors. That one is so good in terms of the angle to her shoulder and her knee. When she's coming right at you, she stays so square and so true from the top of her shoulder to her knee to the ground, and the flex and give and just comfort that she has in terms of her hind leg, I think is phenomenal. She is punchy as the heifer behind her. Sure not. But again, I think that goes back to you have to pick and choose what you like and your type and kind. I'll be perfectly honest with you guys. This heifer that's in second, not necessarily my type and kind. And I'm probably going to get made look like a dummy someday because this one will probably raise some pretty phenomenal steers. And that's where she fits into this world, guys. She is real big-footed. She is real big-legged, and holy smokes, is she big-backed and big out through her pin set. She's round in terms of her rib, and she does a lot of cool things. And if you're raising steers, you got to be proud of this one, and you got to be excited for this one. She's maybe just not as unique in terms of the way her front end sits into her and her shoulder is built into her. She's not as just soft and swoopy in the center portion of her body, and her angles maybe just aren't as smooth and fluid as the heifer we just talked about. She gets into the second hole for me in this class, and I struggled because I think at first I was like, well, she's either got to win or she's got to be third. But when you get the cattle out and you set her in motion for the power that she has, she's still better structured than the heifer that's standing here in third. And that's why I get her into that second hole, guys. That's a unique breeding animal and breeding piece that I think is awfully good in some areas. Young man, I'm sorry I had to put you third today. I like your heifer a lot, and there's things that I really like about her. She is, as we compare her back to that heifer we just talked about, more my speed in terms of type and kind, in terms of neck and the way her shoulder blends in. She's huge barreled, and she's got so many things that I like about her. As we compare her back to these top three cattle, guys, I don't know if she's quite as stout at the surface. I don't know if she's quite as stout and big out there through her pin set when you study her from behind. And of these top three cattle, she probably rotates the most and is just maybe not quite as good in terms of the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. Those are all comparative notes, guys. That's one heck of a heifer to be standing here in third. After that, I think it becomes a little easier to piece things together. Young lady here in three has got one that's attractive on the standstill of her body and her flank line. Frankly, guys, she's just not in the same league as those other cattle. And the same goes for all of the cattle as we go down the line. There's a really deep-bodied one that comes out next. This one's got to be better in terms of her angles off of either end. Similar story with the smoky heifer. I like this one's foot and bone, a little jammed up, a little tight in her hip, a little shallow-bodied, a really practical female that's too coarse that the young lady has, and the white-footed one, and a pair of them here at the bottom end. Again, functional cattle, guys. One heck of a freaking class that unfortunately they got stuck in. Got three phenomenal ones at the top end, guys. Be very proud of those cattle. Be very proud of your kids. Give them a round of applause.
On our shorthorn side, results in Class 15. First went to 40-30, Lauren Gates, Willis FFA. Second went to 78-40, Ava Gervais from Harris County 4-H, and third went to 4887 Kate Swain from McLennan County 4-H.
Over here on the Shorthorn side, yeah, we talked about it all day, and I think it's all kind of coming together here now. You can see what I've been talking about, just how strong this show has been, how good these Shorthorn heifers have been. I know Shorthorns are always been a strong in Texas, and certainly it's on display today. And it's a breed that not many people know, but I did grow up showing, grew up showing these Shorthorns, and kind of what got me going in our deal there. And I showed a lot of steers and heifers. I was always intrigued by them from early on when I was a kid, and we got me a steer there one year, and I was hooked ever since. I just liked the fact that I could get a lot of hair on them without having to have a cooler room, and so I just kind of stuck with them throughout my show career. So I got to go to a few junior nationals, and the Shorthorn breeds let me judge a few of their national shows and at their junior nationals one year. So it's been a breed that that's been good to me, and I just really appreciate the opportunity anytime I get to sort them. But we got six really awesome heifers out here, and 6 heifers. When they got on the trailer, they probably thought they had an awfully good shot at being champion Shorthorn heifer, and they all do. And young lady's heifer out of that first division, that was a really strong division, and that one is got a good look to her, yet she's still got a lot of power and muscle and shape. She's big back, she's big-ended heifer that, you compare her to the bigger, older heifers, how is she going to mature? I don't know. She probably be pretty good. She's maybe not, of these 3, she's maybe just not quite, doesn't want to pick them rear legs up quite as nice as maybe some of the others in the drive. But boy, that's getting awfully nitpicky, because that's one I think you could probably make some steers with, or you probably make some heifers with, depending on how you want to mate her. I like her awfully well. We'd sure take her back to South Dakota. Young man's roan heifer that won the 2nd division. Man, that one gives you a great look from the side. That one's got a good front 1/3 on her. She's big middled. Looks good when you get around behind her. This one's just very, very elegant and neat. I picked on her a little bit there, wants to get just a touch longer teated. And maybe of the 3 out here, she's not the most genuine of the 3. She's maybe got the least amount of just true muscle as either heifer on either side of her, just as far as neck behind her blade and shoulder and out through her hip. But she's got the most hair there, and it certainly helps her and makes her look really, really nice. So good heifer there that won that 2nd class. Heifer that won our 3rd division. Again, this one, just when he gets her sopped and set, she gives you just an awesome look, awesome silhouette. Then that one, you get right in front of her, behind her, she opens up, got some true power down her top and out through her hip. And that one's the farthest along in calf, obviously. He's starting to get quite a bit of udder and bag to her. Probably going to calve here not too long. But, boy, that one just, we talked about all the other breeds. Just hard to get them heifers that mature and that old and still get it all going in one direction and held together. And that one does it in a very high degree. She's still fresh in her head and neck. She's nice-chested. She's not wasty in any area. She's just very, very fresh, yet she's got all the power and mass. So we got 3 awesome division winners out here. Put your hands together. We'll go show you our 2 favorites.
Second call, ORB, Class 14. Second call, ORB, Class 14. First call, ORB, Class 15. First call, ORB, Class 15.
Results in our RRB show, Class 10. First goes to Harper Simpson from Merkel FFA. Second goes to 5520 Caitlin Sullivan from Hill County 4-H. And third goes to 1033 Flynn Romachek from Montgomery County 4-H. Congratulations.
Back over here, guys, this division is going to kill me. I say that because there's going to be cattle that don't make it out of this division that are awfully, awfully good. And I am pumped about the 2 that I'm going to have come out. I think they match each other in terms of type and kind, and unfortunately, just by default, there's a couple of heifers out here that, again, maybe just in terms of type and kind don't match up with what a pair of them do, and maybe just don't match up with quite what I like in terms of cattle. But I want you guys to be very, very proud of these kids and very proud of the cattle that you have out here. This has been just an absolutely phenomenal division, and I'm super pumped with the cattle that we have here. I'm not going to go back and talk them. I think you guys at this point in time probably know what I like and the type and kind that I like. Let's give these kids a round of applause. I'll get you a division champion in reserve.
On our shorthorn side, our senior champion heifer went to Nolan Hunt out of Class 13 from Walker County 4-H. Our reserve champion senior heifer went to Haley McAlley from Rockwell County 4-H.
Final call, ORB Class 14. Final call, ORB Class 14. Second call, ORB Class 15. Second call, ORB Class 15.
Our grand champion shorthorn heifer for the 2024 Rodeo Austin Show goes to Nolan Hunt out of Class 13, Walker County 4-H. Our reserve grand champion shorthorn heifer went to J.C. Collins out of Class 1 from Riviera NAFTA FFA. Congratulations to our grand and reserve grand champion shorthorn heifers.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
FFA. Our reserve champion junior heifer goes to Tucker C. Childress out of Bowie FFA. Congratulations to our junior champion and reserve junior champion ORB heifers.
Final call, ORB Class 15. Final call, ORB Class 15. First call, ORB Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Please make your way back to the arena. First call, Calf Division, ORB Champion and Reserve. Please make your way back to the arena. Second call, ORB, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve. Please make your way back to the arena. Second call, ORB, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve. Please make your way back to the arena.
We roll into the division, or in the next division, excuse me. And again, one of those that sticks out like a sore thumb for me in this class. She's fresh, she's sound, she's good-bodied, she's well-balanced. Looks like she's going to drop down a beautiful udder underneath her. She's got all the extras and all the intangibles in this class and handles it pretty quickly. The red heifer that comes directly behind her probably is just a little bit bigger pinned and maybe even just a little bit bigger legged underneath. She's not nearly as good in terms of the way that neck sits onto her shoulder, the way that chest forward blends in, and the way she transitions from her shoulder into her center body. But I do like this one for the extra punch and the extra power that she has. She's got big feet underneath her, and structure-wise, that's where she lands in the second hole. A really attractive, long spine, long-hipped, wild-necked one that we have next. And if this one was any softer middled or better footed, I think she gets closer to rotating up to your class winner. Unfortunately, she's not. She's one that needs to be changed in terms of her shoulder, and she needs to be more pliable in terms of her hock and her rear pastern. A really just moderate, compact type of a heifer the young lady has. From a balance perspective, that's where she can't get any higher. She's got too much chest. She's just too short and jammed up everywhere. I think if we freshened her up and gave her just a little bit of a better look, she'd maybe rotate up as well. The pair that comes out next, Cow's got a calf on the side of her that looks pretty fresh and pretty new, and I think for where they're at this stage in the game, she's handling herself all right. She wants to maybe get up underneath herself just a little bit. Those front teats are maybe just a little bit pointed out in either direction. Would certainly like to change that. A big stout-legged one that comes out next. Again, balance just doesn't work to her favor. She's deeper chested, shallower in through her flank line. Another pair that I really, really like, the calf guys. The cow's maybe just a little thin. Would like to change her in terms of her teats. She falls out from a balance perspective. We get down into 3 cattle here at the bottom end. Again, functional, sound structured females that at this stage in the game just maybe need to have a little bit more body, need to be a little bit further along, and need to present themselves with a better look from the side. Let's congratulate those kids. Really nice class winner.
Final call, ORB, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Final call, ORB, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Please make your way to the arena.
Results in the Class 13 of ORB. First goes to Molly Moss from Montgomery County 4-H. Second goes to entry 3322, Bradley Whitley from Callahan County 4-H. And third goes to 1448, Jordan Dozer from Waller County 4-H. Congratulations. Reminder in the barn, reminder in the barn. We will take a 30-minute break between the selection of champion of the ORB heifer, and the Supreme Drive. We will take a 30-minute break between the ORB champion and the Supreme Drive.
A lot of picking and choosing in this class in the ORB show, and with that, I think the heifer that starts does so because she's big-footed, she's big-legged, she sounds structured. She's one that, to me, probably needs to be softer in the center portion of her body and transition better from her chest floor into her forerib. But I think when you get her stopped, she's one that still has some semblance of balance, and you can see she's about to drop an udder. And even though her teats are a little long, I like how refined she is in terms of her spacing, and I think that there's a lot of good in that female. A really good, basic, just brood cow coming out next. Young lady's going to have a nice project cow for herself, one that I like in terms of her body, one that I like in terms of how she puts it all together from the side. Is she as stout and powerful and dimensional as some of the cattle we've seen today? No, but I'd take about 100 females that look like that just in terms of going into production and being good cows. A moderate stout female that comes out next. This one just runs a little wrong direction for me. The deepest part of her is her chest floor, and she gets progressively shallower from there. She's one that needs to be changed in the angle to her shoulder, give her a little bit more depth of heel. That one's teat structure is a little bit concerning. The spacing, they're a little bit gathered and wanting to point the little bit of the wrong direction, but I do like that one in terms of her rib and her body and her stoutness. The pair that comes out next, a cow that I commend, you know, she's outproduced herself in that calf. That little bull calf is awfully, awfully nice. She's not taken to motherhood great. She's a little bit raw just in the center portion of her body, a little bit hollowed out. I like her teat structure, and I like the bag she has underneath her. She just maybe needs to have a little bit more time to flesh back up after getting that little guy on the ground. Young lady that's going to round out a long, extended heifer. I like her roundness of rib. I like the way she utilizes her hind leg. That one, for this stage in the game, she either needs to be bred or getting close to an end point. She looks pretty raw in the center portion of her body, maybe just not as far along in terms of gestation. Let's congratulate all of them.
Results in Class 14 of the ORB show. First goes to 8285, Kylie Holler from Seagoville FFA. Second goes to 8286, Elaine Gonzalez from Seagoville FFA. And third goes to 3962, Donnie Smart, Austin County 4-H. Congratulations.
The best combination, guys, is the young lady's heifer here at the front. And I'll tell you that I wish that this one was sounder structured in terms of the way she goes off of those rear two. And maybe you'd like to tweak her in terms of her shoulder and her knee. But that one's highly presented. She's got a beautiful udder underneath her. And what she's doing with the bull calf, that is a big, stout bull calf on the side of her. Those two match up together really, really well. I think all around, those are the ones you have to land on. I really like the cow the young lady has directly here in second. She's long, she's extended. I prefer the way she utilizes her hip and hind leg as compared to the cow that we just talked about. She's a little thin, she's a little shallower in through her center body. Maybe the spacing on that bag isn't quite where it needs to be, and she's got a nice calf on the side of her, but that's probably where I draw the line. Is I just think there's a little more performance, a little bit more size, a little bit more dimension to that calf that goes on the pair that starts. The The red heifer that comes out next, guys, I like this one on the standstill. This young man does a phenomenal job of getting her stuck. When he does, she pieces together really well. She's too tight in the center portion of her back. She gets too rotated in the way she goes out of her hip. And for this stage in the game, guys, that one's got to look like she's a little bit further along for me to feel safe using her any higher in this class. The Hereford pair that comes out next, a female that's got a beautiful bag underneath her, beautiful teats, one that, again, maybe taking motherhood a little bit harder. She's harsher in through the center portion of her body and maybe doesn't compose herself quite as well. She's got a calf on the side of her that I think has got some quality, just maybe a little bit younger, and so doesn't match up with the pairs at the top end of this class. The smoky or gray heifer, gray and white heifer that's going to round out cow, one that we got to change in terms of her teat structure and that udder, not only in terms of how long her teats are, but her spacing. I do like the calf on the side of her young lady that's going to round out. That one's big, high performing, and stout. At this stage in the game, she looks a little too stale and a little too chubby, not far enough along in terms of gestation. She needs to be closer to calving again to get any higher. Let's congratulate those kids.
Results in our Class 15 ORB heifers. First goes to entry 1047, Sloan Gregson from Montgomery County 4-H. Second goes to 5172, Lindley Johnson from Swisher County 4-H. And third goes to entry 5638, William Davis, Waller County 4-H. Congratulations. Currently entering the ring should be our our senior champion, Heifer Drive.
We get the cattle back out here in your last division, and a nice way to end, and a lot of differences, cattle that are in different maturity patterns and different stages of life. Quality is still quality, guys, and there's two animals that just have the most quality out here, both the heifers out of the first class. They're going to be your division champion in reserve. Let's congratulate those young ladies.
Our senior champion heifer in the ORB show is Briley Whitley out of Class 13 from Callahan County 4-H. Our reserve champion senior heifer goes to Jordan Dozier out of Class 13 from Waller FFA. Currently in the ring is our champion, our grand champion, and reserve grand champion ORB heifer for the 2024 Rodeo Austin show. After the selection of champions, we will take a 30-minute break. Attention in the barns, we'll take a 30-minute break before we start our Supreme Drive. Thank you.
Incredible way to finish out day 2 here in Austin, guys, on these ORB heifers. And I got to briefly watch some of the division or breed drives on the other side. And I know what I got coming out of my ring. And it's going to be heated when we get to this Supreme lineup, guys. These cattle are exceptionally good. I've got 2 of them that are going to come out of here that I think are real good, and I think they're really similar in terms of type and kind, and I'm really confident in the cattle that I have coming out of this division. It's been awesome, guys. Let's give them another round of applause. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
Our grand champion ORB heifer for the 2024 Rodeo Austin show goes to Harper Simpson out of Class 10 from Merkel FFA. Our reserve grand champion ORB heifer goes to Macy Weems out of Kaufman County 4-H. Congratulations to our grand and reserve grand champion heifers. Tension in the barn, tension in the barn. We will start our Supreme Drive at 3:55. We will start our Supreme Drive at 3:55. If you have not brought your bio up to the announcer stand, please do so immediately. If you have not brought your bio up to the announcer stand, please do so immediately. Thank you.